ESL Pro League is brought to you in part.
Embrace your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop. until you black out, out, out. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get out now. Go with the move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, go when it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Stones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn that flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night.
roads to back streets. I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet. Even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. Seen that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in ESL Pro League.
inside your subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man, he is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many.
Surround yourself with people that make your play better. So ideally, you want to find a team that will practice in the same vibe as you, that will have the same principles as you and what to look for. If you can't get that, get a group of friends so that you can pug together when you can. If you can't, start playing pugs and then find people that, oh, this guy plays a little bit more team mechanics. If you surround yourself with those kind of people, you will then, every time you play, you will be learning the things you should be looking for. At least you'll be getting more out of those situations. And I think when you're starting off or when you're trying to make it to that next level, that is probably the most important thing that you should be going after. It's staying in the fundamentals, it's playing the correct Counter-Strike or a next level Counter-Strike. Don't just play for the fun of it, for just the headshotting abilities. Try to always put in that little extra work to play in the, to look for the fundamentals and to play that correct CS. I've seen the best players in the world who will play with some of the worst people that I've ever seen. Like their best friends, like their kids from their school or just from their street from when they were younger. They don't know how to play CS that well to a professional level, but they're having fun. But when this player is playing with them, he's doing every little step. He's doing the correct jiggle peeks. He's flashing for the teammates. He's practicing his communication. That way it becomes a habit. It's instilled in you so that whenever you're faced with any situation, you don't even have to think about it. It just comes to you naturally, right? So I think that's the most important part.
The best thing you can do is change something about your preparation, change something about your work. I think it's one of the hardest things to do is to change the habits that you've developed, especially if the habits have progressed you from point A to point B. But if you need to get to point C, sometimes you have to adapt, and sometimes you have to kind of tinker with the way you're doing things. And I think that's one of the difficulties, and it's certainly been one of my struggles and obstacles stepping in as a coach has been, these guys have been doing so well, and then we're still kind of doing a lot of things the exact same as when they won the Grand Slam. And there's going to have to be some tweaks here or there to see if we can find a new path forward, and at least investigate, other areas of preparing for matches. So, I think if you're plateauing, change something in how you're practicing, change something in how you think about a situation, change something in how you prepare for something, and see if that is actually the fix. See if there's something different. And also, I can't say this enough because I've had this as well. Don't be afraid to ever reach out to anyone. I know for me, I've reached out to YNK a couple times about some coaching. I've reached out to Zeus a couple times about some coaching. So, when I have questions and when I hit a wall, I know sometimes we like to think that we have all the answers or that we can at least discover the answers. But it's much easier and much quicker to go to people who have been there before and see if you can have a conversation and see if you can steal some of their ideas or, see if they experience some of the same obstacles and struggles as you did. And there's plenty of pro players out there or people who have competed at the pro level who, even if they're not the best in the world, will have some intelligent advice that they can give that will help you out as well.
Why not pay a visit to stunning sunny Sirocco, where palm trees line the streets and you'll never be far away from a sea view. Yes, Sirocco, it is an active port and you could easily while away the time watching cargo ships carrying their precious freight out into the distance, but don't be too distracted. There's a couple of very tall towers you must be sure to visit. These will give you a bird's eye view of the entire town, should there be anything or anyone you're trying to keep your eye on. Sirocco provides an interesting, Insta-friendly vista with freight containers, tunnels and diggers. In fact, if it weren't for the mad gunmen around, I'd say it would be a great place for the kids. Accommodation-wise, Sirocco is a little run down. Being honest, doesn't feature many original buildings, still completely intact, but if you can embrace the bijou feel or go without sleep, I'm sure you'll have a fantastic trip. You could take yourself on a fun boat ride with the interesting jeopardy of potentially being shot. It's just like one of those fun red letter days. There's not much by the way of food or entertainment in Sirocco, but it does attract an interesting clientele and features that aforementioned helipad and personal prison. Perfect if you really are desperate to get away from it all. Sirocco is arid, it's quiet, and the mist does descend quickly on occasion, but if you're looking for somewhere private, somewhere secluded and, quite frankly, terrifying, you will wish you were here.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Gaming Malta, Intel, US Air Force, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, Coinbase, Mech Arena, and CSGO Hub powered by Coil.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to another exciting day of the ESL Pro League Season 14 as Group C is close to coming to a close. Their second to last day here, and we're going to find out which teams will potentially be able to move up the rankings and which ones, well, will unfortunately be having to go home a little bit early, at least not advancing into the playoffs. There's a couple of situations where there's still every team having a chance, but we'll get into those in a little bit of time. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Yanko here, looking great, looking happy to be here. As we heard the other day, I'm always nice to you, which you appreciate.
Exactly, that's why we had this shift change, right?
Exactly.
I want to work more with you and less with Trace. He's always mean to me.
And Moses actually hated how nice I was to him, and also hated being called the Jason.
Yeah, because Moses is always the nice one, right? So if he has someone else on the desk who is nice, like that's the one thing he has going for him, right? Then he has to be the asshole, and he's not very good at that.
That's true.
I'm great at that.
You are probably the best person I've ever met.
It's not hard to me to pretend to be that. Yeah.
All right, well, you know what? Let's actually start to focus on what's coming up today, right? Because it is a very big day for a couple different teams out there. Let's take a look at our group overall standings, because right now we've got 4 teams who are currently sitting at 2-1. We have a team sitting at 1-2 and a team at 0-3, unfortunately. However, even the team at the bottom of the table, who is 0-3, still has a chance. Mr. Slavinsky, I like to call him Dr. Strange, crunched the numbers for us. He said there's 12 out of 4,096 possible chances for them to still qualify. So what he's saying is there's still a chance.
Yes, you're telling me there's still a chance. Right, I think the group is unfolding as we expected, in a sense that, you know, we're having some upset wins here and there. All the teams are still in the running, and we probably won't know even after today, you know, who is going to for sure make it into the playoffs. And that's why it's so exciting. Group C is definitely the most exciting we've had and has shown us the highest level of CS played too.
Yeah, I think there's even a chance, like, for Fnatic to still not qualify. I think even if they win today, if I read the email right, it was extremely long and tenuous. And when I wake up in the morning, the last thing I'm going to do is have to think. But one thing I don't have to think about is what happened yesterday. Big had a phenomenal performance up against Na'Vi, taking them down 2-0, taking down a team that I didn't think would ever lose this easily.
Yeah, I think it was just a matter of them preparing really well for that matchup. They had a clear game plan, especially when it comes to the CT side, right? To be disruptive and make Na'Vi really uncomfortable. They managed to do that, and I can't even say that Na'Vi didn't do a good job in terms of preparation. I think they were surprised by it. They were potentially a little bit slow to adjust, but I can't really blame them on that loss as much. I think Big just prepared really well, executed that game plan really well, and got a deserved win. If anything, Na'Vi will have a lot to learn from that game, and make sure that if someone tries to approach them the same way, they have something to fall back on. They have some contingencies in place.
Well, if you guys missed out on yesterday, we'll just take a quick little look at the recap of what all went down here on day 3 before we fully jump into what's happened on day 4.
Songs in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag, open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn the flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night.
Oh man, that's a lot of emotion, a lot of frustration. What really stands out to me there, obviously some highlights, some happiness, but oh man, it was a frustrating day for a couple of teams yesterday, hands down.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the FaZe Fnatic game, right, being 12-3 up on the CT side for FaZe on Fnatic's map pick, and then just not being able to close it out. Fnatic coming back in regulation, 13-2 to win it 16-14.
Yeah.
I think it definitely felt that overpass game just completely took the air out of FaZe, and on Mirage they just couldn't really. I think the overpass loss was still in the back of their heads, and that's the thing, you know. every game here matters so much that you can't get complacent even for just a second. You know, they're 2-0 up, they're 12-3 in the first half of Overpass, and you're thinking, you know, you're on the top of the world, you're going to be 3-0, you're going to take that #1 spot in the group. Navi just lost to Big as well, right? But maybe you get a little bit too ahead of yourself. Fnatic played a great game. They picked Overpass every single time, and T-side, they struggled a bit, but their city sides have always been great. I think they got double digits or more every single time, even if they lost against Navi.
Now we can see here some little bit of a stat breakdown over the course of Group C, and there's a couple of interesting things in here, funny enough. I mean, Navi, who have looked pretty damn dominating, actually don't even have the highest round win percentages, as Big is going to be the one currently holding that. But Big kind of representing the same kind of situation we had with OG in the last group.
True, that shifted after yesterday, really. You know, Navi was leading in that category, but now Big is leading in a lot of categories thanks to that great performance yesterday against Navi. Exactly, you can see Navi was also losing some of the clutches, especially in that Dust 2 map. They lost a couple of important clutches where the game really started slipping away from them. And Big just playing really real solid Counter-Strike.
Yeah, Yenko, this is what's really interesting to me is looking at their 5v4 win percent, 83.7. They lead the group, but also they lead the group in their 4v5 win percent. We saw that happen like kind of differently in the last group.
Yeah, I think that's due to Big just being a disciplined team and having protocols in place and also good utility usage, right? Because even if they're a man down, they still have endings to rounds that don't really hinder them as much, right? Like, and it's easy. I think this is mostly due to their performance on the T side, the 4v5s. Because even if you're a man down, you can still execute, you know, 4v3 onto a site, or even 4v2 if you go to the smaller site or hit good timing or get a good read, right? So if you execute well, there's still a good chance to win. There's still a decent chance for you to win the round. And I think that's what Big has been doing. They've been staying composed even when they're a man down, managing to bring back those situations into their favor. And I mean, here we even saw them win a 2v5 against Navi yesterday, and that game was just pure chaos.
Yeah, finished off 16-7 for Big. Honestly, I kind of like woke up into this like, okay, I mean, Navi should win this. They should be looking pretty 3-0 in the group. And I never really expected Big to be this strong in the group so far, just because obviously the roster swap we had with Gade coming in, they're switching to comms to pure German. I mean, obviously I know they're extremely good players, fantastic players. They won Gamers Without Borders just a few weeks back, but to be able to go up against the big dogs like Navi and just make them look like little puppies was surprising.
Yeah, and also the individual performances, right? Searson so far is the 3rd highest rated player of Pro League. Tapson is sitting at number 6, so the fragging output is also there. We saw Tizian have some good games in crucial moments, some good clutches too.
Well, we can see here now our remaining matches left in Group C. We have 3 matches happening all on stream today. Tomorrow, remember, it's the last day of the groups, which means only 1 game will be played on this stream. We'll have 3 streams happening simultaneously. Not sure which game we'll be doing just then, but my eyes are kind of going towards Navi FaZe, to be honest. And I feel like a lot of people out there are looking towards that rematch of Cologne.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the highlight match of the group even, and all of these games will still matter very much. I mean, even if you look at tomorrow and the EG Fnatic game and you're thinking, well, Fnatic still isn't, you know, that's still up in the air for them. I mean, no win is a guarantee for them just yet, even though they've been playing some really good Counter-Strike. So if they slip up tomorrow, for example, that might cost them a playoff spot. So it's just for every team, every single game until the rest of the group, you need to be 100% focused.
Yeah, just need to win out pretty much, which is very difficult to do sometimes, especially if you have the harder opponents coming in last. But we also have some hard casters coming in. I don't know what that's exactly supposed to mean. We have Chad and Alex here join us on the show. What's up, guys?
Rock hard muscles.
Yeah, it's the rippling abs for me.
Yeah, the dad bods, the rigs are out.
Yeah, the rigs.
The rigs.
We are a big rig. We're hulking commentary here at the desk.
Yeah, well, that's what he meant by hard, right? Because the Hulk, I'm sure he's hard all the time, walking around just jacked.
I mean, it would be hard to be angry all the time.
Yeah, well, no, I do my best at doing that. You know that. Now, Alex, I want to post a couple things your way, and maybe something for Yanko to chime on here as well. They were talking a lot about that Navi loss yesterday, right? I think if you're going to have a loss, that's probably a very good loss to have, right? Because you've had that loss that's going to wake you up. You're still likely to get it through this group. And before you go into playoffs, you've had that wake-up call. So it's not something that just hits you in the face.
Yeah.
Is that a good spin?
Just like the microphone's hitting Jason's nose in his face, and we can still hear him breathing, constantly exhaling out of his nostrils.
I wanted to give one to Yanko here. It's about this veto, right? It's about the veto that we have coming on in for the Mouse versus Fnatic game. Now, Mouse Sports in the last 3 months have played every single map at least once.
Yeah.
They vetoed Dust 2 first wave twice. They've banned banned Vertigo first wave once. I want to know if Yanko agrees with this sentiment, that they should remove Overpass from Fnatic's map pool, which they've picked 3 times here, and kind of force Fnatic to go through the rest of their map pool, which we haven't seen. We've only seen them play 4 maps, right?
Yeah, and their Overpasses look so good. I mean, Fnatic basically have only proven that they can constantly, consistently win and pick an Overpass. But everything else, I mean, they've already demonstrated that they're flexible in their victories as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
looks good.
They haven't played
Dust 2
Inferno,
look
though. They haven't played Inferno. They haven't played Vertigo. Those maps there is where if you're Mouse, maybe you want to push it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a question mark.
But Mouse, do you think the fact that we've seen anyone that picks Ancient lose it? That's another conversation.
Yeah, they can't pick it against Fnatic because Alex and his boys are going to ban it.
Okay.
So no Ancient, but Vertigo could be one and Inferno could be another. So those are the ones that might be interesting today.
Let us know your thoughts over there.
Well, my first thought is that I can't help it that I'm permanently doing a Darth Vader impression with the size of this nose. It just happens. The microphone could be a mile away. It was actually the air coming out of my nose going through his microphone from this far away. I feel very bad about it. But you know what? I'm excited. I liked how they broke things down. Again, they're really pinpointing some weaknesses in map pools here. And we've seen a couple different teams in the group have some weaknesses, especially when you look at the side of EG.
Yeah, we saw OG going through first place with a 5-map map pool. So once we get into the pregame, we'll dig a dive a bit deeper into the map pool.
Perfect. We'll see you guys after the break.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
I think Pro League has to be a place where we test the water because it will be our first event. Obviously, it's a huge event to go into for our first, but we don't have a choice really. So we'll see how things go. And I think practice has been going okay. Obviously, we've only had a short amount of time, so we'll see how it goes. I think Pro League has to be a place where we test the water because it will be our first event. Obviously, it's a huge event to go into for our first, but we don't have a choice really. So we'll see how things go. And I think practice has been going okay. Obviously, we've only had a short amount of time, so we'll see how it goes.
Going pretty good, I think, is an understatement for Fnatic so far. Sitting pretty tied in a four-way tie at 2-1 so far in the group. So now they have a new challenger ahead in the form of Mouse Sports, who have been looking pretty solid yesterday in particular. Jace Kaplan still joined by Yanko. Luckily, he hasn't left me. He hasn't gotten tired of my nose breathing through his ears. Hopefully you guys at home haven't gotten tired of that as well. But one thing we're going to start things off when talking about these two teams, it's Jaquinho. We talked about him on day one. We talked about him a lot on day two as well. Moses wanted to look at how he did day one versus day two, but we're also now going to include day three into this one when they played up against FaZe Clan. And I mean, you can just see the results. He has been warming up, heating up into this whole Pro League.
Yeah, I think we might have been talking about him a bit too much even, right? In a sense of it's kind of silly to be harsh on him after that one game against Na'Vi or to rise him now against a great performance versus FaZe. I think if you look at Fnatic and, you know, their roster and how they're looking at it, he just needs time. You need some time. You need a bigger sample size to see. It's an adjustment period for everyone. For him also to communicate in English, to also get used to a different style of calling from Alex. If anything, Alex played, you know, he was the in-game leader of ZywOo. Now, obviously, I'm not saying he made ZywOo into who he is, but he had the luxury of having the best player in the world and such an incredibly talented player in this system already, and I'm sure he can give some pointers, at least some advice to Jaquinho how he can improve his performance. And we saw yesterday against FaZe, especially on those CT sides, he was a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
He had over 110 ADR in those rounds, so definitely a big nuisance for FaZe.
And what's interesting, I remember Moses pointed this out, that at least in this match against FaZe, Fnatic were getting a lot of peeks. Jaquinho was getting a lot of peeks without the assistance of Flashbang, showing he can just kind of go for the wide peak, go for the dry peak, and still hit the shots. But I think for me, what's important is that we're seeing Fnatic just getting better. You know, they're playing really good opponents, they're playing tougher opponents, they're getting a lot more like tier 1 experience in when it comes to an event. And we see that the practice they've taken over this last month, you know, month and a half, has really not gone to waste.
Yeah, and also he's probably, maybe he's just a little bit, he was a little bit tense at the start of these games, right? Now, after a couple of games, he's more relaxed. The teammates are probably telling him, dude, like, you're good enough, just do your own, you know, just go for those peaks.
Why don't you support me like that?
It doesn't matter that it's simple on the other side, doesn't matter like who's on the other side of the server, like you can do this, right? Just play with more freedom, and sometimes that's all it takes to unleash a player and having put up better performances.
Well, speaking of the other side of the server, we're actually going to lead into our Epics.gg players to watch here for this match in particular, because there is a formidable force when it comes to the other side, especially with what we saw yesterday. He was the mass standout player for Mouse Sports. They get them that win up against FaZe Clan, and we have to talk about this man here on your screen. We got to talk about Frozen.
Yeah, Frozen is an interesting one to me because every now and then he has really, really good games when he's just popping off. Like yesterday against EG, he was playing really well, but I feel like consistency is lacking a little bit, right? When you talk about Mouse, you really talk about Robs as the main star of the team, and you point to him as the second star, but I feel like he needs to find a way to be a little bit more consistent. Granted, it might be difficult, you know, changing the in-game leader and the style, but it's already been months now, right? I think even like a 6-month period, a bit more than that. So that's what you want to see out of him. It's been, what, 2 years since he joined this lineup, so there's been plenty of time for him to get accustomed to, you know, tier 1 level of play, all that kind of stuff. They played online even with Kerrigan, they won tournaments, so all the ingredients are there for him to really show us his full potential, and that's the question now. Has he reached his ceiling, right? Or is there more for Frozen to give?
I think this kind of goes along the line of what Moses has been saying a ton about Mouse Sports. They're like the if team. If Robs is playing well that day, if Dexter's making good calls, if Frozen's hitting shots.
But that's the difference. You can count on Robs playing well every time. You can't count on Frozen doing well every time. And that's the one thing, right, where you want to see. That's what differentiates the great players from the very good players.
Yeah.
You know, Nico, he's always going to play well. He's almost never going to flop, right? Simple, Zyvu, obviously, Device. These players are all very consistent. Most of them are oppers, unfortunately. But yeah, for riflers, it's a similar, has to be a similar story, at least to some extent.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, at least for Frozen's sake and Mousesport's sake, they can find that consistency within today, because if they lose to Fnatic, I believe EG are out, which I don't think Mouse care about EG going in or out, but for themselves, they need to pick up wins if they want to have a chance to qualify.
This is important. I think, I hope Mousesports are thinking and talking in this way as well. Is like they are in a very good position to still qualify.
Yeah.
Like this is their most important game, though. Well, actually, Big is playing really well. So 2 hard, difficult games, but they already played, you know, Navi and FaZe on paper, more difficult opponents, right? And here, I like what Chad mentioned, you know, they definitely have an advantage in the map pool, and they need to show it. Like if you're playing for 7 months and you can't punish a team who's been together for like 2-3 weeks, right? And you can't punish them in the veto with their map pool and win on those maps, then you're really having issues as a team. So far, some big problems. We see Fnatic gets rid of Ancient. The problem for Mousesports here is, I agree with Chad, Vertigo would be a good one, but Mousesports doesn't really play it themselves. Dust 2 could potentially be another good one, but Mousesports, I think, only played it once or twice in the last 3 months, right? And we see that actually Fnatic doesn't go for Overpass. They switch it up. They go for Mirage, maybe fueled a little bit by that win that they had yesterday against FaZe. And I think also they realized that Overpass, you know, everyone is expecting it at this point, and maybe it would be a bit futile to pick it again. Mousesports picked it against FaZe. It was a 16-14 game, so there are no slouches on the map either. And we see how Mouse goes into that nuke pick. We don't see an Inferno, which I think it's not the end of the world, right? Fnatic hasn't played Inferno, but Cloud9, the former Alex's team, has been good on Inferno, right? I'm sure even though they haven't played it, they're still drilled on the map. Also for the Swedish guys from Fnatic, right? They are also, Inferno used to be their staple map, and we see that Overpass as the decider, which again, if I'm Mousesports, I would have wished for them to at least give us a map that Fnatic hasn't played. Like, Fnatic gets a map pool where they played all 3 maps. So this is something that I disagree with for Mousesports. Like, you had to put in the map pool a map that they haven't played. Sure, you might be scared that there's no information to go off from, like to analyze them, but there's a reason why they're playing the maps that they're playing, right? So it's always hard, especially as a new team, the first time you play a map in an official, right? Because in practice, things might be going one way or another, but it's always different when you actually play a proper match.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if there is reason to this madness, as we talked about, a very important match for both these teams, to be honest, because we're still not sure. It's still not clear who's going to be taking home these top 3 positions. So you basically need to win out the rest of Pro League. So for me, that says for Mousesports, like Dexter, he's prepared for something maybe a little bit special up against Fnatic, because as you mentioned, like Fnatic getting very comfortable with this pool. And I wonder if they actually do have a deeper level to themselves that they just haven't shown yet, or haven't had to.
Yeah, I don't know if potentially Mousesports is feeling a little bit shaky themselves at the moment. Like we saw in some of those games, they were losing a lot of rounds to pistols, right? They were losing some rounds with advantages, some clutches as well. So maybe they're feeling, you know, let's just play something that we're confident on. Doesn't matter if it's also a good map for them, right? Because if you're going on a map where you're not feeling great, but they don't play it at all, for example, then if things start going wrong and you end up losing it, you're like, oh, why didn't we just go for, like, you know, our Mirage or our whatever? So that also could be the case. But again, if you have been together for, you know, 6, 7, 8 months and you still don't have that confidence in your map pool to be able to punish opponents and new teams, for me, that's a sign of weakness, really.
Well, we'll see if they can redeem themselves here and show some strength, as we're going to head over to our first map of the first series of the day with Machine and Sponge.
Thank you very much, fellas. Straight into the pistol. First map is Mirage, and already witnessing a little bit of an interesting one. We're going to get Fnatic starting on the attack and leaning A rather heavily. I see some nades flying through the sky, and one expert leading the way of Mousesports. Small margin and long-range Glocks connecting nicely to start things off, and it continues to spiral for the Mousesports boys. Every click out of Crim's Glock is something. Rops, however, partners up with Acor to keep it competitive. A Crim's double. Yet to see the plant. Crim's triple. Okay, guess he's just going to win the round on his own.
Oh, Dexter here, he's in a decent position. The smoke and the kit would be more handy with some teammates to distract, and parking the bus Fnatic. They're not in a rush to get this one down. Did they spot Dexter on that little jiggle? Crims will pick up the bomb here. Definitely seen him now. High alert, high shot.
Good shots, but not ready for the Mezzi swing.
Yeah, good stuff. Very good stuff there from Fnatic. And look, it was curious to not see them pick into overpass, right? So that conversation that I was having before and the one that Yanko was then elaborating on, Mouse Sports have not flexed the map pool on Fnatic today, which tells me one thing. They're afraid of the unknown, right? They don't want to go into what Fnatic may have in store. Now here, you can prepare a little bit for Mirage. They played it once. You can prepare a little bit for overpasses, that third map. You can prepare a little bit for Nuke, but even still, one of the great things about having a new roster, and one that should be riding a little bit of a high right now, is you can be very flexible. Right? Nobody knows where you're going to throw, your pace changes, everything like that is still a bit of a mystery here.
Yeah, and we saw Fnatic's Mirage just yesterday as well. You know, like this is fresh memories for Mouse Sports. Perhaps that was an encouraging factor. But I really enjoyed their CT setups. I really enjoyed that Fnatic FaZe Fnatic FaZe Mirage game. Where you saw actually 11 CT rounds go Fnatic's way. So we didn't really get to see much of their T side. You know, we saw them play 8 rounds.
Yeah.
So we'll get a full 15 this time.
But that's even scarier. It's still in the box here. So Mouse Sports going to have to deal with Alex and his boys who are making their way up. Cat flashed in.
Yeah, it's a scary and threatening Deagle from Frozen, which is kept honest. Alex down, Crim's hunting and leaping into the site. Well-managed movement, and Acor's Deagle does nothing. Poor old Rops, and he's even potentially going to get flanked. I don't think he gets to keep a thing here. He's going to look to maintain the armor, and the scout just quietly tiptoeing away.
Yeah, let's see how far he's allowed to go here. Brolin probably not wanting to give up anything either.
Chad, what are houses made out of in Australia?
Houses?
Yeah.
In Western Australia, it's double brick.
Double brick?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that like an insulation kind of situation?
I think so, because it's quite hot, and I think the brick keeps it cooler with the double brick. But in the eastern states, they do brick on the outside and then wooden walls with a bit of insulation.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's more Britain, I think. But I was just wondering whether or not you had the experience that I did. When I said tiptoeing, you know, like when you were sneaking around the house and the family in the house was asleep, every floorboard that creaked. Did you have creaky stairs?
We had cork floors.
Cork? What the bloody hell is going on down there?
My mother's a dancer, so she was able to use the entire house as a...
So she had like a springy floor?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't...
Springy?
It was better than carpet, because you couldn't really make a mess.
Would you conk your head if you hit your head?
Oh, it would hurt.
It would.
It would hurt.
Yeah, I don't know the properties of cork intimately.
You weren't playing silly buggers on the cork floor.
No silly buggers on the cork floor.
And it wasn't tiles. The tiles were for the kitchens and the bathrooms. But I know what you're talking about. My grandma's house would be a good example of the floorboards.
I started knowing the patches I could step on silently. That was all part of the game.
The little traps.
Rops' game is get a headshot and ruin Brolin's day. Whew, not to be today.
He lost that one, didn't he?
Dude, yeah, Brolin's org yesterday as well. Like, just straight up, I'm already talking about the CT side. I know we're 3 rounds into their attack, but Brolin's org looks so threatening.
It's interesting to note as well.
Too.
Well, they kept the 3. Yeah, well, Mezzi, look, if there's any more questions about whether Mezzi can do it against the big boys or not, you probably haven't been watching the Counter-Strike here in Pro League. There's definitely questions when he went to Cloud9, right? And then he was pretty good. And now that he's had his endpoint stint where he said he's become a bit more versatile as a player, now in Fnatic, we're really getting to see the benefits of all that.
I'll tell you what else excited me about that is the fact that Alex made it clear that he found, you know, the unification of so many different personalities and cultures and philosophies for the game. Hang on, getting a bit sketchy. It looks like it's all fine. The bomb planted safely and uncontested. Dexter's not going to be able to hit anything from there.
May as well keep that AK with the 1 HP. So,
but yeah, sorry.
Decent fight.
Yeah, so you know, with Cloud9, he had so many different nationalities, and the roster it was hard to combine and everyone be on the same page. What he was suggesting is that transition's been easier for a couple of reasons. A, starting earlier, you know, having a full month to get everyone equipped before your officials. As well as that, it's the fact that you've already got kind of a package deal. Alex and Mezzi familiar with one another and their philosophies, and you've got the whole Swedes who are also, you know, kind of just mashing 2 heads together as opposed to 5.
Yeah, and that was actually where I was going with like their CT side setup, because over towards A, yesterday where people were watching, they had Brolin over towards A ramp, they had Crims over towards window and connector, they had Jacquinho either floating between ticket with the AWP or window with the AWP, so they'd kept the Swedes together in some of these environments here. So, and also the thing is, even though Crims and Brolin's stats in the last couple of months, or maybe the last 6 months, in this little demise of the Swedish Fnatic weren't fantastic, they're still world-class players. Like, the entire team was just not operating right, because Golden and JW, they weren't keeping up. So in a lot of these games, it was quite difficult. Now you get to see Crims and Brolin playing their trade in a competitive-looking unit. We get into the first gun rounds. No AWP for A-Core, though.
I think the word I used was Crims and Brolin plugged into Alex's system, and I do think you do see evidence of that. It's exciting to see just T-sides with a bit of, you know, substance to them, as opposed to Fnatic's T-sides during what you alluded to, where it just sometimes just feel a little flaccid and disappointing, which we all are familiar with. Now, this boost is a risk. Careful now. Oh, Rob should have him. He has no info.
Oh, wow, he's actually going quite aggressive here, Brolin.
He has absolutely no info. What a gap. What a gap. How does he use this, though?
The flank B. He should get a kill onto Dexter for free here. Frozen as well,
Frozen and Dexter are both dead. You know, is he going to discipline or is he just going to take that first shot? He's definitely got the element of surprise here. This is going to ruin the day of Mousesport's first buy. All these M4. Oh, Brolin. That's a bit of an awkward one. He adapts nicely and still strikes. What a recovery. That did get a little wobbly there.
I think he wanted to give him a chance. So, I've made it this far. Now you boys can know I'm here. So they mop up the mess. Brolin secures the rounds. And yeah, that was Rops' responsibility there, but you wouldn't expect a player to go that aggressive, right? Normally when they jump in for window control, they just make it across and they tuck themselves into that corner. I think that's what Rops was hoping for. So just a massive, well, the tiniest of gaps and the massive outcome from that. Fnatic get their fourth and seemingly for free, so everybody's staying up. This is a dream start to the T-half here on Mirage.
But can we just talk about the play? I mean, I don't know how much of that was just spur of the moment, Brolin's initiative, or actually by design, but it worked out to completely nullify Mouse. What a gap to Pip.
Yeah, this here is something that we would talk about. This is years ago. We're going back now, like the Hunter boost. And the reason that it was popularized because in Crazy, Hunter was getting away with it a lot, and Kassad, obviously from that same part of the world, he brought it for Renegades / 100 Thieves to use, and they were using it quite a lot as well. So to just see it get pulled off here perfectly, right? They've gotten 10 from the judges. It's the perfect landing, not a single splash. It just looked way too easy. Now,
here I am.
Did almost make a meal of it, right? Almost make a meal of it, but he gets both kills regardless, right? So it looks a little bit sketchy, but the play is perfect. Round is done. And Mouse can buy again here. AWP this time for A-Core.
Robs flashed up. They want to try and have a little look out mid, and nothing to report. Chiquinho and Alex take cover.
Take cover.
Incoming. Estonian. And they do want to continue to re-smoke that connector position. So just slowing down any mid-crawls that Fnatic are considering.
Are they going to reinitiate on mid here? That smoke has dropped on down now, and they could flash and go again. They have so many bodies here close to contest. Frozen on shore, A-Core to help window, BMS and Rops. They're playing off of A. So this is a mid-centric setup.
Don't forget, A-Core's responsibility for window. He's been very passive, unwilling to give away that opening peak. And so just holding the cross short. Cursory glances towards the Palace position, but this Fnatic pause. They have cut noise since spawn, and have slowly crawled their way up here.
Look at all the nades they still have.
They've got a full band, dude.
This is crazy right now. They could do whatever they want.
It's about this first contact. And on the glance, they double peek, and it works out for Brolin. Chiquinho onto A-Core. Look at this. Oh, we go from dead silence for 45 seconds, and then you close your eyes for a millisecond. It's 1v3, a missed shot from Dexter. That should be the end of that. Double molly, he's ahead of the pack, looking threatening. Dexter with 2 of the 3, and Chiquinho's low. He knows where you are as well. Dexter's done so much. He's pulled this round back for Mousesports, and the hard part's done, you'd think. Chiquinho.
Time.
8 seconds. He's got to hunt down Dexter. He's going to have to be loud about this.
Dexter's
done the 1v3. Just the scout, and he will close it out. Big from the in-game leader, and he puts Mousesports straight on the board by force.
Oh, he had the worst weaponry for his entire team there. Took the scout, opted to go to the P250, gets it done with those 2 weapons.
Double molly. He pushes ahead of them.
Whew. Okay.
It's kind of badass, really. When you consider how this started, like, Brolin just essentially looks like he's won the round here. It's the even trades at that point. It looked like it was all over. Dexter ahead of the double molly. Switches to the P250, the mobile active fight with Crims. You can see here, the fact that Crims was jumping gave Dexter just that slight advantage to A, swap weapon, and B, click first. leaving Giacchino with it all to do and just no time to play with. That's brutal.
Yeah, and that's like pressure shots, right? That scout shot, he doesn't hit that, he's 100% dead, right? That doesn't happen without that scout shot. So that really spurred him forward right there. A big clutch from Dexter. And is that going to start this Mousesports engine whirring now? That round did definitely go from 0 to 100 in no time flat. And Fnatic, well, they can put it back down to 0 for Mousesports here if they just win this one, right? Economy not going to be great.
And I don't think Fnatic are going to be dismissing that as like a failed round, right?
Yeah, it's just a Dexter clutch. Sometimes they happen, you know? Found the perfect timing.
The concept itself seemed pretty good in execution. It really cost Mousesports early. Flashes from Crims, Giacchino and Brolin to dip their toe into the A-core. AWP. He's ready now. Vision, they are. He is peeking into a posted up AWP though, and that's too easy for Giacchino.
Yeah, that's just this pace that Fnatic are showing. Last round they just parked the bus on mid. Now they're just creeping out A, playing the contact here.
Rotates in on its way. Alex starts his late flank through. Oh, great flash. And Bemis with multiple targets gets housed with one. Leaves us with a 3v3, and Alex is, as we discussed, late flank is going round the world.
They could go back to B here if they wanted. They're not committed completely to Tetris right now, but Alex is saying, hey, let's go A. I'll flank Frozen, who is aware. This is the duel.
Oh, it's a big duel for Alex to try and win. If his team had a flash, Alex...
Oh, Frozen's looking away.
Oh, just as he looked away, Alex tries to do too much.
He robbed him.
Stolen. Frozen denies, and that leaves Crimson Giacchino wondering how they're supposed to find a way back in. Yeah, Giacchino's orb might be the way in.
Like a crowbar here.
Yeah, hard clear required. Frozen will react on the contact Dexter finds. Safe bet. Oh, or not! Giacchino recovers. Frozen to react. Crims was posted up, so Frozen perhaps a little wise to...
Planning safe.
Plant safe, and the AWP posted up in a perfect angle to hold that. This is the real one. Giacchino. Multiple targets to contend with, a 2v2 for him and Crims, and down goes Crims. Giacchino to come up clutch, he swings out, Frozen's ready, and Mousesports string together too.
Oof, and one of the win conditions today for Mousesports is going to be the man just winning you another clutch, right? 2 clutches in a row here for Mouse. Frozen, he's been showing good form, and if he can bring that consistency here into the Fnatic matchup, Mouse are in with a real shot.
Yeah, we saw Fnatic's clutches won and clutches lost in that stats matrix we brought up at the start of the show.
12-12, right?
12-12. Like, that was the highest number in both categories for all of the teams in the group, which just means there's a lot of 1vx action both ways.
Getting the exciting Counter-Strike out of Fnatic, right? So I think when you see a 12-3 comeback on Overpass, you know that they're up to something. Oh, that one there, a lifeline for Mouse again. But right now, consider this, they're holding on to this cliff just with their fingertips here. They're able to scrap the buy together one more time. But again, look how hampered it is. There's not a lot of util. A-Core keeps getting this AWP, but he needs to find impact. And I find myself saying that every day when Mouse is in the server.
Here he is, taking an aggressive line and at least spots out some players up on that catwalk. Smoked off for now, no contributions from Bemis. It's Frozen who's, supposed to get some damage done, but the highest impact he's going to find is just through the communication he can make. He's gone with nothing to show for it.
Oh, Rops is over in B right now, so if it's a B split, Rops can stop this.
A little clunky for Alex, but he's cleared it. And they are returning to B. They've got no info A, so it's a solid call. It just comes down to the way in which Rops and Dexter handle it.
Oof. So they can set up for a full B exec here, and Alex just lurks up cat late. So if all the eyes are drawn to the B apartments, if Rops looks away for any moment, Alex can completely unravel this 2-man B hold.
He opted for a glass cannon on Giacchino. Let's see if he finds an AWP in the feed. Rops baited in nicely, but they're into the site. And it gets very uncomfortable for these two.
Has to save.
You have to.
Yeah, even though A-Core picked up the loose thread that was Alex on the flank there, they just weren't able to lock down that attack. And retaking that B bomb site, not an easy task. And their fingers on that ledge, well, now it's maybe just a fingernail because these save rifles are going to keep them threatening into the next. But in terms of the finances, Mousesports are in a bit of trouble here. Because of those 2-1 rounds in a row, this is the problem, right? When you only have one CT player stay alive and you save a gun, right, your loss bonus is also slowly starting to siphon. So now they've found themselves in the 2,400 loss bonus territory.
It's known as Virtus Pro syndrome.
Virtus Pro syndrome?
When you find yourself only saving one rifle and put into kind of a confusing economic disarray.
Okay, and then you
but the solution as Virtus Pro have demonstrated, is you just win rounds with only a saved AWP and USPs.
Ah, yes.
That's what you have to do.
Okay.
Consistently.
Well, here's the thing, right? If we're going to be honest about Acor, his performance at the moment within the Pro League is the worst of Mouse Sports, right? Statistically speaking, he is the lowest rated player on the team. Now, if your team is not built around a star AWPer, that's fine. But when you have somebody who's meant to be a flashy star AWPer like Acor, he either has to hit the easy shots, right? Or he needs to start hitting the hard shots because Mouse really need that.
And there's so much pressure on his shoulders just as an individual when you consider how hotly contested a seat at this table is.
Yeah, with international rosters.
Honestly,
right?
dude, it's crazy how many talented individuals are gunning for these kind of seats.
They all watch Simple. Every man and his dog wants to be the star AWPer, right? So the generation of players coming up like that is huge. And that was big as well. Dexter gets away with absolute murder.
Bang! Oh, that's so perfect. They try and hunt down that retreating Dexter, and it feeds Acor another. Brolin trying to put Fnatic back into contention here. Don't forget the buy is suboptimal. It's just the saved rifles, and it's worked wonderfully.
You said it's the Virtus Pro strat, so here we go. How far can they push this?
It is threatening. Or you throw a couple of Deegs instead of those USPs, and magic can happen. Roland's bottom is turned. B must collect. Those two saved rifles have both featured within the feed. And Mezzy and Crims looking to shape up a cheeky 2v5.
Oh, they spotted Dexter on the jump there. Frozen set up for success.
Baited in a little bit. Crims is wise, though. He's played a lot of Mirage. He's not looking like he's going to consider it even at all. Not even a little bit. Crims with the 1v5. What are you saying?
He might get another, but I don't think he's going to do too much more than that. Not with the bomb perched on up right on the ledge there.
Ouch. Acor knocks his socks off, and it'll be Bemis to collect the frag. So that's 3 for Mouse, and yeah, those fingertips analogies you've been using, you can see that that actually might be the changing of the guard now.
There's a whole hand
on
the
full
ledge.
grip. Dude, have you ever gone to the climbing gym and seen those fingertip holds?
Yeah, they don't look easy.
I mean, I can barely do a pull-up, of course, but the full fingertip hold, like you're suspending your body weight on just the tips of your fingers. I didn't realize, you know, finger strength was such a feature. And I'm a gamer. I thought finger strength was something we had pretty strong, pretty solid.
Getting the thumbs involved, right? Yeah, no, it is. What's the movie called with the guy? Free Solo?
Free Solo?
That is wild. Watching that stuff there. If you guys haven't seen it, check it out.
I was watching another one recently about the idea of, there's one man in particular, I wish I could give you his name off the tip of my tongue, but he was like obsessed with the flashing, which is basically where you show up to a place and do it and one bang it.
Without just make the route
free
go.
Climbing it one bang.
Nora,
yeah,
okay.
And he was doing it with some like 9 rated or whatever. Like bloody hell. I wish I could climb.
You'd have to if you could. Just
I went to the climbing gyms in
9
Berlin.
to 10 hours a day doing it. You could get there.
And I woke up feeling like I'd actually been put through a giant washing machine.
Using muscles you didn't know you had.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, that's actually a huge round for Mouse Sports. They get it done with the saved rifles, and they even break the economy of Fnatic. So that's like a 2-for-1 special, right? You win a round you shouldn't, and you force them into a place they don't want to be. And this is Mouse Sports' chance here to start working on their CT side. You're already down 3-5. You'd be hoping for a 9-6 half, you know, 8-7 at the best right now, because it is going to be highly contested here. And Fnatic have shown a bunch of different looks. We've seen set pieces. We've seen just contact plays in middle. We've seen more aggressive mid maneuvers. And now we're just seeing some deagles. So without a whole lot of utility here to press them much more forward, it is just going to come down to finding the headshots.
Robs gets the info.
Yeah, maybe don't re-peek that one just yet.
Some nades, at the very least, pulled out of the CTs. And Alex is fully committing to this. He wants to try and find Acor. Acor's going to take some liberties, and that's the end of that. Krim's last man standing with his Kevlar vest and his Desert Eagle, detached from the bomb and all of his teammates.
Has a crack. You know, probably worth 1 kill there, but Rops will mop it up. A clean sweep from Mouse, and now starting to warm into this. Now, they didn't punish them with the veto. You've already caught that conversation. Now it's going to come down to them seeing if they can punish them in the server. For Fnatic, you can easily say that this team has already overperformed, because the expectations, unless you were a Fnatic fan and you just like, I want my team to do good, for the rest of us, had to be pretty honest, right? You had to come in here and go, okay, new team, 2 new players, new coach, might take some time. They've already impressed, they've already exceeded expectations. and they've been playing some good Counter-Strike. Let's see how far they can push that.
Oh, Acor's throwing some aggression into the mix. It's very vogue at the moment, an aggressive Orc Peak Palace.
Is he going to be as patient as James, who I swear sat here for 50 seconds the other day?
But that was a product also of his CT ramp, so it's a synergy between Acor and Bemis, and any info on that mid pincer, like Acor could get shot in the bottom if it's not smoked or held. It's currently smoked off by Fnatic. And Acor holds his nerve.
He probably wants to start moving any second. Either push or fall back, Acor. And that's neither.
And that's the end of him. Flanker does come in and leaves Bemis all on his own, surrounded by the entire Fnatic squad. Look at the minimap. He's just completely surrounded, enveloped by the brown and orange. And that's the end of that. Frozen does contribute one from the CT side. Bomb to be planted. Dexter does look like he wants to contest this and at least be a threat. Trying to find a gap over the smoke. Alex, oh, booked. Some leader-on-leader action. Dexter, very threatening. A good clawback from Jakino, who continues to be relevant and fragging in this first map.
These are the guys you want alive for a clutch here. Frozen and Rops might give this a go.
Smoke check, kit check. Frozen would have to be the one to be defusing. Smoke's now sailing through the air, and that's the end of that. No time for Rops to work his magic here. Just going to try and take a couple on the way out.
Okay, well, Fnatic, they stomached 2 rounds on the trot there from Mouse, but they're going to bounce back with one of their own here. And it was a pretty light buy. You can see that in the fact that Mezzi has a Galil to his name, right? So they didn't even have everything they would desire for Fnatic, and they were able to get it done. And I think it just comes down to Acor. You could say missing the shot, but it almost feels like positionally he overstayed his welcome, right? The fact that we've already seen from Fnatic a lot of these smoke lurks on their T-halves where they just, you guys might remember where you've seen them on overpass, they walk through the bathroom smokes and they appear on the other side and maybe they get a double kill or maybe they just get shut down. Those type of smoke gimmicky plays can catch you off guard, and yeah, Acor just not aware of his surroundings, but he gets the AWP again, sets himself back up for a mid pick, and meanwhile, Fnatic, they're just going to waterfall out of Palace. They're going to be in A again. It's just Bemis here.
No one's home. Like, Bemis is on the stairs, and now he's smoked off.
They're already in the site.
They have the site. They're planting? No, Jakino's just setting up for the potential. Okay. No one's CT. They don't know it. There's so many bodies on the other end of that smoke. He still gets it down in front of their nose. Just keeping re-smoking this connector and jungle position, and look at the space that Crims is starting to crawl for. Jakino, wow, alert and ready for the CT duel.
That's a save.
It has to be.
How are you going to get back in here?
Oh, he hears a lot. Crims piecing it together. Acor on the retreat. Oh, did land a bullet there into the leg of Bemis on his retreat. But yeah, Fnatic, that was very simple. A little waterfall out of the Palace position. And the Mouse Sports setup focused on mid.
Yeah, so good calling. So Mouse Sports have gone, hey, let's focus on mid. Let's not give them control of that part of the map so they can't do those lurks up through connector like we just saw.
Like they just did.
Yeah, and Alex has just called his way around it. Okay, guys, if they do a heavy mid setup, let's just go out Palace. We'll take the side. Easy as that. The fact that they didn't have somebody playing retake ticket, normally you would see that, right? But Mouse Sports have gone all in on the mid control. So it's come back to bite them in a big way. Scoreline now, 7-4. The buy again here for Mouse, but at the moment, not only are they getting outshot, they're getting out-positioned. Doesn't feel like we've seen Rops be able to get activated too much.
Yeah, they'll call a timeout right at the last second as well, just try and maybe piece together this defensive half. It could run away from them here, Chad. If they don't kind of post up a 5th and a 6th, this could be a bit disastrous, considering how potent Fnatic CT side is.
We're about to see as well how many steps ahead Alex is, if at all, right? Because if now he just calls like a pause and Mouse Sports go, well, we have no info. Like, we just played for heavy mid, but we didn't actually play aggressive, right? Maybe now Mouse Sports will go for something with like an underpass drop, or they'll go for maybe aggression towards B apps.
A big clan cosplay.
So then the question becomes, are Fnatic just going to sit back and just do a default net where they should profit off of that type of a maneuver? Fnatic are looking very, very good. I think the amount of rounds that they have already is great for this T-half. We've only seen positive things out of their Mirage so far. And a little bit of a technical timeout call just here. So we'll get this one back underway ASAP. Not the Steam network down yet. I'm sure it'll come later today. I think today would be day number 13 in a row. So we can pray to Lord Gabe to avoid that one. Give him your blessings.
All right, from tack to tech, and now we're ready to get back underway.
Oh, not to toe?
To toe? Toe to toe?
Well,
Tac, tac, to toe, to
I was
toe.
go- Yeah, like tic-tac-toe.
Ah, way.
Yeah.
Still equipped with the big zoom banger. Acor dispatched to middle. And it seems Fnatic are going to be knocking on that door again. Well, Chad, you've nailed it. There is some flavor of aggression to the Mousesports play, and Brolland's already booked him. Rops, before he even gets to fire a bullet, Brolland, the entry fragger with an M4, no less. Acor reveals himself. Chiquino to trade. The bomb's loose in mid.
Nice
and that's
shot.
the shot you need. Bomb loose, Fnatic left wanting. And actually, Alex, he's got a bit of a gap here.
Oh, he's not going to clear it.
he didn't clear it.
Well, they still don't know, so he could get a kill or two in window here if he takes his time. There's one spotted. Oh, rude shock for Frozen. Hello.
Alex just constantly getting under their skin. He's like peeling back fingernails. He's always on some sort of fruity lurk. He will go down. Crims onto the Acor as well, which leaves us into a very peculiar clutch. Crims, he's a wise man. Let's see if he goes for it. He's going to piece it together. He knows that the info dictates Bemis A, Dexter B.
Oh, the bomb on his radar there. Was just trying to pick that one up, but it's above him on the short ledge. So he's going to grab that any second, and he gets it for free. Now, Dexter and Bemis could both play sleeper positions. And by that, I mean they don't have to contest any choke points. They can just hide in a position where they just have to focus on one angle and let Crims into the bomb site. And as soon as he starts to plant, just spring on out and take him down. And now, with about 30 seconds left on the clock, Crims has to make a decision. Which bomb site do I want to end towards? If he starts running, Dexter's going to hear him.
Just going to go for a full silent commit to B.
So as long as Dexter doesn't move, he should win the round, right? As long as he stays up in this balcony position, as soon as the bomb starts getting planted, he can just walk on out and kill Crims.
That's a safe. Oh, faked out. What? Crims!
He's won the round. It's all good. Right? Threw his life on the line. It's a lot to lose, considering the finances over there in the Mousesports camp, but whew, they get the round, right? So put his body on the line just to deny the plan.
And that's twice now where Alex has looked like he's had round-winning flanks that haven't translated for Fnatic.
At least he got a kill this time.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was unfrozen, so he got his revenge from the ticket flank earlier.
And quite the recovery, considering that double pair of frags there from Acor in mid.
Good stuff from Acor, right? That was a hard shot to hit the second one, and he definitely showed a bit of flair there. So back underway we go. Mousesports still in a chance to recover here. Mezzy with the AWP, so I guess with a spawn wanting to apply a bit of pressure.
Yeah, and we'll see him equipped with the secondary AWP on this CT side.
If they go A, BMAS is in sandwich. How many is he going to get?
Ooh, at least one, maybe not. Now they know where you are. 0, the answer. Acor with something. And now smoked off. Alex,
good molly.
Yeah, very good. Stops the default plan. Safe side. Ooh, they're still trying to push the issue. Alex really wants to get this bomb down while the smokes are still up.
Rops' flank is everything here. They need to buy time. They need to make this look convincing enough that they're just waiting for this util to fade to give Rops the gap.
Alex hiding in plain sight. He hears all of this going down, and
that might be it.
Already contributing 1. Yeah, as soon as Alex walks through, he will find that with ease. And Rops from way downtown does arrive. But Fnatic's 8th is there. They will have won out the T half. This is our glimpse as to what the T side has to offer from Fnatic and their recovery pick when they can't access that overpass. Seems like Mirage might be second in command.
Yeah, it's curious. I wonder why they didn't pick Overpass when we had Mao's Bannerway Vertigo and Fnatic Bannerway Ancient, right? So one of the things that I think Yanko was alluding to is the fact that they have so much tape now on Overpass. They still get it as the 3rd in the series, which feels really safe. I didn't think that today Fnatic were going to be able to feel safe in the veto with Mao's, and they shouldn't have. Mao should have flexed on them here, but that shows you just how either there is lack of confidence in the practice on the other maps for Mousesports, right? We're still learning what their map pool is. Go have a look on HLTV. In the last 3 months, maps plays for Mao's, they've played everything at least once, but there's not a huge amount of matches there. So they're having a bit of an identity crisis as far as maps go, I think. And they're taking a save here for the final round of play. It is just the Rops M4, and well, he needs to get in a position to be activated here, Rops. It's almost like when he has been close connected, he's just been bulldozed by that of Brolin. They need to set, well, he needs to set himself up, need to try and grab some command of this game, because in towards B they go, just Dexter here. Would have to do something magical, Dexter's Deagle.
Come on, my son. Well, 50 damage will do.
Yeah, well, then I think now the exits are the name of the game. And Alex is already starting to hunt here, so...
Did I tell you? Someone messaged me and saying, by the way, Dexter is actually a real dad. Like, he's still, like, the lie still hadn't...
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you tell him it's not true?
I didn't bother replying.
Okay. So, guys, basically, let's catch you all up here. Dexter, in his... Mezzy, can you not shoot? I'm trying to tell a story.
In his infinite wisdom?
He had in his Twitter bio that he was like a qualified accountant or something, that he was the in-game leader for Renegades, that there was a couple of things in there, right? One of the things he had in there that he was a dad.
Yeah.
Right? Now...
Proud father, I think he said, or something like that,
something along those lines, right? So... at the time, Henry's scouting out players for Cloud9, and we're talking about different players, and we're talking about Dexter, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if Dexter would leave Australia, you know, like he's got a kid, and I don't know if he'd want to live in overseas full time, and I don't know if he'd, you know, you leave in the family. And then I had Dexter on a HLTV Confirmed episode, and asked me about it, and he's like, no, like, I'm just trolling. Like, that's not real. It's
we
just a joke.
do a little trolling.
It's just
we just do a little trolling.
So it kind of went that everybody thought, and I guess it came through me.
Yeah, nice one.
Dexter was a dad.
Yeah.
So he may have missed out on a couple of opportunities, but you shouldn't have silly stuff in your Twitter bloody bio.
Yeah, well, there you go. We learned the hard way. Dexter potentially a couple of years late to his career blossoming due to a Twitter description. Last round of our first half here in the first map. Fnatic's pick. They'd love a 10th. Alex is off for a little cheeky gambit through the smoke. Giacchino flashes him through, and a bit of a gimped movement costs him his life. Brolin unable to contribute as well, and it's down to Giacchino and Crims. Bemis, familiar turf for him, just crouching, hiding. Good spray. Does well to find Crims, leaving it all onto Giacchino. Oh, and a wide swing for the 6th. Okay, Mousesports needed that, closes the gap, and a lot of weight on this next pistol. The CT side is a spicy one, though. Fnatic going to be coming in, all guns are blazing. Let's see if Mousesports have got anything left for Mirage.
My expectations is that we bring back Fnatic to the top where we belong, and a long-term goal, like until December, I think it's to climb back on the ranking, like top 15 to start with. It's not a lot of tournaments left, even though it's the second season I just started, but just come back to where we belong and have some fun.
From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm #1 like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm willing.
Pretty damn close so far. Mousesports closing the gap to just a meager 3 between them. 6 of Mouse, the 9 of Fnatic. Swapping sides though, it's Fnatic's pick, and they're now returning to the defense. A defense which really worked wonderfully up against FaZe Clan just yesterday. Something that I really enjoyed in the gun rounds was how reactive and willing they were to basically play retake A, but with these destabilizing smokes. They were throwing one weird one towards that bench jungle position, Brolin bouncing one off CT, and just making those angles very uncomfortable for the Ts if they want to commit A. And speaking of, it does look like Mousesports have intentions towards the first letter of the alphabet for our pistol. Acor, our grand master of the smoke, towards that connector position. And, I mean, there were some smokes on the CT side as well. Crims is going to be the early warning system here, Chad. And as the smoke lands, the rotate's on its way. Crims just completely forgoes the site.
Yeah, and you can see here, they are playing retake. Crims dropping all the way back into CT.
They got 2 smokes for this.
Yeah, so this is where it's going to get interesting, because Alex has a full bag of nades here. Don't want to lose him. He should not rotate through the the window position by any means. And Brolin's actually on a bit of a flank here. So Brolin is the X factor in this retake. Now it's just about the time.
2 smokes to be deployed. Here they come. And that's the end of Brolin. Nice shot out of Acor. And he's got utility to dump as well. And all the headshots are coming through.
Ouch.
Oh, that's why you put the P250 in Rox's hands. Mezzi has tapped away a couple. He need the ace and the defuse somehow. And with 0 seconds left for him, he's just going to have a go. Fair play. 3 people unloading their Glocks into you. It will end poorly. And Mousesports, quite the opposite. That's a big 7th to be posting and should see a conversion here as well.
Yeah, so if they're able to convert here against Fnatic, who, the Fnatic of old, they weren't the team to necessarily go for all the force buys. So I'm curious to see if that's going to continue to be a theme, or if Alex wants to get his lads equipped with some scouts, some deagles, all those good bits and bobs. Just popping off from Rops. If you're given the P250 and you're going through apartments here, impact is necessary, and it will be the force buy for Fnatic. So this is an important round, a very important round for Mousesports here.
Yeah, how many times have we seen that second round? You know, it looks so promising. When you look at the left side of your screens, that looks like an 8th is already imminent.
I feel like they got away with murder there for a second. So the window smoke seemingly missed, and they all teamed out middle. So lucky the scout wasn't posted up.
If they don't flash this ramp, Brolin could be set for 1 or 2. I mean, I know it's a common clear, and Rop's definitely far too wise to be not checking it, but Brolin, he's a threat. And if he has vision as you round that corner, he can make that deagle work, as just he demonstrates up against Rops. He hears the pins pulled, and he's tucked tail. He's managed to evade the hunt from Acor and Bemis. As I say that, great flash, great execution. Acor with a pair of frags that should be the 8. Should being the operative word. A couple of chances here for the Chiquino Deeg, and looks like all's well that ends well.
Great stuff from Acor, right? Obviously, people have been critical of him. I was just bringing it up there in the first half that as the AWPer, especially on the CT side, on a map like Mirage, got to find some impact. Well, on the T side, we're seeing some impact. Necessary kills there, especially after your star player of Rops goes down first. So a big trade. Now let's just see how much Alex can find. I'm sure he'd love to get a gun here, carry that through into the next round of play, hope that somebody comes saving in his direction. But now we should see the scores leveled at 9-9, as Fnatic will have to take more of a conservative eco round into the next. And in that first half, everybody from Mouse contributed as part of that 6. We had a Frozen clutch, we had a Dexter clutch, right? Think the first round was a Dexter 1-on-3. You had Acor with a double kill here and there. I think Rops with the same, and BMAS just doing his best job. I think like to be the A defender like BMAS has to be, that's such a difficult role. Because you get left on your own a lot, right? You get left on your own a lot, and then if your mid players get pushed back, they leave a little bit of a lurky boy gap through the connector smoke, or can be tough. But if he's a turret, he can do some damage with that great shot from Acor. Fantastic follow-up.
Crim's just hit him with a nice shot in chat as well. I think he felt that one. There's the first click out of ramp, and he loses his head on CT.
And you could see why Acor might come out a little bit worried closer because of Brolin's positioning, right? So the fact that he was ready for that Crim's play, big stuff. Let's see, can Mousesports secure their 9th round? Spotted players going underpass, that damage being done. Got to keep Frozen on high alert here, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind a kill or 2.
Yeah, Galil versus Usp. I don't think I fancy Mezzi's chances.
Well, Crimson's gotten out. Frozen's going to clear this. 100% he's going to clear this.
Mezzi.
Yeah, one of those, if you're going to play that position, everybody, make sure you don't have a diffuse kit. That's the first piece of advice I'll give you.
Sticks out.
Second of all, good luck.
HF.
It's not easy to play that position.
Oh, Alex flashed off the line and hoping for one quick free frag. It's too easy. Look at that. The perfect weapon for the job as well, Chad. Just use Dexter as that nice, dynamic, mobile, strafey gazelle.
So agile.
And badoom.
Clean stuff. Just what we're looking for here.
Make 9-9 as you prophesized.
If they keep this one clean as well, this is great. Similar scenes as kind of what Fnatic were doing in the early stages of their first half. They were keeping rounds clean. There you have it. Eiko gets the final frag, and they can operate with these exact weapons going into this round. Mousesports that don't need to upgrade anything. They don't need to bring out that AWP if they don't want. They have the luxury to do so here. And they will. So they've actually let Acor invest into his own AWP. Dexter's picked up his AK, and they've got rid of the MAC-10. So maybe nothing too cheeky or quick here. Maybe you would have liked to see that knowing that there's no head armor on the Fnatic side, but they do have full bags of Util and Jaquinho on his AWP, and even a kit on Mezzi. Smoke towards window. Deep molly being lined up here.
They're already walking through, though. They're going to really be very quick to this connector position. And Crim...
They jumped into him.
Completely booked. That's an opening frag again out of Dexter. He's leading at the top of the scoreboard for Mouse. That's got to feel good.
Look at all the space he's gotten right here as well. Gets the kill, takes the room. And if they kill Brolin over towards Ticket, you may as well call this one off. Dexter has the rotation.
No. If Jaquinho even thought about it for a second going through that window, it's out of access right now.
Out of commission.
Yeah.
Oh, baited in by the steps.
Oh, Mezzi has completely pulled it back to a competitive field now. Jaquinho, he's got two players knocking on his door, a third and a fourth arriving as well. Acor from connector, two from the ramp position. And the Util's down from Mouse, so they've got about 15 seconds to try and use those as best they can. Brolin, they want you dead to rights, bullets and flames. They will neutralize the threat. And they're happy to slowly take control of this A site, it seems, especially now with the man advantage.
Oof. This could become a problem, though. You were talking about the Util. It's starting to fade now, and that AWP of Jaquinho can be a real problem. They need to decide where are we going to plant for, and you'd love to get it open. So far, they don't have Connect to control, and if Alex goes through B to short, he could stop them from planting frontside triple.
Yeah, that's a conversation Fnatic could be having here, and frontside triples the plant. Acor's the one holding and does babysit nicely. No bullets for the hard work ahead. Mezzi might want to reload and back the hell out of there.
Oh, Acor's just locked them in towards spawn here. This could be huge. If they take away all the guns from Fnatic, the buy next round is going to be looking flat. They can actually push the issue here. BMAS, if he gets a little bit closer towards CT, are they just going to let him save? Maybe that's the case here. Because Acor's not going to want to commit with this AWP here. Condemned to where they started.
Oh, down goes one. They want Jaquinho's AWP, and they will perhaps push the issue. Bemis is on his way. They're coming. Jaquinho
huge.
Loses it all. They've got nothing close to an AWP into the next round of play.
Huge. That was great. Acor, great little maneuver there. The fact that he has the mindfulness there to drop the smoke, gets to set himself up with a better position here. This was Dexter as Crims just launches out connector, and it was meant to be an aggressive maneuver, right? You could see the two players from Fnatic coming short to help, so contesting mid was on the agenda. Dexter was just really quick and quiet about it too. I think he went for, he got baited in. He definitely got baited into that, right? Because Jaquinho rotated, Mezzi came over to watch that vent, Jaquinho ran, and then Dexter picked out. So good little micro battle that we had there, but Fnatic unable to get themselves the round necessary. And Mousesports now, 4 on the trot here, have gotten the lead in this game. Will be a half buy from Fnatic. Now these rounds is where it does start to get funky, right? Because Mousesports, that one right there ended up being clean towards the tail end. It got messy for a moment, but they got it clean. So the start of the game for them has been very, very clean on this T side. This is where you want to avoid any unnecessary stress, but these are usually the most stressful rounds.
Yeah, and all it takes is one aggressive MP9 running up the guts of middle, and he's got nothing to report just yet. The rest on the Deegs, and oh, they're coming to Mousesports so quick and easy here. 2 opening frags for the mid fight. the rest should fall into place nicely. It's a division of about 2-1 for the CTs, hoping to find anything to bring into the next.
Let's leave this music. It's a bit like yeah, it's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, where you're asking the question and they get the time to sit there in the chair.
Yeah.
And the camera's just like panning in on them. But that's kind of what our mouse sports are doing right now, especially after that Deagle shot.
Yeah, that should stop them for a while. They are still edging in. I mean, if Mezzi's got any more of those in the chamber. Crims. Oh, but Mezzi with a real chance. His crosser was right there, and with such low HP, it could have been a 1v2 for Brolin. He'd have loved it. But now I'm afraid for poor Brolin, his chances really are falling apart. Beamers confirms it, and Mousesports edging ever closer to the magical number of 16 here on Fnatic's pick. They have not demonstrated an ability to post a CT round yet, and I was talking all about how much I loved the Fnatic setup. Admittedly, they were running with a lot of momentum against FaZe, and I don't know how much my opinion of their CT strengths was warped by FaZe's shortcomings on the T side.
Well, I think here, if you're FaZe clan and you drop that 12-3 lead, right, and you end up losing that game, they were pretty rattled. You can see towards the tail end a bit of tilt really creeping in, so if they let any of that carry through to Mirage, that could definitely be a factor.
But one factor that did really hurt FaZe clan was the double AWPs of Fnatic, and that button has been pulled, and Mezzi consistently good for it. That's the end of Beamers if he does stick around. A double molly. Get the hell out of there. Mezzi knows he's hit the tag.
Audacious with the USP spam. But the low HP, it's not the end of the world here as long as they don't lose a number in the meantime. So Dexter clawing back some space. Aggressive flash over, and one towards ramp as well. Brolin calls things clear.
Oh, I mean, it's over now. Brolin's got an AUG and Mezzi's got an AWP. Calling it here.
Scope abusers, man.
Those damn scope abusers.
Those bloody low-sense scope abusers.
All right, mid and a deep smoke thrown out by Brolin.
They had trouble with getting past Brolin before, remember? He took down Rops. He had the Deagle.
By not underhanding it as well, he hasn't revealed that he was close. Oh, tucked into sandwich. Chiquino called upon. Just taking a bit of a risk with the flames. Tagged up. Brolin, only the one. Mousesport's looking set for another here. Where did those frags come from? I couldn't quite piece it together.
Well, Beamers threw the molly on Jaquinho, which melted him out, right? And Brolin was in that sandwich position. And Crims over towards window got dealt with. So it all happened very, very quickly there. But it looked like it was going to end poorly. The fact that the molly got dropped ramp and Beamers was the only one to die, who was the low HP player, that was the best death they could have stomached in that moment. Otherwise, they could have lost one and then Beamers to maybe an odd flame, an odd nade.
Dexter wants the AWP a little bit. He's considered it.
Yeah, it's a good hunt as well here because Mezzi has two angles to worry about. And now that he drops back, he'll negate one of the two with a smoke. I think Dexter will gladly push through
They're
it.
coming for you. Oh, he's so screwed. Holding his nerve, multiple positions, pushing him at the same time. And the first miss, this AWP is not coming with him to the next. Ouch, that hurts. And a worthwhile gamble out of the Mousesports squad. They twist the knife, 12-9, but even worse, they've shattered the CTs, the finances.
It's looking really good here on this T-half for Mouse. Let me tell you just how good. They have only conceded a total of, let me do some quick maths here, 8 kills in total on this half. So we have had the first 6 rounds of play. They've only considered 8 deaths. Right? 2 on the pistol, 1 in the follow-up. They had a clean sweep round for the third. Lost 2, lost 2, lost 1. So going, these are clean and easy rounds. They're avoiding the stress.
Got a bit greedy for that one, Rob. Strafes into the flames in pursuit of Crims. And Mezzi in mid. Flirting with some aggression.
Yeah, so right now, I don't want to say it's looking desperate for Fnatic, but they are just trying to go for individual frags there. You can see from Mezzi, he's on his lonesome, trying to find a timing, trying to find a gap. And those gaps, they keep coming for Mouse. 2 more kills on towards the A side. Looking to keep this one clean as you like, as Jaquinho onto Dexter. Gives away his position. They only have Alex to find, and they know that he's the B player. So all the information is currently where it needs to be for Mouse. They just need to get the objective done and not give up too many more casualties. Great flash.
Yeah,
great follow-up. That's the teamwork, right? If your team is communicating, right, like in those elements, like BMS is like, okay, I've got control, I can flash for you. If you're doing those things as a team in the highest level, that is so huge. Like, it should be considered the basics, but sometimes people are too... Well, it should be, right? I don't know, I haven't been in team comms with a professional team in some time. That's one of the things where if you're not constantly, like, Because that's not on Rops necessarily to say, hey, can you flash for me? It's on Bemis's initiative. Hey, hold up, before you cross, they could be jungle, let me flash for you, right?
Because he's the one with the information. Yeah, he's
So
more aware.
That's as long as you're filling in those blanks for your team as you're going here, maybe you can be like Mousesports, 13-9 up against Fnatic.
I see the double AWP pulled out again. But yeah, as you highlighted, I would really strongly recommend, if anyone is curious, to compare perhaps their fun team / their matchmaking games with professional team comms, do listen to some of the Carrigan POV stuff. It's just very insightful. Obviously, he's cut away anything that would be too damning in terms of strategy and keeps it relatively basic, but you get to hear the comms. One thing that's very notable is that you're not just saying flash, you're also saying boom. Sure. Just communicating when the flash is set to pop so people can focus on micromanaging their movement to synchronize with it. Double AWPs are out. Let's see if Fnatic can recover in any capacity. As he fires off a warning shot, Crims has had a bit of a struggle. Not this time. The flash is perfect and the peak too. Double straight out of the gate for the Fnatic defense.
See, that time there, they didn't drop their own defensive smoke bottom of a connector. They were swinging out when they had vision, so not through the gray screen. What more do Mouse have to say in round number 23 here? Because they've been cut off at the knees. They will have to operate, ooh, with a man disadvantage, but a space advantage here for Acor. I'm not sure if they're, well, maybe it doesn't matter now. Frozen's gone down in the meantime. I was starting to get excited by the prospects of Acor up close and personal with some AWP work.
Look at the angle from Alex. Oh, and Acor was even ready for it. Alex just does eliminate the threat. And this could be the spotless changing of the guard. Fnatic to respond with, I believe, their first CT round, and it's not going to be flawless after all. Rops is here to make it costly. 9-6 and it's taken us to 13-9 with Mousesports just flying start for their T side. Rops, okay, they put a lid on him. Stop him from taking too much away, and even an AK for good measure.
This is the first round in the CT side that Fnatic have gotten more than 2 kills in a round, right? So the multi-killer Crims here is huge. That has gotten them to par of where they have been in previous rounds within the first 15 seconds. So great job there from Crims, and it's difficult to account for that all the time. So a nice little aggressive maneuver. Now we get to see this one really kick off because we've seen what Fnatic have to offer. They want to take the fight. They know that the double AWPs are in the mix. How does Dexter respond?
A lot of pressure back to middle this time. The CTs really want to make Mousesports work for that control.
Oh, they're working on A space here.
Yeah, and it's Rops going to be the sharp object. Pre-aiming the jump for info. Brolin's going to get Molotov'd here, and the smoke will not keep him safe necessarily. Extinguish in, but Dexter puts Jaquinho out. Oh dear, lots of space now on the A side, and already bodies are dropping. Fnatic just ripped out of the server. Nice catch from Mezzi. He'll upgrade to the M4 for the rest of this fight, and he is a threat. Frozen very low. Mezzi lingers, but over the top. Oh dear! Bemis has gone down as well, and Mezzi's made this competitive after all. There's still a minute of play. Alex all the way down. That smoke won't protect him. If anything, it gives him away. He's got full HP. Some degree of a surprise as to his position. Maybe he can catch that low HP on Frozen, but it's the healthy Dexter, last spotted CT, that he's going to have to be concerned about as well.
Dexter just looked away as well.
Oh, he's heard the reload. He's heard the reload. He knows where Frozen could be. Jumps up, and that's the end of that. Ooh. Close. He's always threatening, isn't he? Alex's reads this time gets debunked, but regardless, it's 14 now for Mousesports, and just 2 rounds separating them from this will be a very, very important map to be posting in a series like this, and a crunch time series for Mousesports as well.
Yeah, look, we'll go over the gravitas of what everything means throughout the day, right? But I think the most important thing that you guys need to keep in mind is if you want your team to go through, it doesn't matter who your team is, they pretty much have to win today and tomorrow, right? That's probably the easy way to do it. We'll get into the details of that later on. But that right there, that round, it looked great from Mouse. Mezzi changed the conversation, and it was a simple play. It was last round they went aggressive mid, so let's feign mid control, let's creep and take some A space, and then we'll creep through mid when they have to respond.
Oh, Brolin the turret activated once again. This is his site. You're just visiting. Oh, that is the end of him, actually. Good catch from Rops again, finding so much impact from the Palace position as another falls. Crims caught out, AWP flashed off. This is great from Mousesports. What counters double AWPs, Chad? Quick A pops. You're just sitting there holding onto it with nothing left from all of Fnatic, crumbling.
This has been great from Mouse, hasn't it? Like, there's been some games, you know, you're questioning, oh, they look a little bit lost, or their map picks haven't gotten them across the line. This is good. Like, they picked up the win yesterday against EG. Maybe that's all they needed. You can shrug that one off, go, all right, we've got a W out the way. For Fnatic, if you are a Fnatic fan, they do go up against EG tomorrow, right, as the final game of the group. And if EG lose again today, they're out. And then Fnatic, for them, they have to secure that win because everybody else has. Chiquinho doing everything he can to save. Some stylish shots, but foregone conclusion. This one, 15-10, and now it's about 5 consecutive rounds for the Swinglish. The Swedish English.
Okay.
To convert. To even keep this one as a conversation on the first map here. So what did he just, okay, yeah, right. Yeah, classic
Standard
Rob stuff.
spam.
Yeah, just take a couple pot shots through the smoke. You know how it is. Okay, 3 Famouses, an M4 and an AWP, walk into round 26.
So Dexter's legit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's taken me a while. Dexter's legit. 5 in a row required from Fnatic. It should just be foregone conclusion that Mouse Sports can at least keep this pressure up. There's been no evidence, I mean, 1 round from Fnatic to demonstrate their defensive capabilities here. It looked very, very good for Mouse Sports so far. And they've gone for a 4-man A-Lean, a product of all of that exploited A setups. Only FAMAS light on util. It will have to be the bullets, a hero moment out of one of those black and orange members. And it seems like it's the right call as well out of Mouse. Dexter's calling a good game here. Alex's smoke will only keep him at bay for so long. Beamers to arrive late from short.
Oh, aggressive play. Alex has to go huge here.
Yeah, he's got Mezzi as well, but that's maybe a flash from Mezzi as it fades.
Problem's pushing T-spawn. I don't know if that's going to matter.
Oh, the smoke. It's too late. Mezzi's got so much to do. The pop flash is there, and that's the entries from Frozen. Delivers for Mouse Sports. You said he would be one of the players to keep your eye on most. And he's delivered when he matters most. Mouse Sports, they put 40 seconds ticking away, and Fnatic's hopes and dreams of converting their Mirage fall away. 2 from short side. Dexter's got a real potent angle to at least confirm the swing and confirm the round perhaps as well. Yeah, just 1 more remains and call it done. Mouse Sports, a stunning T-side. They keep Fnatic so damn honest. And the very first Oceanic leader calling in European soil. Fantastic conversion, 1-0. Mouse Sports, a must-win game, 1-0 up.
Oh, I see one up at this house. I'm just gonna go on the right side. Yep, on the right side, trying to go in. Other one's inside the house. Oh my lord, wow. Oh,
oh, oh, oh.
2 of them, 2 of them. I'm coming, Bablo.
Inside, in the corner, right doorway.
I'm outside. No! I'm reloading! They're dead. And there's a fella towards gas station. He's gone inside Perry. The one in the gas station is probably gone inside as well.
Okay. There's 2 at Gassy. They're not on the same team either.
I'm gonna dome. Hopefully there's people there. Well, hopefully, yes.
There was a guy close. He spotted you. At this house.
Trying to blow up that barrel. He was behind the rock. Yeah, next to the barrel. Just looking at me.
A little bit of a surf going there. Under the patio, just here. We're on close to that ping.
Yeah, he just scouted at me. I'm coming. Nice.
Yeah, I want to go.
Good luck. Nice.
I don't know where this guy went. Okay.
Can't see him in the tower. Oh, I saw him. He hit me once. I'm going. I might die off this. Nice.
That was a cool dive.
What a game here for Mouse Sports. If you're a fan of them, you're going to be very happy to see this, as well as any fans of Evil Geniuses, because Mouse Sports taking the first map here in the series on Mirage, looking pretty damn solid. A couple of individual players we typically don't talk about when it comes to fragging able to come to light here, and well, there's one of them on the screen. As we can see, Dexter popped off with 22 kills and 16 deaths, and honestly, Mouse Sports is going to have to be happy about this.
Oh, absolutely, and it looked pretty effortless in the second half. You know, the rounds weren't really that close. You were thinking, wow, Fnatic got a great first half. They're usually pretty strong on their CT side, so they should be able to just close it out. But, you know, not winning the pistol, then in the first gun round, you know, they had this approach where they had a set play to fight for mid control early on. But what the problem was that Dexter did this like fast, not really mid-take, but the first player with the best spawn, he just jumps towards the mid and tries to get into that CT connector smoke or just close to it, because the T's throw a molly, the CT's extinguish it, try to go for a peek, right? So when Crims peeked through that smoke with the flashes coming in from his teammates, he was looking for someone who's going to be on the slope, but Dexter was already behind him because he went for that fast play, got a kill on him, snuck into jungle. And they had a lot of info because 2 nades came from Catwalk as well from the Fnatic side. So, you know, that gives you a 5-0 start. Really, I think what Mousesports did great as well in the second half. They didn't allow any saves almost to come through for the Fnatic players. They were chasing them down. So each time they would lose a gun round, Fnatic just had 5 pistols moving into the following round.
Yeah, being very efficient with those takes as well, only losing like 1-2 players max. I mean, we saw a round where ACAR was holding towards Kitchen. You had 2 players left in CT spawn out of Fnatic, and they're able to push that all down with, I think, only losing 1 player max. Actually, I don't think they lost a player on that push.
Yeah, and I think, like, sure, you can point to the Dexter 1v3, and the second round they lost to 3 pistols and 2 saved guns for Fnatic in the first half, but, you know, it did feel like that would just make the game closer, but Mousesports would still win. And it also shows you how Mirage can be simple sometimes. Like, what did they do? They either went for mid control or they just faked it and did a quick A-pop. But the problem is, if you're on the CT side, you can't fight for both at the same time. So you can either be strong against a side hit or you can be strong against mid control and default. And that's where, you know, even when Fnatic got a good read, like the first gun round, the execution, you know, it just didn't pan out, and then you still lose the round. But sometimes they just didn't get the correct read, right? And that's why Mousesports, they come into the side, they're 5v4 or 4v3 with full side control. That's just a very difficult round to come back into if you're Fnatic.
Yeah, difficult to read. I think a testament to Dexter in-game leading over on the Mousesports side, which actually is going to be a matchup here in a US Air Force aim high head-to-head between him and the in-game leader for Fnatic. And we can see just a complete night and day in terms of amount of damage able to do in the server. 1 with 22 kills, 1 with 8.
Yeah, I think his 6 children will be extremely proud of him and his performance, getting that bread. But yeah, he had a lot of impact in this game. Obviously, we saw the clutch, the first round they won on the CT side, right? The 1v3. Also, a couple of entry kills on the T side, just being a nuisance, playing around mid, playing around that connector area, right? Once you have a couple of good rounds, then the CTs also start getting paranoid about you, and you just create space by things you have done, right? Not necessarily what you're doing even in that exact round. So a great all-around game from him. Everyone was contributing on the Mousesports side, and yeah, just a great job of them coming back and having a dominant T side to close it out.
You know, I want to give a shout out to a certain player that, again, that I've been harsh on over the course of Pro League, but I feel like yesterday and now today he's really shown up. Acor. I obviously put up 16 kills here, but I think for what it did for me was we saw him perform with an AK, which was nice to see. There was like a couple of takes, like up a ramp on the T side, that he just takes down an Opera out of nowhere, and we both were like, what? Like,
yeah, that one tap onto Crims in the second round, that looked dangerous, right? Roland gets the first kill on ramp, they get the information, but I think he almost pre-fired him. He was expecting like a scout there, and playing the same position himself, probably knows the angles by heart, and didn't really even give a chance to, I think it was Crims, to react really, and that could have gotten dicey.
Yeah.
There's a scout there, a Deagle in the site. Scout gets the tag, Deagle gets one hit on him, and the player is dead. So really did help Mousesports open up that round. It's even worse, like winning the pistol and losing the second round. It's even worse than just losing pistol straight up on the T side.
I think for me, at least with the Acor situation, I think it's important for him to get some confidence when it comes to the rifles. I feel like in a couple of the matches that he hasn't performed well, I think a lot of the emphasis of what he was playing was the AWP. It wasn't able to make much impact, but being able to fall back to a rifle and still be able to hit shots.
I think what's more important for him is to be more impactful with the op. Like he's an op, not a rifle. The most, like the thing you mentioned the most about him, or what you say about him, is, oh, he has great movement.
Yeah.
Like that's great. Like it's awesome to have great movement as an opper. Like Cirque has great movement as well. But what's more important is that you create space, get some opening kills, punish your opponents if they're just wide peeking without utility. So a bit more of that, Taker. And
well, we're going to be moving on, though, with our first map and head into the second. We're going to head to a short break, but when we come back, Mousesports will fight to close things out over on Nuke up against Fnatic in just a few.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
You like Nuke? No? Well, here's a common warehouse smoke for you anyway. The lineups for this are nice and easy. It's fairly common, AWPers should play from this spot, and this smoke should push them away and force them to relocate. Position yourself over this corner and aim slightly above the metal fixture, and then tosh the smoke. Easy. Now you removed one of the 45 different angles that CTs can kill you from.
a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. Burn the flag and a king is crowned. Coming to get ya. I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm
So where does this leave you now, Chad? You know, you were critical at least a little bit of keeping Fnatic's map pool, that thanks to Mousesport's veto, in a comfortable realm. You know, they've played all these maps before, but Mirage under Mousesport's belt now leaves us on Mousesport's pick, Nuke, to punish and Nuke to convert the potential 2-0. Fnatic high flying so far. A narrow loss to Na'Vi and wins against the rest, but Mousesports and Fnatic. A win here for either of these squads is compulsory to continue in the most volatile group we've had so far at Pro League, and we're into the pistol.
Oh, straight over towards Ramp. Brolin's going to be tested here very, very early. Chasing him down, they push him back. The 1x bet odds here favoring the Mouse, and they just keep on coming. Brolin pinned, Brolin down, and Acor gets the opening kill of map number 2.
What do you do now, Fnatic? You're locked out, staring at smokes. The doors swing open, but the heads roll, and it's the same case for Messi as well. Frozen was a big component of the Mirage successes. He was finding some impact, and I think our analyst desk, as well as, of course, my color commentator, have been discussing just how relevant Frozen's going to have to be for Mousesports if they want to get themselves out of Group C.
Yeah, I think Peter, everyone's favorite stats guy over at HLTV, put out a bit of a tweet regarding that. And this one here is just going to fall away. There is absolutely no hope for Crims in a 1-on-5 with a lower retake and no defuse kit strapped to his belt right here, right now. Bomb over halfway ticked. And he's looking to go down with the ship here, just taking a couple of crispy heads. That's some extra cash he can work with going into round number 2. And if he gets away with his armor, he's going to be smiling ear to ear. Crims will survive. So not too shabby, all things considered, making the best of a bad situation there. Now, we're talking about the inconsistency of Frozen. And I think Peter here is kind of offering up a counter conversation to that.
Okay.
He said about Frozen's inconsistency, Mousesports have an 18-11 map record over EPL, Cologne, and Flashpoint. And in those 18 wins, these were their highest rated players. Frozen 10 times, Rops 4 times, Dexter 2 times, Bemis 1 time, Acor 1 time. So in the new iteration of Mousesports, right, Frozen, right, this is the conversation, right? Before, was he more inconsistent? Are we still remembering that version of Frozen? You know, are we not putting it under the microscope of this little sample size that Peter has here?
I think more important, more interesting out of those stats you just regurgitated is that Frozen was in the double digits in terms of being your highest performer in your victories, and Rops Amiga 4. I mean, I'd have hazarded a guess that they'd be quite evenly distributed.
Well, that's one of the things, right, with Rops and the way that he approaches the game. We have seen him get more aggressive, right, in recent times. Now, whether that's just on the CT side, whether that's you need to put it under a microscope, right? You need to be looking at all those little bits and bobs.
Yeah, and something that Rops has always been very good at is finding space on the T side of Nuke. You know, we know there's flash plays through that lurky smoke squeak. something Mouse do very well. At the moment, Rops has been very passive. Losing these second rounds, it just seems to be a par for the course in Counter-Strike as it currently stands.
It's very difficult. It's like the CTs throw a curveball or two, and one is just appearing right now in front of Frozen. Oh, is he going to get both? He heard the footsteps, cleans up the second.
That's lovely.
Okay, well burnt down. That's okay. It's just a core.
Oh, it could have gone so badly there. Crims had 2 heads on his plate. And Brolin just timing his flank to perfection. He will be cleared. And he does manage to chunk away at Rops. 3 bullets to the belly. He'd love the rifle.
Yeah, get out of there if you can. If he can actually get away with this, it's better than nothing. It's the same with Crims on the pistol. You know, the round is done. It's definitely not going to be a Fnatic win. But at least he can hold on to this. I don't think Frozen's going to allow it. If he goes past the magical line drawn in the sand here, Frozen, he should be able to find Brolin, and he's 12 HP. Ooh. Ooh. And he slipped the net. So Brolin should be safe. He should be all good. You don't want to lose anything else of your mouse sports. You've already given up 2 deaths. Just hold on to your goodies. Throw number 2 in your back pocket. And move forward into a round that will just be 1 Deagle, a Galil, and then maybe, just maybe, if Fnatic want to get to some P250s or something a little bit naughty. That's about it for their defense for round number 3. But yesterday, Mousesports, when they played against EG on this map, they only managed 5 rounds on their T-half. It was their CT side where they really laid down the law against the American-European mix. So let's see if they can better that T-side scoreline today or go par for the course. We can kind of use that as an indication, right?
Yeah.
We can definitely have a look in there. Now, Fnatic have played this map twice. They had the overtime affair that they were able to pick up, which was, I think it was a double OT game, actually. So they've already been through their paces a little bit on Nuke. As we get the smokes landing towards Yard. Now, there is a flash on Alex for Brolin here. Here we go.
Flashed off, and they know where he is. Isolating the duel, but Frozen. He's had his cereal this morning. And Brolin's save rifle has nothing left, and neither do the poor topside defenders. USP versus a bouncy Mac-10. We know how that story ends.
Wouldn't this become something, right? If Frozen does become... Because he was a name, and you're going to have to go back a couple years, but he was one of these names that was seen as a young up-and-coming prospect. He's still quite young. I need to get his exact age. I don't feel like he could be older than maybe 19 for Frozen.
Yeah, I mean, 20th maybe coming up next year.
Yeah, 19. So, right, he's aged on our screens, right? Same as Rops did, right? Same as what Bemis. Well, these youngsters, they eventually become one of these stars. Now, Frozen, if he can be a consistent rifling presence in this team with Rops, now, I don't know how much people know about the Rops conversation. You know, it's curious to see where Rops is a one-of-a-kind type player who is right now, I think a lot of people would argue, in a team that he could be in a better team, right? Rops would be a perfect fit on FaZe if they wanted to replace one of their members. You know, he could definitely get upgraded into one of these more star-studded rosters. So it's curious, if Rops does end up departing this team at some point, someone's going to have to feel that. And if Frozen is already putting down these performances, maybe he'll be the man who will do exactly that.
It's just funny when you talk about FaZe Clan, just thinking of how scary a Twists, one rifle, and then you throw a Rops on the other side. Ooh,
with Brokey.
Yeah.
Starting to look pretty tidy over there.
Look at the aggression out of Mezzi. First gun round, and he's gone for a very early push of the hut. Now, this could lead to a bit of a surprise, and it's actually Mezzi that goes down on that. Crims was there to try and support, but it's cost him his life, and a lot of pressure from the lobby hold of Maus. That could lead Fnatic into a bit of a dire strait because they've been so focused on that and kept honest with that. The Jakino's AWP, responsible for this rotate. He'll be calling for help when he needs it. Oh, jiggled. Just fell into the trap of the shoulder peak. Alex has pulled them back into contention, though, with a man advantage. And Util destined for Jakino. But they call a cancel, and he has that info immediately. That's a lot of information for Fnatic.
Yeah, hard round now. But seeing that AWP is under, they can operate in Yard with a few more liberties, right? Knowing that that big scoped green is not locking them down. However, Alex and Brolin with their AUGs, maybe combined, they can give you that presence.
Oh, well, he gets information at the very least, and Brolin's in a prime position to at least catch them on the walk-in. Gets the first, multiple targets. Flash looks promising, but swings out early.
Time's a problem now.
Mousesports 2v3. It's shaping up a bit more competitive than it was initially, but Jakino, nice rotation, has found his first on the AWP.
Should be the save call now from Boomus, I think. Unless he wants to look for an extra kill or two and do some damage, that is probably the best he can hope for. 11 seconds, would need to start running right now. He's not going to get the plant if he's not going to get the plant. No ifs or buts about it here. So Fnatic, first gun round, they get on the board and they do so pretty tidily, even with a miss here or there. The lobby aggression, punished, but they were able to find... We didn't see the kill, but I think the kill must have come through as they're trying to lurk down the vent. Because if they get that vent control, then they can apply so much pressure to Jacquinho on that lower side. Oh, so re-aggression on the hut and a different member. That's just annoying. That's just annoying right there. So while they're working on their yard foray, Fnatic are taking back that lobby space. Standard stuff, and here we go again. Guns back out, AWP for A-Corp.
Yeah, they're going to contest yard. It looks like Jacquinho wants to have a look with his AWP on that red container peak, and it's Molotov out. They'll have heard it. They're ready for you. Oh, Jacquino's in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble, and yeah, caught out. Frozen will execute him with nothing to contribute. A-Corp with the miss, and it results in his demise. Youch. That's going to leave a mark. Suddenly, advantage becomes a disadvantage for Mouse. They had it in the palm of their hands. AWP recovered now, going to try and ply his trade as Dexter recovers A-Corp's big green. They're rotating in through Secret. It's going to be really threatening as well from Mezzi.
Yeah, they could lock down yard here. Hold up. The Brit doesn't need help. He's got it himself. Alex just ripping heads off. Only 2 more to find right now. This one has gone very, very flat. Mezzi might seal the deal right here. Okay, that's a lifeline. A minute on the clock. Something to work with for Mouse Sports.
Yeah, I guess Alex has got to do it all. Good clear, another body. Oh, we'll take the ace. Great work from the Brit. Fnatic, their second, and a recovery. That's 2 4v5 recoveries. Like, Fnatic have conceded the opening death twice, and that's twice that Alex and Fnatic have recovered.
Good stuff. Yeah, really good stuff right there from Alex. That's what we call the replay on... I'm trying to think. You remember the spider webs where they gave all the spiders different drugs?
Yes, yeah. That was a classic.
Yeah, on some form of drugs, the replay right there. We speed them up, we slow them down, we do them in reverse. And we take a little bit of a gander here at what A-Corp's Scout can provide, because Mouse Sports have been pushed back down towards these pistols. It is just a half investment. Guns will be able to come out in the next. And you can see Alex working on a whole new avenue. This time he's going secret. Didn't work for Mezzi. Oh, it might not work for Alex.
That's more than he bargained for.
I've seen enough.
Yep, call that done.
Well, they have to worry about him. And they're actually going to press the issue here. So gap in the smoke, Jacquinho hits a nice shot on the cross.
Yeah, he's confirmed multiple bodies across as well, so he knows it's not just smoke and mirrors. And a smoke of their own design arrives at the 70-second mark. So that will shave some time off and really kind of dampen the control Mouse Sports were hoping to garner.
Yeah, if you have these pistols, you're hoping to get away with a lot of room, and now just playing in the smoke.
He's walked through. That's nice from Frozen. Great angle management. Great angle management. Slipped the net. Alex will tap ahead, but there's a gap now. And Mouse Sports, they'd love a plant, right? You've got a smoke. You've got the bomb on the back of Dexter. It's Alex's mission to deny such.
You kind of feel a bit bad for Frozen. He got passed, and because his teammate went down, it forced Alex into a more passive stance anyway. So Frozen's little space-taking maneuver will be denied. Jacquinho's AWP strikes again, and this one here falls flat for the partial investment of Mouse. Just A-Corp and his Scout.
AD. And it's Alex again. Lots of multi-kills back-to-back. 8 kills in 2 rounds from the in-game leader of Fnatic. And we'll see how they transpired as well. Catching another one on this red container line. That was actually from the previous round. We were talking about it before, so you get to see that aforementioned ace as we have a multi-kill master in Alex 2 rounds back-to-back. The AUG is back, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think that the AUG allows you to play certain positions a little bit more aggressively against the AKs, just because of that scope nature. The M4, yeah, sure, there's some crispy aim boys out there, but this kind of levels the field a little bit more so.
First time I've seen such a quiet series out of Mezzi. So far, kept very honest. They're coming again. Rops is ready. 3 different targets. They're baiting him with barrels, but he doesn't care. And Rops will hold first. And maybe even continue into the top site. Wow, he's trying to do a lot on his own here. Bit of a solo project.
Might get cleared here if they jump up hard. Oh, spotted. Another one for Rops. That's 2 in the round.
Finally. Oh, and Jacquinho overwhelmed. He'll call for backup, call for aid. The low site lost. Vents rotate cut off, and I don't know if they fancy their chances here. The bomb's going to be planted nice and safe. Ramp from Alex. He might be able to catch one on the way out.
Nade's not bad. Not bad at all.
But Acor posting up, peeking actually through the smoke of that HE, leaves Crim saving his M4.
Okay, well, back and forth we go. So Mousesports are going to retain this lead here, just by 1. But that there, and we need to really tunnel in on Fnatic's response. So as soon as they heard the mollies, the smokes, the flashes, everything towards that yard position, it's clicked. Their prep work is, let's take lobby off of them. Like, let's really punish them. Let's see if we can get a kill here, remove that late round little thorn in our side, and then be able to rotate to lower while they get stalled out. But if Rops does that, gets a kill, they were in the blind spot. They didn't completely clear, right? The Hut guys pushed out, they kind of cleared. It was the ramp guy's responsibility. He wasn't able to get the kill necessary. And then the fact he gets a second, well, at that point, you're really, really down a creek without a paddle.
Yeah, I mean, like, Rops, the fact his awareness, he just knows there's multiple CTs pushing on his location, and to take another, pushing out aggressive. He even took a chunk out of Alex's hunt as well. Oh, he had no armor. That's why that nade hurt as much as it did. So a good catch, stopping Acor before things got a little out of control.
That's the thing for Rops in that position as well. Consider that, like, you have to hold, so you want to focus on your crosshair, but you need to also calm how many people are pushing you, right? So, not an easy one, but here's Alex, back again.
Yeah, he likes this aggressive maneuver and just hoping and praying. Oh, there's so much sound. They're just galloping. This flanking could be perfect. Alex McMeekin with 1. The bomb lost. That's the perfect frag to find. They have to retrieve it, and he just evaporates, disappears. Crim's lost elsewhere down the vents. Ramp is still under Fnatic control, but they've lost Rops down into the lower site.
Wait, they can pick up the bomb right now. Nobody's watching it. If Acor grabs this and they still head towards lower with Rops, he has that vent rotation, or at least he did.
Yeah, you'd think they want to actively get ramp.
Oh, they shouldn't go B now. The fact that Rops left the vent has given Alex a chance to establish control towards the lower side.
Oh, but he's expecting him to be too far pushed up. He's not ready for reactions, and Rops will find him.
The wrong way.
Yeah, completely booked. Where do they want to go with this? Brollan, important duel to win. Slams the door closed, and perhaps even the opportunity for Mousesports to string together too here.
Great molly.
Love the incendiary. They'll keep him at bay. About half of the smoke's delay. About 7 seconds left on the obscured site, but he's playing around it, in front of it. Oh, they have to clear. Bemis is the next victim of the Brollan Org. And Acor left wanting. With 30 seconds, he'd have a real hard time getting that bomb down. Brollan confirms it.
Handled there, and it looked for a moment like maybe it got out of control, right? You could see Alex just slink on in, and you're right. I guess when he goes down and he clears decon, he's thinking, well, they have to be passed, right? I didn't stall them out for that long with the 1 kill, but he did. And that was Alex open and shut case there towards yard. You're right about the importance of that kill. You saw what that did. You really want, if you're doing this flank like Alex has done, for all 3 of them to be perfectly lined up, and you get that dream boy little spray down. But Brollan here, he gets the 3-piece feed towards the lower site. Great stuff for him. And now Mousesports, well, they're back wondering, what do we do with the purchase here? 5.1 on Rops, he's got an AK. Acor, 4.3, he could get an AK. BMS can go with Galil. Frozen and Dexter could operate with a couple of Deegs, maybe some P250s with armor and util around it if they'd like. They're in a position here still to cripple the CT economy, so... Oh, okay. They're working out the buy here. Acor's been dropped a scout. He could drop an AK. They're not going all in. I thought that maybe they would go all in on this.
Yeah.
So they're really part of their game plan. If you're not going to go for a buy like this, you have to have faith in your game plan and the fact that Acor needs an AWP for that. Because otherwise, like, why not risk it with like 3 rifles, couple pistols? So they think that they need all those smokes and flashes. Makes sense on a map like Nuke, right? You know how much utility is required to get you across to Secret and to all those different smoke walls.
Yeah, and their outside hold for this round is going to be Alex in that secret stairs. So if he feeds the beast, if he puts his head in that scout...
He's coming.
He's got in a boosted position as well, so Alex might be caught out by the extra elevation.
Oh, okay. Little silent there Alex didn't like.
Yeah, something put him off.
Hoodoo voodoo.
Now, Giacchino, he can be peaked by the Acor scout, but it's all for scout. He's holding a very passive line, just enough to basically be the early warning system for a descent to the secret stairs.
Has to be a headshot, doesn't it?
It does.
Oh, Alex is coming back.
Good
he might
timing.
catch them off guard here.
Yeah,
Look
really,
at this run boost as well. They're going to do top of red.
Really,
they didn't get it off.
Perfect timing on Alex's arrival, and that's the end of Giacchino's AWP. Damn, great contribution out of Acor.
Look at the space. Dexter.
Exactly what they wanted.
He's real quick on this. If they deal with Mezzy, top heaven. Oh!
Oh! He's got another one. Brollan's ramp rotate's been cut down as well. And now Dexter, he charging his team towards Alex's lower ramp. Mezzy does contribute as well, but Alex, he hears all of this. Mezzi react accordingly as well. They're making this one costly, Mouse. It shouldn't be much more. Fnatic have to handle this.
Yeah, the time now. If they kill Alex, they can plant, but that's a big if.
Yeah, and what, you're going to use the AWP as the entry frag? Dexter's done very well to find 2, never mind the first on that AWP.
Oh, they're not even clearing their corners here.
Alex has missed his shots and Beamer strikes. With a couple of seconds, they just need to
covering.
That's enough. Survive. All you have to do is survive. I think the bomb might go down.
Is there time?
Oh, holy moly. These two teams. Fnatic have been given a little bit of an intervention from a higher power, though, because, good God, extra second on that, and they're losing to an uninvested Mouse.
They were just scrambling there to deny that plant. Yeah, imagine if the bomb was going down behind the silo. They swing open the door, and they can't deny it whatsoever. Okay, well, that one got close. It was very, very little investment there from Mouse Sports.
Oh.
Some nice shots.
Let me see this one. So Brolin, was he just rotating through? Oh, he still had his back turn.
Oh, okay. So Dexter really caught them off guard with that pace right there.
They're both there at the door as well. Really could have gone
good scrambling. Okay, well, Mouse Sports have them right where they want him here. They can break this CT bank right here, right now.
And this is what they were waiting for, Chad. This
he
is
might
what
get both. He might get both. They're lining up nades.
Alex. Oh, he hasn't been able to find anything. And now he's being hunted down, but Jakino's AWP is enough to defend him. Solid contributions again from the Swede. He knows another hard shot to hit. Just the tip of the dome of Dexter spotted on the silo. But call it quits. They've already lost 2 players.
Oh, I feel like there's a bit of prep work that's gone into Fnatic's CT side here. It's like Alex knew exactly where to look for those nades being set up. So he could have had a juicy, juicy double. Regardless, we have the same outcome here as the smokes will be limped out late. Just trying to give Frozen some room to work with, something to sink his teeth into.
Let's see how the Mouse Sports squad recover from this. I mean, a 2-man disadvantage. You're going to have to do something as a unit with what little remains of your unit. Dexter still yard with Frozen. Dropping some util to set him up for success. They do seem to like this gap. Oh, and Jakino just left Heaven completely. Gap wide open for Frozen to take and not seize the opportunity here.
Time is going to become an issue, right? 30 seconds. He needs to whip 2 heads off real quick.
How is this constantly a gap? Crim's checking it
he might even get 3. He might even get 3 here.
Oh, my Lord. Jakino's on the side as well. Oh, Mezzi checks it. Another one where Fnatic are saved by the bell. It's 4 from Jakino. Don't let that go unnoticed. The glass cannon AWP dismantles Mouse.
Just thought it was way too quiet, didn't they? Something was up. That's a couple times here. Like Alex not poking his head up secret when he could have gone down to a scout. This time, just the pivot late to Heaven. They're bailing them out of a sticky situation they didn't even know they were in. Great AWPing here from Jakinya. Keeping up that form. 4 for him.
Yeah, and I'm returning to Nuke as well, a map where he did have his worst performance of the Pro League group so far, so it's great to see him rebounding back, demonstrating it's not the map itself, just a bit of a write-off performance. And we return to Mouse Sports on the light buy. I mean, don't forget, Chad, the round we just witnessed, the Jakino 4K, Mouse Sports bided their time financially to put their best foot forward with that T-side AWP, but it was the first death, just popped his head off the silo. Brolin looks like he's going to be tested for at least a couple here.
Conservative stuff out of Brolin.
Very.
Takes a shot and falls.
Jakino establishes the line in the sand. If he gets jumped on, if Dexter draws his crosshair away, oh, he still hits the shot, and Brolin, problem solved. Frozen, they know he was there. He was the last one to hit the shot, the only one to hit the shot, and Brolin will collect. Solid handling for the Swede on his ramp defense against that light buy, but we will get Mouse Sports back into the fray with all the bells and whistles they can desire. Jakino back on his AWP, and 3 scope rifles again for Fnatic. They love themselves, the AUG. Alex has demonstrated, Brolin has as well. Crim's just a bit of the old guard.
Yeah, well, the AK, you know, you take that any day of the week.
No, I just mean, you won't see Crim's on an AUG.
Oh, he doesn't use it?
I haven't seen him.
He doesn't like it?
No, I mean, when you've probably been the very best in the world with the M4 for a couple of years, you've probably got a bit more confidence behind it.
Bit cheaper too. Maybe he's a penny pincher. You never know. Doesn't want to break the bank.
Don't know, tattoos are quite expensive, aren't they? He's not a penny pincher.
Yeah, you're right. Got a couple of those. It's good seeing him do some more interviews and stuff.
Oh, yeah, and in English, no less. He was always just kind of happy to let the other personalities of Fnatic do it.
Thing is, he was like part of the Funny Boy crew with Flusher and JW. I heard that those 3 got along quite well, so you can tell that there'd be funny lads, you know, having a bit of a troll here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, make no mistake, when someone is, you know, soft-spoken or quiet, doesn't always necessarily mean, it just means they're more selective about who they share their character with.
Oh. Well, L-Block Smokes have garnered control of Warehouse here.
Yeah.
Frozen and Bemis are across, and if they do the run boost, right, they can get across that door without being spotted, but it isn't too many worries here.
This is the gap that Dexter seems convinced.
Here's the run boost I was talking about.
Whee!
So then across, BMAS can now pick in tandem with Frozen and give him an angle that maybe Alex wasn't ready for.
This is the gap. Alex is going to keep taking little jiggles, but Mousesports have been profiting from it, or at least threatening from it. Rob's still holding his lobby, but Bemis perhaps going to go unchecked.
Time again is a big problem, isn't it?
It is. They're tickling the toes of Mezzi. Jumps up into the Dexter AK, and now the setup on top is being checked. Dexter kept honest. Rob's trades. Crims with nothing to report, and this is a Mousesports take. Running that clock down. Giacchino, he's playing games here. He hits the first. Had time to play with and profit from.
He hits the second.
Yeah.
The bomb had to get planted.
And he would have had an opportunity to at least be a threat, right?
Yeah, wow, okay. Mousesports here really running the clock down in a lot of these scenarios.
It's about time one of them went their way, though, considering how close some of the Fnatic wins have been.
So watch this.
Bomb lose 10 seconds.
Yeah.
If he hits Robs.
Yeah, does the bomb get planted? It would have been close.
Oy.
Yeah, probably goes. Well, actually, he could have contested
I think
in
he'd
the
have had to
1v1.
have planted front sight in the rush.
And then Giacchino could have attacked him in that moment. All right.
Yeah.
Open for interpretation.
Oh, Alex, just constantly doing something different. This is ridiculous. What are you up to? He's walking
Lost
through
in the
all of the
smokes.
yard smokes. I think he'll have to accept defeat.
Ooh.
Still up to his usual antics, and
they're still trying to find him.
That's the AWPer and the bomb again.
Oh, not this again.
No, and as the smokes have faded, the bomb is lost. They can no longer cross.
The smoke dancer.
Ouch.
Well, that's a bit of peppering right there.
Can't believe how willing he is to commit to the fight. Rob's obviously looking for a return. Wants to put it back into a even 4v4.
The bomb is still loose in yards, so at some point they'll have to pick this up. They've just been stalled out again. Here, Mouse.
Yeah, so they'd actually just let them have yard and stack the top site. Kind of cool. Crims, they're walking up on him, and oh, he's got the scope rifle. He spots out the barrel of Frozen. More targets to find, though. It's Dexter's flank that does it all. Round winning from Dexter again. And take a look at the scores. You know, he's hanging with the big boys on Mirage. He's doing the same here on Nuke.
It has to be a save here from Fnatic as well, doesn't it? They don't really have enough money to invest in going for a round like this.
What's your take on when the bomb, you know, like in the same way that they did it before, when the bomb's lost on A-Core, they kind of just let them have it instead of contesting and making them fight for that yard bomb?
Well, you could see just how much time they bled off the clock. They're just trying to pick that back up, right? And one of the things here is Mezzi's probably going to get hunted here if Robs clears his corner. But one of the things, there you go, that happens if you play the bomb is you are giving up a lot of space to play the bomb. And if you do that early in the round, think about how many new positions that you have to worry for and account for, right? So you need to have like an ironclad defense of that bomb, or it needs to fall in a position where it's like, let's imagine if the bomb drops in cave on Ancient.
Yeah.
All right, boys, there's 2 choke points. It's late in the round, they don't have any util, great. But imagine if that was early in the round, they had mollies, you can't all just go in cave, right? So it's gonna be situational, but because Alex gets away with that so early, and we saw what it forced, their plan was to get down secret. Well, they didn't get down secret, right? They actually had to go back through. So you can make arguments for it either way. If you had an AWPer out there, Giacchino only had a scout.
Solid T-Haul, though, from Mouse, and they can do a whole lot better now up against the formality of round 14. There's absolutely nothing that should be threatening. The saved scout, we just witnessed Giacchino keeping hold of that. So in Counter-Strike, you can never act too surprised when something crazy happens on the lighter buys. I think you got a little info there. Alex is going to try and piece together what he's spotted. Some lined up outside smokes. Might mean there's a bit of a vulnerability lobby.
I was just thinking a bit more about this Frozen conversation, right? So Petter's obviously said in 10 out of those 18 maps won, I think is what we were talking about, that Frozen has been their highest performer. I'm curious in the maps lost where he came, because that right there is, you know, if in the maps won, if he's playing well, that's exactly what, you know, we're after here, him to play well. In the maps lost, if he's, you know, not contributing, he's a bit of a non-issue. that becomes a conversation in itself. And this one's been handled, so the score will be tied up 7-7. Final round of play will net a total of 2,400 coming into the bank balance. So Alex with that kill, that's actually going to be pretty helpful regarding his buy. It's going to be an extra grenade or an extra something for him to purchase. Leading the charge right here, Alex. 16 kills for him, 11 for Jacquinho. We've got Brolin on 9, 4 for Crims and 3 for Mezzi, who, yeah, has been kept a bit quiet here. How's it looking good here to even, like, this is a great T-Hall. This is their map choice. I said when they played EG last night that they were only able to pick up 5 in total.
Up the ladder.
Ouchie mama.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been able to, like, truly wear my Simp socks today for Mezzi. Like, I've had to keep them in the drawer, and that's probably a good thing for everyone involved. But we are ready to see who is going to win out the half. 1 round to determine it. Very close game between Mouse and Fnatic. I think Mousesports have been in a very kind of, what's the word, like transitional period where I just don't know where to put them in the world.
Yeah, well, they should be threatening.
They should. And when I read the names, I get excited. I'm like, oh yeah, this is Rops' team. You know, like, that's how I describe it. Ah, yes. But yeah, very volatile for the boys of Mouse so far. Let's see if they can finish this one off as the project from Frozen again cut short. How many opening kills does Alex's CT side net him? Mezzi anti-flash perfect for the first. And this is a very common little walkout. The Alexi B. Pop flash. Oh, he turns it. Mezzi quick to the trigger. Multiple targets advancing on him. More sprays through. Crims receives another. And falling apart for Mousesports here. Trying to get down the vents. A couple of stray bullets. Tag Acor's descent. And now he's all alone. Where's that bomb? Lost on the top site. Here's you.
Oh, yeah, I think they have a pretty good idea where Acor's going to be, and he's going to have to make some sound cues here. So break in case of emergency. I'd say a 1-on-5 is an emergency. Good luck, Acor.
1?
Probably none.
Brolin. Lingering in that off angle for the 8th. Fnatic will win out the half, albeit by the smallest of margins. We'll be finding out whether we need the 3rd. Overpass in the wings should we require. Mousesports 1-0 up, and Fnatic just the single round up. And he's gotten away with the AWP. I'm starting to get nervous. There's no way. There's no way. Kaden, you can't win Pro League like this. You can't win Pro League like this. Gets the info. He just has to hit this shot, and he's done it for Heroic. The leader calling well above his years, clearing corners. Oh, no! You're an animal. Heroic have done it, and I just can't believe it. 40% of their team only together since February. And with nothing but a P250, Chad, I'm in disbelief. In the most competitive league in the world, he does it with nothing. Heroic have earned the respect of their peers. Gambit sent down. Unbelievable scenes. Your champions of ESL Pro League Season 13. It is Heroic. You're just in time to catch the second half of Nukes. So make yourself comfortable, grab yourself a beverage. H2O is a nice option. That's hydrogen and oxygen combined.
Squared.
How does it work again? It's dihydrogen, H2O.
I just drink it.
Dihydrogen monoxide.
I try not to do anything sciencey.
Yeah.
And basic maths is where I leave it as well. We stay away from all the theorems.
Oh, Mezzi's got a lot more than he bargained for in his little boost on project. Too aggressive on red, and you can see 1xBet starting to believe firmly in Mousesports. Makes sense with Mirage already converted on Mousesports terrain here. This is the Mousesports pick, and Robs has been deterred out of ramp. That's an important goosh because it gives them space. And if they want to go to the low site, they will be allowed in. Dexter, however...
They're going to clear him, surely.
Yeah, I mean, most teams will give it a passing glance at the very least.
Just how many can he get?
None is the answer, and Rop's actually caught out as well, despite swinging open that door upon the smoke. And Acor cleared out as well. Great work from Fnatic here. They've left no stone unturned, no corner uncleared.
Just frozen to fine now, so...
Oh my goodness, he got 3!
Wow!
That is some stunning shooting.
He has a kit
and he
here,
actually
you know?
could do this, you know, as Crims to deny. Can we see that one again? Put it in slow motion, put some string music over it, because that is poetry in motion. Great
Crispy shooting there.
Like, he just made a 1v5 like joke into something quite serious. Like, let's go. The second is great. The third is out of this bloody world. Bang! Baby.
Before he even hits the ground, look at this. Mid-leap. Hello, Alex. Oh, lifted. Okay, well, they didn't win, but they made it seem special.
Yeah, it went from straight up no one paying attention to at least half of us.
Yeah, some people turn their eyes in attention. All right, well, Mousesports have gone for the 4-spy. Now, it's going to be difficult here on the CT side. You either hope they come to you early, or hope when they take some control of the map, your gamble is correct. Because if they just do some secret smokes here late and cross on down, you have to, first of all, think if you're Mouse, well, are they actually going? Second of all, if they are, how many players are we going to dispatch to deal with this? So wall smoke's lobbed on out. Diagonal variety.
Oh,
that's
dear.
nice.
Mezzi's had a real nightmare there. Acor pop shot through the smoke straight to the bloody face. Now Mezzi forced to watch as his team tries to stomach the Mousesports force.
Now that there, right, when teams do exactly that smoke wall, one of the reasons Acor's spamming in that kind of direction is because you stay close to that wall so you can't get spotted from heaven. You don't want to cross deep red. Frozen's seen enough. And he has help.
Yeah, I'm a bit sketched out if I'm Fnatic right now. And the timing of Frozen in a powerful position, as is Robs. And with 30 seconds, they won't be able to do their due diligence. There'll be corners uncleared. And Frozen, a chance. It's Robs with another bomb now loose. We need Jakino's response. He does put it in the feed. Ramp is a threat. Time is an issue. More frag out of Acor. Can they contest the plant?
Oh,
yeah,
easily.
Dexter can deny, and that's the end of the round. His second round force. He just doesn't have the health for this. Too many men. Not enough time. Triple kill out of Acor. He started that. And Mousesports finish it. Oof.
Yeah, okay. Well, they dealt with that one pretty nicely, didn't they? The fact you get a freebie through the smoke on your little walk-through yard, that is a big problem for Fnatic here. And they're going to be investing straight back. They're not going to give up just yet. Without that plant going down means they're not going to be as punishing as they could be. And there it is in the replay. This one was important as well. That allowed Dexter to poke his head out the door. And then an easy one for Acor with the USP to finish things off. So great stuff. That's the impact we're talking about on the scoped rifles from Acor.
Force by back. Interesting.
They have room to work with, right? This smoke. Oh, they're out.
Yeah, well, trying to.
I don't think BMS's knows.
Did you not hear that? Nade, like, impacted Grims. This is the flash that they're waiting for. It does force the first. Brolin onto the other. They're into the site, courtesy of the Brolin Tech 9. Now, Acor's got to be really careful with that AWP. Frozen from heaven. Now, he should be able to deny the plant. Mezzi's babysitting, so if Mezzi is good for this headshot... Ooh, good timing. Great fight, and Frozen will take them both down. Wow, what a recovery out of Mouse. It could have got really messy there, but solid hold, and it's Frozen again being the differentiating factor for Mousesports in this head-to-head with Fnatic.
Well, tied up now. This is looking great for Mousesports here, right? I don't think we'll see another force buy from Fnatic. They should have to stomach the eco now that 2 consecutive rounds are on the board. And this is Mousesport's chance to take a lead, similar to what we saw on Mirage, right? It was 9-6 on the half over there on Mirage, and then they grabbed pistol, they got the conversion, they had the first gunny, and then from there it all just came up Mousesports. And their CT side last night against EG, they just locked them out. They just absolutely locked them out. I think they dropped 1 round maybe on that CT half. So right now, not looking great for Fnatic fans around the world.
Yeah, and their Pro League run so far has been a bit of a...
Must be surprising.
Yeah, a bumpy run, I'd say as well for Mouse. I think the loss to FaZe Clan definitely leaves a mark. A loss to RV, perhaps a little more expected. What's going on here? Why am I seeing Fnatic's name in the feed? Thank you, Beamers. Thank you very much. Whew. A couple of P250s connecting on their execute, but the CTs laugh it off, shrug it off, and AK recovered for Beamers. And we say play on. Guns are back out for Fnatic, and Mousesports will edge over into that 10-9 lead.
Well, I guess this is important for this T campaign. If Fnatic get blanked here, right, if they just get absolutely shut out of this and they're not able to contribute with too many kills whatsoever, might start spelling the beginning of the end, as a timeout is called, an important round to do so, right? We're just setting the context of that, so Fnatic are feeling the pressure of this one too. Want to make sure everybody understands exactly what Alex wants them to do. And note that Jackinho hasn't purchased just yet. There you go. So the conversation was, what are we going to do here? Are we going to do something where I'm better off in a rifle, right? Are we going to end up secret where I need head armor? Or are we going to do a bit more of a round where I need my AWP for presence, or are you going to send me out searching for a frag? And he will get to go toe-to-toe against Akor's AWP on the other side. But a lot to discuss here for Fnatic. This is a hugely important round here.
Indeed it is.
Just want to double check as we let this timeout sink on through. So in the Mouse vs Fnatic game, let me read you guys this little excerpt here before we get underway. Nothing will be set in stone after this game alone. Fnatic win obviously gets them much closer to qualifying, and for example, they can qualify if EG were to beat Na'Vi later today, but otherwise, there'll still be a lot of scenarios where they don't go through. So basically,
nothing's safe.
Nothing's going to be set after this match, guys.
Yeah.
You're going to have to wait for Na'Vi EG up next, and then Big FaZe, the final game of the day. That'll be nice.
Yeah, that will actually. Big FaZe. And the Big Clan fresh off of a disruptive win against Na'Vi. So Frozen ahead of the smokes, and he wants info. He wants to confirm if there's anybody home. Brolin is. Rops, however, ready to lock it down and confirms that Brolin was all on his own. The CTs will be prepared for a presence. Ramp and Akor called upon and called into action. He takes one. Going for wall bangs. Careful, Mezzy. You're playing with fire, bro. And they will descend into the lower side, but there's two boys here to receive them. Beamers, ready to swing this door open. Perfect. It's a blind spot. Mezzy trades at the very least. Oh, they don't know where they are. Fakes it out. Dexter tries to go for the denial, and it costs him his life through the doors. That's big from Mezzy. A risk from Dexter. And now this 2v2 really hinges on Rops' rifle. Mezzy plants. Will he be in a safe angle from the Rops hunt? They don't have answers yet. Mezzy's going to be feeling paranoid about that decon door.
Oh, he has so much faith in Jackinho. I think Jackinho's watching the decon door from dark right now.
So he can just focus his attention on both this ramp peek from Akor and Rops edging out. Great shot out of Mezzy on what's one of his jiggles. Don't forget, Jackinho's got no armor. He's just going to get shredded if Mezzy does go down. Survival integral here, Mezzy. Managing his angles very well, and he gets the info for free. Robs, he could finish it right there. A tag, can't finish the shot. Jackinho, under pressure, hits the crucial shot necessary, makes it 10.
Oof, that one got real tight indeed, and maybe not even around Fnatic should have won. Dexter just putting bullets through the door makes him susceptible. This is it. When Bima swings at the door, it forces Alex's position like back into this tight corner. Mezzy gets the trade off of that. And this here, Dexter's just trying to say, hey, get off the plant, right? Just allow my teammates to get... But because he's doing damage with the spam, the door breaks. Mezzy has the AK, gets the kill, delays like a god. And that's a round that Mousesports really let slip right there.
Yeah, I mean, a great turnaround as well. Mezzy gets a whole lot of credit. It was the two of them. And yeah, fist bumps are exchanged. You are going to be starting to feel the mojo flow just a little more. Timeout taken off the back of that.
Oof, and they're not even going for a full investment here, Mouse. They could have done on a few of their players to get out rifles. You can see Rops, he's already got into a Deagle and Kevlar. BMAS has gone into an MP9 and Kevlar, so they could have had a couple of rifles here. Now, we've seen them take this conservative approach. They did it in the first half. They're doing it again here in the second half. Now, if they can even just keep this one costly, take 2 to 3 guns, that would be pretty good, just because you won't allow Fnatic to build a bank and they're going to be in the same position. But if they just fall flat here and these light investments do nothing, that's going to give Fnatic a bit of a buffer here towards the tail end of this one.
Potentially disrupted wall smokes there. Mousesports from both Trophy and Hut go looking in lobby and have nothing to report. So an early and preemptive rotate. They're coming through the top side though. Dexter does well to find the head of Brolin. And Beamer's planning a little bit of a surprise up his sleeve and up the vents. Crims, he checked him, spots him. Don't you dare go hunting for that. That's a scary off-limits vents for now. Another Deeg in the feed. What's going on here? Fnatic with the bomb plant. Crim should have lobby on lock now.
They have to worry about vent because of that presence, but they need to clear Crims first.
Oh, he's not ready for it. Frozen. The element of surprise is everything.
Are they going for this or not? What are Mouse doing right now?
They don't know. I think the Beamer's Galil's surely being saved.
They're just doing damage, but they had a real chance to go for this round. It's wild. Like, Rops is now just lingering passively back towards T lobby. They could have made this real threatening here, so maybe called this one off a little bit too early. Fnatic will get their 11th round, and doing damage on the way out the door is just not enough. The Galil, the best thing they could have carried on through, is gone. And we will see the Mousesports gun round come in next round anyway, but just a bit odd they didn't go for it. I felt like they had an advantage.
Yeah, certainly some more pressure towards that side. Get Fnatic hot into the collar, but they'll kind of be given that. They'll take the 11th. Bit of pressure on those Deagle buys, but yeah, Fnatic now have to do it in hard mode up against the fully bought up Mouse.
Now, Mouse here are lacking a smoke on BMAS. They're lacking a molly on Acor and Rops, well, and Frozen as well. So they're missing some key utility here. If Fnatic did something a little bit faster, maybe they could punish, but looks like more of the same with the smokes towards Yard. The smoke in front of the vent right there. Well, Acor can call that one clear, but he's doing a very dicey maneuver with that AWP. We'll reposition to deal with the secret walk. That's all a ruse. It's just Brolin.
It's a fun little project for Brolin to work with. His read of the game will be tested in a role like that.
Rops, they're coming.
They might boost the AWP, and Rops not going to give anything away. You'll hear this. Rops hears a lot. He suspects trouble. They're looking away. Rops goes 1 for 1. Is that enough? Is that sufficient? As it seems the lower side is right into Acor's palms. He greets them with a bullet. Alex gone.
Brolin's still coming, right?
Nice little util dump. And yeah, Brolin's been working on this project. He started his descent now. Acor's back his turn to that prospect.
Acor's dead.
Yeah, booked. And now the side becomes Fnatic's.
I feel like it has to be a save. Mousesports just lost track of what was possible there for a moment. It looked like they had a good understanding, but I guess they didn't know that Brolin was across. But they didn't know either way that Brolin was across. And nobody tended to that. Acor seemed way too glued on the bomb site, unawares completely, just back turned. And they concede that kill. Nobody else had rotated down towards the lower side to give him a hand. At this point, Fnatic get 12. So maybe, just maybe, we're going to that third.
In Acor's brain, like when he's got killed Alex, they don't know that there's the whole squad is converging on the site. He only knows that Alex may be making a bit of a gamble maneuver. Might be pushing for some info, I suppose, living in that reality. 12 for Fnatic. And yeah, as you discussed, that overpass, which I would start to hedge my bets closer towards Fnatic at that point.
Definitely so. I just think Fnatic's CT side on overpasses has been great. Now, their T side has shown some weakness. But if you're able to just go 13 rounds on your CT side, I think, yeah, well, hold up. Maybe we can just keep doing that.
Just win the knife, guys. Then we don't even have to do T side.
So they've got 3 rifles saved. They've got 2 Deagles upgraded. But Mousesports here, they need to piece this one together because at the moment, just not really able to contest.
Oh, and Dexter's gone very early this time. At least Acor will be able to get some use out of the M4, but look at this. They're going straight into Frozen's locate. That was Jakina with the AWP. And now Frozen for more. The multi-kill attempts. They land the bullets necessary. Acor throwing a couple more bullets. This could cost him his life. Could very well translate into a round for Fnatic if he goes down. He's been allowed to escape. Crims was posted up and confirmed on lobby. So a bit of a role reversal here. They might even fully swap roles if Crims does fall.
You almost want them to go lower towards Rops right now. Oh, okay. Maybe that's exactly what they'll do. So lobby control now has been netted by Mouse, and I guess just with this limited info they have right now, they'll call it clear. The biggest issue becomes is if they wrap around to Heaven. It might be a collision course for Bemis, A-Core versus all of that of Fnatic. Oh, and that's exactly where they're heading here. So I don't think Mouse will be in position to defend both Heaven and Hell.
Yeah, and they're mantling up silently. A-Core's clear. Didn't get the full
We might catch a couple here, though.
Might, yeah. It's a good angle for it. Very good angle for it. And Mezzi, Alex, both looking the wrong way. A-Core, huge impact on the recovered M4. Finally, they end him. And maybe the round not safe after all. Rops was on the low side. He's managed to get himself at least towards the Heaven position. The Molotov needs to be good. Is it good? Yeah. Just about. That Bemis Molotov may have just saved their skins. That could have got really uncomfortable otherwise. But Rops now slinking up, and an AK for good measure. One tap is all it takes. They do get the info, though, and he doesn't have a kit. So it would just be his raw aim that would be the differentiating factor. Good luck, have fun. No info for him, and he might just want to hold on.
He would need to start pushing the issue now, right? Look how worried he is about all these different angles. So the fact that they're not giving him anything, bombs over halfway tick now, it's not going to happen, is it, Rops? And I think he knows it. So it's like a half-ditched attempt at the clutch. You know, it was like, well, if they give me something, I'll go for it. Otherwise, I'm out of here.
Oh.
And that's 13.
Yeah, and a different universe as well. After A-Core's heroics, if Bemis is good for one on that Heaven flank, it's a very uncomfortable round.
Yeah, it's just there. I think, you know, A-Core's got the 2 kills and not expecting a third. So 3 players jumped up here, right? You see him get the first 2. It's that third man who's just completely unravels this one. Brolin late to the party and spoils it too. Yeah, you think it's clear at that point, right? And that one is the tightest of margins. So almost a genius play from A-Core. Not quite enough. And on Mouse Sports, it's do or die time right here, right now. They've conceded 4 rounds in a row, as well as the pistol round in this second half. They've got max loss bonus. So they do lose this one. They save some guns again. Yeah, they can buy one more time. But they're running out of options and they're running out of opportunities.
I've been thinking about Mezzi's keybinds more.
Okay.
There's some logic behind having walk on mouse too.
What logic?
In that when he's clicking, he's naturally releasing the walk, right? Like you naturally want to release that right click if you're taking a left. Maybe some sort of... No.
I thought it was just like a Quake bind.
Oh, no, it is Quake bind, right? He sat down at his dad's PC and just used his dad's controls, from my understanding. And his dad was an old game ahead of the curve, you know, a CRT boy.
Oh, here we go.
I like the boost. The smoke, unfortunately, has completely... Has it completely? Oh, Crims. He gave exactly what they were waiting for.
I don't know if Crims saw anything or if he was just prepared for the boost.
Just, I think a couple of bullets he was throwing down range was enough for A-Core to have confidence in the shot.
Oh, block that smoke.
Oh, he didn't get the punish.
Problem was already across. Loving this secret control he's got right now.
Later return to lobby is always super uncomfortable for a T side. You have no idea where they could be pushed up to.
Gonna have to molly Bemis here. That's smoke. Yeah, okay. So as it starts to fade, Bemis gets out of dodge successfully, but pressure now as they're working on this top site. Mollies are in, smokes, flashes follow.
Oh, perfect from A-Core. He's actually confirmed that the bomb is on its way down. They won't be able to chase him necessarily, and there is space for a plant. Alex looking to catch any of this chaotic rotate. If Maus start to over-rotate with a bit too much pace, there could be a way where Fnatic can destabilize and make a 3v5 convincing.
Nobody rotated lower. Nobody started to get a look in there, even though they knew that one had slipped on down, and now they're getting a move on. Fnatic actually are in a decent spot to win this.
Yeah, and Alex's flank, it could be time to perfection here. Giacchino, lots to do. Oh!
Okay.
Oh, my lordy lord. Not going to say anything.
It was unlikely that they were going to win a 3-on-5, but there was a moment in time where I was thinking there was a chance. So, someone defuse. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you got the AWP. That's fine. Just get him on the board right now, Mouse, because you may be a little bit luckier than you should be.
That late rotate there. This was the fragger, who was it? Giacchino, that's what I was waiting for. So Giacchino, when we cut to Giacchino's POV with like 3 descending towards him and Alex being on a dank flank for the last one down the vents, there was a universe where that 3v5 takes shape. But yeah, well recovered. Mousesports needed that. That's compulsory for sure, and so is the following. All the AKs are out though. Let's see how Fnatic choose to ply their trade here in round 25.
Okay, looks like they're getting the smokes out early here. Molly is going to help make sure their smoke wall isn't disrupted. Acor through the flames, through the fire.
Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa! And goes for a quickie, pulls down Brolin. And they're trying to trade. They will catch him with some bullets. I thought there was a stray. Yeah, Frozen was behind him. He spent so long, though, he could still catch them completely off guard.
Might get spotted in the back here, Frozen. Not looking the right way.
Has he called it clear? There's no idea.
They've got a wild timing here.
What? So they are surprising to Dexter, but Frozen could be surprising to Fnatic.
Oh.
They've completely swapped roles.
Yeah, so Frozen's lobby presence does nothing. And the bomb is with them towards heaven. This has to come down to the top defense, which is just one man.
And Bemis is still worried about the hut push.
Well, lobby's clear, mate. They're in top.
You've just been mollied from heaven.
You're locked in hut.
What do I do? He could deny this.
Oh, dear.
Full smoked off. He's got nothing to say or do about this. What's that? I can smell it. Overpass?
It's seeming very likely right now, isn't it? Mousesports seem lost in these CT side rotations. The info they do have is being used against them here. Rops dropped lower that rounds, which gave them ramp access. They all just swarmed on heaven. So it feels like the rotations here of Mousesports are really troubling them. And, well, yeah, look, the loss bonus is in a position for a Mouse buy. I don't know what the mix-up could be. Acor got you one for free there. He did go down, but found some early impact. You felt Frozen if he was just looking the right way. Could have had a kill or two and identified where that bomb was.
I think also because we were in Acor's POV, he didn't get any more info. Let's see it from here. So like he spots one more actually, and then he's straight into the smoke. Yeah. So Frozen just doesn't know what he's working with, what he's operating with. He definitely didn't spot the bomb, and that did result in the death of Dexter. And so 14 is found for Fnatic. Solid T project for them here. It was a very even half, 8-7, but it seems that at this point in time, Fnatic's T side is exploiting the gaps in the defense. Frozen's trying again. On his own this time, and probably more proactive this time. Fully flashed, Alex goes down. Brolin can't trade. Frozen with double impact. And that should put Fnatic into a bit of a tailspin.
That's the 2 heavy hitters for Fnatic in this map. 23 kills for Alex and 20 for Brolin. Both individuals eliminated early here, so Frozen has done a massive job with the assist of those flashes.
Yeah, and these rounds can just completely just fall apart. Like if you're Fnatic, you want to stay together, you want to trade evenly, you're hoping for some CT aggression. I imagine Mouse, in the current state of affairs for them, they can't really afford to. They're just going to let the frags come to them. Who's going to have first contact here? It looks like Dexter is our observer's choice, and rightfully so. Giacchino not looking the right way, and a trade from Mezzi's just too far away as well. Good hold, lock down, and convert off of the double. Nicely done by Frozen.
Oof, okay, money now for Fnatic is a conversation here. Maybe a timeout from them just to talk about what type of buy they want to have going forward. They have been looking great on this T half, but their loss bonus at the moment is very, very low. Into the next round, 1900. So if they take a conservative one here with just some Deagles or P250s, they can buy next round. But they should be conceding a 13th round to Mousesports here. And you can see reflected in the buy. It's exactly what we're looking at. They didn't need to take the timeout. The finances in a bit more of an obvious situation than one that requires a 30-second chat. But this is all about getting as much as you can out of these small investments. The Deagles have been noted now, so Mouse will have a much better understanding of what they're playing against. This little lurky boy smoke. Give them some control here. Mezzi. He peels around it. That's just one of the smoke gimmicks, right? In these type of rounds, you have to go for a little maneuver like that. They're going to sprint towards ramp.
It's time for some stat padding.
Oh, might get out of control here.
I mean, you take 2. You certainly have an opportunity now as Brolin, Swedish star, has an AK-47 within his grasp, and he's got 6 bullets. He would have to reload in front of his adversaries, and they'll have heard that. And they're going to clear him together, working on it As a unit, Frozen and Dexter still just slowly tapping and touching their keyboards. They haven't confirmed and called it clear, but they've got him locked in. And
Bemis
no
loses his
armor.
fight.
Yeah, if Bemis doesn't hit the first bullet, there's no aim punch. Brolin can be the snappy boy we all know he can be.
Oh, give it a chance. Give it a chance there. A couple of warning shots from Bemis before he finishes him off. But they kept it kind of costly, right? 2's better than none. I think that's the saying.
I think that's how it goes, yeah.
That's definitely how it goes. Secondary Rops Orp here. Okay, so 2 big greens out to play for Mouse Sports. And, well, they're only 1 round behind here.
An interesting one. It's just that Crim's purchase of Kevlar on that Deagle Eco has resulted in a Galil instead of an AK.
Maybe he didn't do accounting.
Didn't crunch his numbers, didn't get the abacus out prior to that one.
Doesn't have his degree like Dexter.
Yeah. Doing it as a single father as well.
Yeah, it was hard. Can't believe he got through uni like that.
It's incredible, really. What a story.
And a professional Counter-Strike player on the side.
Just on the side. Just a side hustle, you know? Traveling overseas.
Leaving the kid on his own.
Leaving the kid on his own. That's honestly what the message said. It's like, it was really impressive that he managed to travel overseas considering his fatherhood. It's like, thanks, man. Thank you, Jonas. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
No.
Couldn't believe it. What
he
a
obviously
call.
doesn't watch HLTV Confirmed once a week, but it changes every
It changes.
It changes all the time. Updates available on SPUNJ's Twitter.
Slow stuff here from Fnatic. Don't want to risk any of those frozen pushes towards yard early. So the crawl is reflected by the smoke wall here. L blocks as Alex and Brolin are getting flashed and stalled on out a little bit
They
here.
are quite shallow. Like, I think Acor would have had a sight line, and Frozen's worked a lovely gap there. Brolin trying to crawl it back. Oh. It's fading. A chance here, and just about across the line. Now with double orbs, if the bomb goes down, I start to favor Fnatic, Chad, in a very big way.
Oh dear, lower side.
No kit, really. I mean, Dexter's got one. I correct myself.
Oh, that's a huge miss.
And he's missed a real sitter there. Brolin's already on a very, very round-the-world flank. He knows Acor's working ramp. You can see he's acknowledged that from the sound cue. May as well check the vent rotate. He does have a passing glance. It's Dexter in lobby, though, holding on to what he can.
I don't want to be the guy to say it here, but Dexter has to save. Acor's down. There's not enough money for Dexter to risk going for this right here, right now. That is just, the Rops miss, right? Like, wow. It could have been a 3v2 the other way, and then it's a much more manageable retake. Brolin's already low on HP. He's disconnected from the bomb in the lower site. Just that pivot down the vent and those rotations again.
How much does Frozen have to do for Mouse? Like, on these CT rounds, if it's not 2 out of Frozen, call it a Fnatic round.
Maybe that's it. Maybe he needs 2 around. Maybe right now, with the way some of these scores are reading here, his contribution maybe worth a bit more than others. So this was great. Like, he's found the gap in the smoke wall. It looked like it was just really good, but the avenue, yeah, just not getting it done.
And he dies on the way back, just on the bolt.
Rough
Lost
stuff.
AWP as well. I mean, like, checking the finances, Acor does have enough to repurchase that. But yeah, I think Rops is going to know all too well the responsibility on that AWP shot, and he doesn't hide his frustrations.
That's a rough one.
Yeah.
A very rough one. You don't need us to tell it with a reaction like that.
Overpass does loom, Chad. I mean, this is it. They're up to their neck in it.
They have everything they need, right?
Yeah.
Mouse Sports is still able to be competitive here. I think that pace change from Fnatic and not giving away an early entry, they gave away the 2 opening kills. So I guess at the end of the day, when there's a gap to find, Fnatic are doing it, right? They're finding these little holes. How is Alex going to finish them here? Window's broken on the way out of spawn. Oh, and that's a very passive line from Jacquinho, right? So they're ready for a potential aggressive maneuver. But this looks more like a slower round out of the Swinglish side. Oh, Rob's really dicing with it here. Smoke's faded now. Can't go for another maneuver like that. Doesn't even do that much damage. As going back to spawn now to set up the smoke walls. Alex has decided now's the moment.
There's already one up. It's going to be a very weird and distorted pacing to that. I assume it would just be replaced. And they sail through the sky. 2 more to follow, about to bloom. Frozen called upon, as is Acor as the yard defense, and nothing to report just yet. Acor realizing he can't contribute from his current position. Frozen just sits there, eats the flash.
Fading.
Just as it fades, they do get across at least one. And Acor good for the peek onto Alex. They are descending into that lower side. Mousesports have had their issues here. It was Rops. He's got Bemis in support as well. Oh, and a very snappy one out of the M4. Yeah, he will get caught. I wouldn't dare go up those vents. They're considering it. Dexter would laugh at the opportunity. 25 as well. God, this is weird now. Very uncomfortable for them. Jakina's not going to be looking the right way. Frozen collects that one, and now vent to top. Dexter will take them both, and we will need the final round to determine it all. And Fnatic, it's far from dreamy.
Oh, dearie me.
OT, definitely not out of the realms of possibility, and that's a product of Mousesports' conversion there, looking good.
Yeah, look, in the last 6 rounds of play at Mousesports have managed 4 of those, and just the back and forth nature of the economy for both these teams late, the lack of plant here, it's really left Fnatic in a horrible position, right? This should be Mousesports taking us to OT. At best, we're getting Brolin into an AK. Mezzy can go AK with head armor. His other options are Galil with util. Crim's is going to have to be into a pistol here. This buy right now for Fnatic is going to be looking far from ideal.
Yeah, so a hero, Brolin, AK, and Mezzy did opt for the util option.
Okay, well, there's a Galil out on the floor. Crims is going to be able to get some head armor behind that. A lot into this. Jacquinho with no armor for the final round to play. That tells you just how bad things are over in the Fnatic camp, but they can still do this.
Gotta
make it gritty. Gotta drag Mousesports down to your level of weaponry here.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get good bang for your buck with a T-side Deeg if Mousesports are diligent.
Looks like a top explode.
Yeah, but that's what the flash implies. Dexter will keep that door smoked. And Crims, the first to fall. That was one of the Galils, a big frag to find. Only one clawed back for Fnatic. They just crash into the defense. The angle's too strong. Aggressive from Bemis, and Jakina being flanked as well. Call it OT. Mousesports and Fnatic. Inseparable in regulation. It requires MR3 16K. And thrust back into the fray. I mean, it was 8-7, 8-7.5. I mean, that's what you're going to get. Seems that these two teams rather evenly matched.
Worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses. And I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. And if team plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge. I'll beat anyone. I'm the one. I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one. I'm right here. I get it in. I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared.
But yeah, all I'm saying is, he says, I'm your worst nightmare. Like, I would when I was a kid trying to do like a bad guy voice. You know, like when I was trying to sound intimidating, but I wasn't.
All right.
I'm your worst nightmare.
All right. You weren't bopping along to that one then,
I'm not bopping. I'm not bopping.
bopping.
That's all I'm saying. I think it sounds absolutely cheese bally. Fnatic 15 and Mousesports 15. We're forced to separate them in an overtime. We appreciate your patience. Let's get ourselves back underway. And Acor with a nice once a half maneuver.
Yeah, once an overtime.
Once an overtime, it could be perfect. Yeah, he's got the Overwatch, and the progress hasn't really been halted. They've still used that wall of smokes. Giacchino's a little late, though, and that could be the end of him.
Oh, he didn't stick to his guns.
Oh, and they've just decided to cancel. Alex gets caught. This is weird.
Yeah, okay, right there. I'm not sure why the stall out called, right? But Alex has clearly made that one. And on their way back, with him going down in transition, this first round of OT here could just fall flat for Fnatic. They will need a hero. And pivoting all around, looking a little bit uncertain in where they want to finish. Still plenty of nades for this, but they don't have a smoke for main. So if they pop one out squeaky, we'll need some flashes. And it looks like Mezzy is going to be the man setting that up. Molly in his hand. That'll be landing towards top heart.
Okay, well, that'll get Dexter hot and bothered, and the spray from Bemis, good for one. Dexter's still burning. Dexter's burnt down to 10. He's finished off nicely. Oh, wow, a double from Giacchino, and Fnatic have recovered this. He plays the sound cues. He's not looking. He's actually not looking. They could crawl down that ladder and shoot him in the face instead. He's got the bomb on his back, so if he goes back up with the bomb, oh no, Fnatic lose the round to Frozen. Mezzy with it all to do and 20 seconds to do it. The bomb now lost, and a change of direction that could have cost them it all.
Well, it's worked for them, right? We've seen it work for them, but that's twice now that they've tried it since it's worked for them that they've been absolutely destroyed. Dexter stopped them, and now Frozen has done the same. So one of those little mid-round tricks that Fnatic are hoping to use here to aid them and keep Mousesports chasing their tail is gone, right? This little vent drop and then vent pop back up, or vice versa. It looks like they've locked it on down, and you just see that coming up. That's Frozen, you're licking your lips. You know you've got at least one kill there. The second, fantastic as well. The inaccuracy off the ladder, and he's doing his job.
That is a big notebook he's got on the desk as well. Chock-a-block, I'm sure, full of strategy, headshotting and such.
There's a one-way smoke being deployed here for Acor, so it's a bait and switch with him and Frozen's just been an absolute nuisance for Fnatic here. So as the smoke starts to fade, Acor repositions, might be able to grab one if they're not tidy here, and there it is.
Boom, boom. Acor is trapped, eliminated, but maybe, just maybe, they're not ready for Frozen. He keeps the fights coming. Important frag for Alex to find. He keeps the round alive, at least. And he's only got one smoke to throw out. I don't know how much convincing he's going to be able to do here.
Well, who's going to keep their eyes on this cross, right? It's important for somebody from Mousesports to be covering it off here, and Alex just lining up on the fly.
Yeah, he's just picking up his teammates' smokes, using them to provide the wall he demanded. Hey, that's not bad.
The one on the right is going to fade quite quickly here, so Dexter can hang around. This should be gone very soon. It is on Bemis towards the top side, and he's kind of playing retake from main, so they're not fully invested to holding A. If they go towards B, Rops is there. He hasn't moved in a while, just tucked in towards that back box. So at the moment, it feels like Mousesports are giving a lot of space over towards this Fnatic side.
Yeah. Bemis, wow, good connection onto Crims on the walk-up. And Dexter, another contribution. Mousesports, this is a spotless defense. And this round, no exception, with 10 HP, doesn't stand a chance. And call it 17. One more round for the defensive Mouse. Let's see if they can keep a clean sheet.
Oof, you know, this is where Fnatic will have to do something different, right? The first time round, they tried to get Alex across Secret. They called it off for whatever reason. They fell back and they got slowly peeled apart. This time round, well, they're also just on the receiving end, but of mousesports aggression. So last round, they took the fight. This round, Mouse took the fight for the final round of play. Maybe both teams that want to get stuck in early. We might see a bit of a biff. Rops hasn't been tested a lot over towards ramp, and Frozen's looking happy, getting a smile on his dial.
Yeah. I mean, dispatched to Yard. I think mousesports might have realized what we have, which is that we need to see that Frozen impact in the feed on a round-by-round basis, and so setting him up for success seems like the best option.
Yeah, don't lose that territory, Mouse, because you've struggled with plugging some of these gaps on the rotations previously. But 3 on the CT side really could do it to Fnatic here. They brought out the Jacquinho Orb, so that is a little bit of a different look, right? He has the big green out. Let's see if he can demand some respect of Acor here.
And another shake-up from the mousesports defense.
Rops is a bit aggressive at ramp at the moment, actually. I wonder if anything will force him to continue forward. Or maybe that will.
Yeah, the loss of Acor will spur Rob through his own smoke and perhaps behind enemy lines. They're very, very detached from lobby here. Is there no one responsible? Is it what Crims is on his way to be responsible for? Yeah.
He's lining up a molly right now. I think that's going to be for back of sight. So it looks like this is their top peel in, right? They like to peel in through this smoke close main. Maybe that will stall them out, a deeper CT smoke. If they go for warehouse control, time will start to become an issue here.
Oh, Alex didn't spot the leg. Dexter was walking through, and there's both of them here. Frozen keeps him busy enough for Dexter to get the frag. He bails Frozen out of trouble, but still a 3v3, and they're descending ramp. Bemis will be there in time. It's up to Jacquinho if he's responsible for decon. That will be a fight that favors the AWP. Opens the door. Hard shot. Crims.
Oh, no.
Jacquino's taken down Crims.
How's
The
he
bomb's
done
now
that?
loose. He's got to come up clutch. A 1v2, otherwise it's spotless from Mouse. Bomb picked up. He wants to close the doors, do some housekeeping. Opts for the AK-47. Still one close. Fakes it out. Ramp jiggle. And a near hard tap to hit. Multiple targets. Bemis collects, and mousesports call it 18. We need a perfect response out of Fnatic, and that's just to extend play. mousesports have put themselves in a prime position to collect the 2-0.
Here we go. Oh, dear. I think he's just thought he's had a slither there to take that shot. And that, oh, that one is going to sting here.
Crims was tagged already, but I mean, yeah, the smoke had bloomed. Crims was by no means a dead man.
Big problems here, big problems. Timeout called for Mouse. They've now used their final timeout here going into, well, it is just the one round they need. If they can convert one of these next 3, that's it. Call it done.
And I mean, you know Dexter better than I. Do you think he's one of those brave leaders that will be willing to call something a bit ridiculous in the first of the 3 opportunities?
Let me take a look at these spawns right here. Bemis is leading the pack. Acor bought into an AWP. If they stayed just with rifles, you know, I could see them going for, you know, a hard top site, maybe something just a little bit off the front page.
Yeah, I mean, but look, you got 4 orgs from Fnatic. Even Crims whipping it out as well.
There we go.
So, when given the opportunity, they'll take the more expensive option. The propaganda from Brolin has finally started to spread.
Okay, well, they're playing this one reserved here, Mouse. They didn't just launch topside. They didn't try and get anybody down the vent. They're just waiting for any maneuvers from Fnatic, who are the desperate ones in this scenario. If they overpeak, if they overstep the mark, Mouse are ready to take them down as they line up these smokes towards Yard, sailing through the sky. They'll have to deal with Brolin over towards Secret here. Alex is going to be completely smoked off. All he can do is chip on through. Missed Molly. Oh, and big problems.
Yeah, that missed Molly's cost him the life. The opening frag, of course, it's Frozen of all the players to find. So a step towards extending play. They need 3 in a row here, Fnatic, and this is the first frag of the first round on that CT side. Crims intermittently checking in on that main fight, and they are starting to come through. That's a perfect incendiary. That will force him forward. Or the extinguish.
They're going in.
Mezzi needs this frag, needs it. Robs baits with the barrel so well. Still recovers it, and Fnatic will call it a quits. That's a perfect round. No one goes down. Make it 16, 2 more to go.
You can just see how punishing a missed molly is, right? The missed molly to Secret there is the difference between Brolin getting the opening kill and Brolin not having an opportunity to get this opening kill. Those flames work in his favor. He can peek over that, use that mistake made by Mouse Sports against them here. Now, if you're Mouse, you've got 2 more rounds to have a crack. The first one, they went slow. The second, if they go slow again and they get found out, well, it's pretty obvious in the third that they might go for something a little bit faster.
Fnatic in overtimes, man. Like
they've been loving it.
They can't stop having close games. Not bad for a month, for sure. It's only a year ago they were lifting trophies at Pro League.
Here he is again.
Brolin, prime position. He nearly had more than one Acorn chunk down. Alex looking for something rather ambitious here. Yeah, he loves it. It's a little bit of him. It's a little bit of him. Calls the cancel on that. Now Dexter's aware that it's a possibility. That fast flank from the warehouse hasn't come through. But in the meantime, he's moved some of his pieces around the board.
They have enough utility to take this lower site, right? And they're being diligent with these boost clears. We've seen that pay off in previous games here throughout the Pro League. Now, if they go towards the decon door, this is one of those scenarios where you limp out the smoke and get the back site control. Vent's called clear. They just have to deal with Jacquinho. And the AWP, maybe not the best weapon for the job up there.
Yeah, it does look uncomfortable, doesn't it? Mezzi's got a good smoke for the decon door. Jacquinho, you're kind of committed now. So some quick AWPs are going to have to come out of him. These late takes have worked for Mouse in the past. 4 frags separating them from the 2-0 conversion here. Mouse Sports. 28. Smoke from Acor plants the plan. It's not going to be easy for Jacquinho to stop that, really. Maybe his teammates can. Mezzi, certainly a threat, commits to the spray. Mezzi, however, going down. That's the denial. No, he misses the shot into the boards. And Fnatic's chances starting to fall away from them. Oy, oy, oy. Alex and Crims then, all of it on their shoulders. And powerful after-plant positions adopted. Dexter going to go looking for info. It's Alex, his next victim, and it's all onto Crims. I think Mouse Sports have done enough here. There's just not many chances left for Crims. Rop's not going to give him anything. Oof, other than a bullet between the eyes. All right, a close one. But a must-win game for both. Leaves with the Mouse Sports logo. 2-0 as well, a dominant one out of Mouse. And a big turnaround for Group C, keeping things volatile. This group keeps delivering.
Mouse Sports were able to pull off the clean sweep. However, it took a couple of extra rounds than expected to when we went on over to Nuke. But they pulled things out. They get themselves to 2-2 series score now overall within our group stage. That also means Fnatic is at 2-2. We also have two teams at 2-1. So anything can really happen here. But Mouse Sports, more importantly, keeping their heads above water, still giving themselves that chance to qualify through into playoffs here. Jason Kaplan joined by Yenko, and honestly, this game was tough. There was a lot of really intense moments for individual players, a lot of clutch plays coming through. Thinking of A-Core, looking up towards heaven, one of the earlier rounds on the CT side, taking on 2Ts. Doesn't see the third one coming through, but such a difficult game for both teams.
Yeah, that was quite a roller coaster of a game, really. Good individual performances across the board for both teams. I think Alex really was a menace in that first half, playing yard for Fnatic, just really aggressive, playing around those smokes, pushing behind the Mouse Sports players, pushing ahead. Jaquinho doing a good job of covering him in a couple of rounds. And in the end, for Fnatic, it came down to losing both pistols, really. They won more gun rounds, full gun rounds in this game, but just the fact that Mouse Sports had that little bit of a buffer managed to give them enough rounds to work with, to push the game into overtime, and then just stepping up in overtime to close it out.
As we're seeing here, a couple of highlights coming for the Fnatic side here. In round 4, you're talking about the gun rounds. As Mouse Sports, like you said, took the pistol in the next two thereafter.
Yeah, here Alex had a full ace with the AUG, right? Just picking off players one by one. Got a kill on Acre even. Then we saw him pushing behind the smokes when Mouse was trying to go secret. They had that setup. He was playing under silo, Jaquinho covering him. They got 2 kills, and he managed to fall back as well. So it's just very annoying, right? When someone is playing like that on the CT side, this is the round I was referencing, right? Like when someone is playing like that, for you as an in-game leader, as a caller on the T side, right? You have to change the way you call. You have to account for that player and being aggressive. You have to switch things up, and it's just very frustrating for him to time and time again find success with those aggressive plays where, on paper you should be able to punish that sort of a play style with relatively easily.
I was getting really worried that replay package was strictly just AUG kills, because that's all we saw for the majority of it there. We talk about Fnatic, we talk about the AUG, but we're going to be talking about Rops here. He's actually be coming in for a quick little interview, talk to him about, obviously, Pro League, talk to him about the series as well. Let's get the man in here. How are you doing, Rops? Congratulations on the win, man. You guys are 2-2 now in the group, still looking like you can qualify. How did this match feel for you guys today?
I think the match went very well. Personally feeling a bit shaky after having some missed shots there in Nuke. But I'm very glad we closed it out, and it's quite some pressure, coming back from 0-2 and winning these matches.
Yeah, as you said, starting off 0-2, but you did play, Na'Vi, the best team in the world, and also FaZe, one of the better teams in the group too. So how did you guys, what was the conversation like after that 0-2 start? How did you manage to reset and now win 2 games today? You guys played really well.
Well, I think coming into this tournament, we knew that we're going to play FaZe and Na'Vi first, so those like the toughest teams in the group. So if we could take a win out of one of those at least, it can end up very well for us. But unfortunately, we didn't, and we can still qualify, I believe, if we win the rest of the matches. And it's just tough against the first 2 teams. They are like the top 5 teams right now, and I mean it shows we can compete against them, but not nearly at the same level yet.
Yeah, I have a question for you more in general about the team, right? Since it's been a while now that you guys have been together, and we said a few times you are basically the veteran player when it comes to Tier 1 experience and playing against Tier 1 teams. So how do you feel now about the whole team now that you guys have time to mesh, figure things out, and all that stuff?
Yeah, indeed, I am the veteran by now.
Sounds funny, doesn't it?
It is. I feel like I should be like the talent still. But I've grown up quite a bit the past years. So yeah, I mean, I give my team the confidence to do some calls, and I call some stuff just from experience very often, because playing so much helps it a lot.
Okay, I kind of want to talk to you really quickly about Dexter, and we've been talking about for the period of time he's been together, this iteration of Mouse Sports has been together. If you were to give me a percentage of where you feel like you guys are at the moment in terms of your full power and full capabilities, what would you say it is? And do you think you've ever hit the peak of the team so far?
I mean, we've reached a high already, winning Flashpoint earlier in the year. But I think we are very shaky right now after the break, and I think going into playoffs, if we can manage that, that's going to be a very helpful boost to our confidence and our play in general. So I think we're like at maybe 70%. I believe if we reach the 100% mark, then we could compete for the title. But I think our first step is going for the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you get through to playoffs, you have some time before you do get into them anyways to keep powering up and getting yourselves back to 100%. Robs, thank you so much for your time, man. Congratulations on the victory. Hopefully, we get to chat with you guys again tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
All right, some good stuff, some good stuff. I actually want to turn our attention, as you heard him talking about him being a little bit shaky in the match here, but I want to talk about someone who really didn't look shaky at all yesterday and today. I want to talk about Frozen a little bit because he dropped so many kills in this last match. He ended up at 31. And I just want to say, just to give you guys an idea, yesterday against EG, he dropped 26 on Nuke, and he dropped 24 on Inferno. And we were talking about like how strong our player Frozen can be, and it's great, again, to see that Rob's maybe a little bit shaky right now, but Frozen can step up and be that core player they need.
Well, I think also Rob's saying he's shaky probably to his own standards,
yeah,
which
that's
are
true.
Extremely high. And I think also, I saw Petter tweet out some stats that Chad referenced them to at Flashpoint, Cologne and Pro League, right, in the wins of Mouse Sports. Frozen was the highest rated player in 10 out of those 18 wins. Rob's 4 times, and some of the other guys won each, something along those lines, right? So you're thinking, well, yeah, he's like super consistent. Like, what's going on? Well, actually, that's the whole thing. Robs is still highest rated than him throughout the games, which just means like when Frozen is playing well, the team tends to win more often than not, right? Robs is playing well the whole time, but when Frozen can do it, that probably tells you he falls off in the losses. So hence, if he doesn't have to have 30 kills every time, right? There's only a couple of players in the world who can do that. But just, you know, a solid performance, having good impact in some of those crucial rounds, that can happen more often for Mouse Sports. That's definitely going to lead to more wins for them. But so far, yes, really good performance from him. And I also forgot that dude's just 19 years old as well, right? Like in my head, he's been around for like 2 years, 1 more year in the, you know, tier 3 scene, right? But he's still very young, so it's fair to, you know, give him some leeway still and let him mature as a player. I'm sure as time goes by, he's just going to get better and better.
That is the hope. That is the dream for a lot of players out there.
He's not old like Zipex, who's 25.
Okay. Well, if you're calling 25 old, you know, we might have some words after this.
Players terms.
Okay, there we go. That's a little bit better. We still have Mouse Sports, though, to take on Big tomorrow, though. I'm curious if you have any thoughts about that in particular, maybe thoughts about Fnatic against EG tomorrow, because that's the last matches that these two teams will play.
I think it's super interesting. Mouse Big, right? I think there's going to be a lot of pressure. Obviously, result-wise, it might be a determining factor who makes it into the playoffs, but also we already heard Big talk about, you know, they consider it a rivalry of sorts. Like Mouse Sports is a German organization, doesn't have German players anymore, right? But they consider them, you know, a sort of a domestic rival. So you're going to have that on top of the pressure to just make it through the group.
Oh man, we're seeing here
5 teams with 2 wins.
Yeah, 2 of them with 2 losses, 3 of them with 1. Obviously, things will change as we still have 2 more matches to go today, but I'm really curious to see how this day might end up.
Yeah, I mean, we have Navi EG coming up next, I believe. You know, that you're fairly certain that Navi is going to come out on top, but FaZe Big, that's going to be a barn burner as well.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head to a short little break here. We do have a little bit of time until we get into our next match, but it's going to be an exciting one. I'm hoping for the boys of EG. For NA can pick up a win here against Navi, but it's definitely going to be difficult. We'll find out how things can wrap up when we have Tress coming back in to fill in for me for this awesome match.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hey Future Pros, we have another execute for you and your friends to learn. This execute will help when you are taking the B site on Mirage. For this setup, you will need at least 3 Future Pros and 3 smokes and optionally a bunch of flashes. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing one of the arch smokes. To do this, line yourself up with this corner of the cracked stone floor. Aim at the left side of this dark squarish smudge on the wall, then simply jump throw the smoke. Since you threw this from close to mid, I would recommend wrapping around cat to get to B or maybe holding off rotations in mid. Future Pro number 2. You will throw the other arch smoke. To do this, line up with the middle part of this window. Aim to the sky and position your crosshair so it is in the middle of the antenna and the overhang. Then throw the smoke normally. Future Pro number 3. You will be smoking off the window leading into the B side. To throw the smoke, get yourself into this corner. Aim at the corner of this large tower, then jump throw the smoke. Nice and easy. With all 3 of these smokes thrown, taking the B side should be much easier than it would be without them. To make this even easier on your team, get your players to lob as many flashes as possible over the top of B. And as always, good luck. Hey Future Pros, do you hate it when those CTs push B short? Me too. That's why we have a molly for you today that will stop that exact scenario. First things first, buy a molly. Then line up with the middle of this wall. Aim halfway up on the right side of this radio tower. Then run forward for about 2 steps and throw. Voila, no more CTB pushes. Hey Future Pros! Retaking the B site on Inferno can be pretty tough. However, the Molly or Incendiary I'll show you all today will help clear out one of the little hidey holes a T could be in. To throw this Molly, secure runes first, then get into the corner next to the sandbags. Aim up and place your crosshair in the midsection of the ruined roof between these 2 points. Get your crosshair in line with this kink in the scaffolding, then simply running jump throw the Molly. As you can see here, this T did smoke the Molly, but from this angle you can see that the Molly does in fact completely coat the area in flames. Good luck and happy retaking. Hey Future Pros! We're on Ancient today, and I wanted to show you a nice temple smoke you can throw on your A hits. To throw this smoke, stand over the corner of this broken brick. Aim up and place your crosshair just to the left of this brick section. Then jump throw the smoke. If you did everything right, you'll receive a smoke that lands in the temple and blocks off both doorways onto the site. I hope you all have a great day, and don't forget to smile.
Summertime has passed us by. Too fast for me to keep the sun. I can't wear the yellow colors, but they don't make me warm inside.
Turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
No guts, no glory. Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend it, I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. From the back roads to back streets, I see you foes trying to trap me, but I don't run like a track meet, even though I'm number one like an athlete. And the way I maneuver around you and through you, I'm coming and I'm bound to pursue you. I'm everything that you knew of, plus more. What's in store is I'm about to get to you. Sleepless nights, better think this twice before you step to me and come and speak with strife. There's a lesson when you reach my life. It'll be chin-checking and I'll teach you right. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, I'll be quite clear. Bow down to no one, I'm right here. I get it in, I don't fight fair. And guess what? I'm your worst nightmare. Cause I ain't taking no losses, and I don't even care what the cost is. Are you prepared for the forces I'm about to bring? Cause I'm the boss of all bosses. I penetrate your thoughts and fill them with doubt. You gon' feel where I'm coming and feel what I'm about. If they come in with the drama, I'm wheeling them out. Cause I ain't about to have somebody here stealing my clout. I keep my friends close, enemies closer. Cause that's the way it is and the way it's supposed to be. Anybody can see there's only room for one, and that one is me. Plenty tried, plenty failed. Too many times I've seen plenty bail. And there will be no surprise what I'm about to do when you are looking through my eyes. See many go, see many come. See that they won't bring it to me, son. Try me if you want, but won't be any fun. I'll take the challenge, I'll beat anyone. I'm the one, what? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you scared. I'm your worst nightmare. Are you prepared? I'm your worst nightmare. I know you're scared.
Today is the 30th of August, which means we are just around the corner from September. However, some of these teams are going to need to wake up way before then, e.g. being one of them, Na'Vi. They're pitted against them in this best of three, and my name is Trace, alongside of Janko Paunovic. Now, Janko, interesting game, but why?
I don't know.
Because both of these teams have found a way to lose pretty handedly, especially Na'Vi yesterday. What happened to Na'Vi?
What happened to Na'Vi was they just matched up against a very good and very prepared big team who I think caught them a little bit off guard with their approach. They had a good game plan to, disrupt Na'Vi, and they executed it really well. So they just played a great game. I don't think Na'Vi failed miserably or anything along those lines. They got outplayed. Definitely a lot for them to learn out of that game, how some teams might decide to play against them now that they're undisputedly the best team in the world. So I think they'll be ready for that the next time a team tries the same thing.
Yeah, and I actually have to look at the way that all played out. You know, usually it used to be that we could say Na'Vi, they might have a player or two having an off game, but it looked like 3 players having an off game in a way, and that's not really the mountain that I think Na'Vi are ready to climb all the time.
Yeah, as I said, I don't think the players underperformed individually. I think more it was the case how big was playing them that made them uncomfortable. In a lot of those rounds, they were just on the back foot very early on, either getting an opening kill or just with their aggression taking some map control, just always being one step ahead of Na'Vi in that series. So there wasn't really much they could do individually because they were getting outplayed strategically and as a team.
Especially by guys like Tapson and Searson, who seem to have a pretty damn good game against them. And that might bode well for, you know, a big going forward, but they're not on the block today. We're looking at something like EG on the other side. For Na'Vi, still a ton of question marks, but, you know, I have to start thinking about players to watch, and brought to you by Epix, of course. Who are your players to watch?
Mine would be for this series Electronic and Obo, really. I think because Electronic seems to have stepped it up online as well. We know he's a great player. He's played great at Cologne as well on land, right? But online he struggled at times. So him delivering online as well is a great sign for Na'Vi for this tournament. You have to remember they're on the Intel Grand Slam run with a win here. They win that as well. So a hugely important tournament for them. And Obo on the other side, you know, probably the latest big talent we've had from NA, probably alongside, you know, Junior, if you want to put him up there. So seeing how he will perform now that he's had some time in his EG lineup.
Now, you said it quite eloquently, and I think we can do it some more justice. There are Epix GG players to watch, and I'm pretty sure it's narrated by Sadakist. And there we are, right back. There is no narration by Sadakist today. I do apologize if I led you on a little bit. But we can also dive into the EG side. This is a team that's had its series of ups and downs and woes and whatnot. But, you know, where do we start to put that pin into EG for where it's really going wrong?
I think with the roster changes that don't help, and also the fact that, you know, even this first event after the break, your in-game leader isn't there, your captain, right? You're playing with the stand-in, your coach standing in. I think it's just also some of the role changes that they did. I think for this team to be successful, Stanislaw cannot have an important role. Like, he cannot be the lurker and play in the style that, you know, Alex does or Blamev does, right? He has too many players who require space on his team for him to do that as well when he comes back, right? He needs to be the more of a supportive sort of an in-game leader, right? If anything, to be the one who's gonna go in first at times, right? So I think that needs to happen. For that to happen, like, is because Breezy can have better games, right? Once they did that, he's been having extremely poor games, and he's the best player on that team still, right? So we saw the ace against FaZe, right, in the pistol round. He just still shows us what he's capable of. So I think that's what needs to happen for EG. They need to sort out the players that they have. They need to set them up differently.
Yeah, and I think we could probably get behind that. It does make sense, especially when you think what's capable from the EG side. This is a team that was basically a non-factor. I mean, EG, they grabbed a map off FaZe. It was that CT side Inferno where they looked good, and as the Vetoes fly in, do you think we're going back there? Because they were a non-factor in that versus Mousesports.
Yeah, I think they have to go for Inferno. Na'Vi with a nuke pick here, probably. they just don't have too much choice. And also with Daps as a stand-in, you probably want to play the same maps as much as possible, right? Make it easier for him, make it easier for everyone else. You already played it a few times. You got a better feel for how to approach it with him. We see EG again veto out overpass, and in the end does too. So more normie maps. And I think it's just also the fact that for EG, it has to be this way. And I think for Na'Vi, against a team like EG, I don't expect them to have any problems. You know, potentially they have like a really slow start on Inferno, and maybe EG steals that map away. But I just think over the course of the series, Na'Vi is just too good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different echelon of play.
And they had that wake-up call yesterday, right, against Big. I don't think they were complacent in that game. I don't think they were, like, coasting at that point. But just still the fact that because it was a dominant loss, right, based off of anti-stratting more than anything else, it's like gave them a sign that, okay, we have to be, you know, sharp. We still have to be focused. We need to be ready to maybe adapt quicker in some of these games. Maybe we were a little bit reckless in some of the post plans, right? We can't give these rounds away. We need to be more disciplined. I'm sure that that's some of the things that Blade is saying to the team. So that's why it's going to be even more difficult for these other teams to pull off the type of upset that Big already did.
And, you know, for a team where we just talked about Obo and what he's bringing to the table and how he's performing, I'm also looking around. I'm like, well, where's Cirque been? Because I feel like that's a missing presence on the map.
And he's been missing for a while. And he was touted as one of the best oppers in the world for a little bit, right? Top 5, definitely. We all know, again, his movement is really solid, but he was also forced to be reckoned with, right? Mid-round aggression with Diop, just very accurate as well, hitting a lot of his shots. And nowadays, we're not really seeing that as much, right? Whether it's been all the changes that EG has had, all the traveling back and forth. I mean, lately, I guess he's got to spend more time home, right? Seeing as how he is from Bulgaria. So I don't really know what the issue is. Hopefully, once they find some stability as a team, set everything up, right? It's difficult for any player to be good individually when the team is not playing well, right? It's just a team game. Everyone is so good these days. We have a lot of good teams. You know, the days where one player is just going to win you a game by doing his moves the whole time by himself. That's not well. Simple, he is dominant, but he's not just recklessly rushing every round and getting kills, right? Like, Simple is also very methodical in his style and gets support and all of that stuff. And also, he's Simple, right? He's an exception that proves the rule.
Which is also a crazy thing to think about overall for EG. This is a must-win to try to save some face here within their group of Pro League. It hasn't been a great showing for them, so I'm not going to lie to you all. Now, on the other side, Na'Vi showing that they're mortal might give them a little something here.
Yeah, it's like for Na'Vi, you're fighting still for the playoff spot. That's not a guarantee, but you want that #1 spot too, so you get a game off really coming into the playoffs. For EG, I guess they're just playing because they're here. I mean, you know, it's just a very different. Yeah. Because your in-game leader is not. If it was like some stand-in player, like sure you can still work on things and try to do this and try to do that, but it's like the most important player of the team is not there prior to the groups. You see how difficult the group is. You're not gonna stumble your way into the playoffs through this group. So
definitely not in this.
They're just here to play some counter and get the rust off from the vacation.
Which is what we can all hope to see right here. EG stacked up against Na'Vi, and that's what we're looking forward to. Inferno, the first port of call. And I, for one, am ready to get this bad boy started.
Yeah.
Us too.
We definitely started because it's 1 minute 20.
35 seconds into the pistol now.
Just a casual 35 seconds late. Just a casual, fortunately.
But we're here.
Fortunately, they waited for us.
And you didn't miss anything. The players,
we could have been halfway.
They waited for you.
We could have been halfway into the second round of play if they rushed something.
Oh, we could have. The pistol round could have been over. Okay, 1xBet odds favouring Na'Vi here. Who would have thunk it? And really, thank your lucky stars that they're playing slow, because here's the action.
Oh, yeah, Boomich set up with his dualies for a single frag. He had a lot of equipment there that's gone bit short of the mark, and the unarmored Perfecto got a lot to contend with as the EG boys do commit. A pistol win would be great. Gap in the smoke highlighted by our Obs team, but it's not going to come back to haunt anyone just yet. And I think the desk, you know, they're hitting the important points. We'll see if Bit's got anything left. He's already backing away from this one.
Save. All right. Well, he has a look. It's a little bit of damage right there, and he won't be able to buy head armor for cheap next round. So, all in all, things didn't go great for Na'Vi on that pistol. But we're in, everybody.
We're in. And Na'Vi's loss yesterday to the Big Clan boys, and Yanko bringing it up over on the desk as well, was, as he put it, down to anti-strat and a team truly having your number in that respect. They put your entire game under the microscope and just made you look silly.
Yeah, help when Tabson was just Deagle headshot in every round too, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know who from EG can deliver in that capacity, but there's grounds now. There's grounds for the Na'Vi tailspin. That's all I'm saying. You know, they've already had a little bit of a trip.
Okay.
They've had a stumble. They are...
The inertia is against them.
The inertia's there. The tilt, you know, I would say we're not
now.
45 degrees, but a little 10-degree tilt.
All right.
It's just starting the tilt.
I wanted to paint it from the other way. Like Yanko's saying that maybe they weren't complacent yesterday. I think that... Right, they definitely got rattled by that Mirage performance of Big, but it's a good loss to suffer, right? It's a loss to suffer before you get to the playoffs, and then maybe somebody does it. So now you get this game, you get the next game to just course correct, get the 2 victories. Maybe you don't top the group anymore, depending on how Big's games go, but you're still going to be through to those playoffs, and you've been kept on your toes, right? If it was too easy, well, then we may have some bigger problems for Na'Vi down the line. But they force spot here, and grenades back and forth have done some chunks of damage either way.
Yeah, yet to see more than a map out of EG, at least in a successful capacity. So far, the only map they're boasting is the win on Inferno, admittedly, up against FaZe Clan.
Which was actually pretty decent. I think Daps was fragging well in that game. Just like this, a nice little headshot onto Simple.
Yeah, he was delivering for sure. Oof. And Breeze had that beautiful pistol ace if you caught it as well.
Too.
That was, I mean, I feel like him and USP Inferno plays. I've seen a couple of them.
Match made in heaven.
Yeah.
The fact that Electronic's gotten 2 and gotten away here, this does become problems because, look, EG are only working with 1 smoke, so they need to find the heads. And there's the first. 3 more now.
Yeah, and 2 on this A site in particular. They've got no nades, dude. It's going to be bullets and positioning that will determine the winner of this one. What are you smoking off there a bit? He drops it on towards library side. Electronic so low. If Cirque, gets caught out. Electronic, he gets so much out of that HB. May not necessarily in the grand scheme cost him much, but 3 frags out of that. And Perfecto upgrading to Boomich's Deagle to try his hand at the A site.
Here's the thing, right? More damage is great. There is a kit on the site, though, so maybe... Never mind. Don't worry about it. I'm not even going to start.
No.
He's gone. He's out of here. He's going to the B-bomb site. He's going to hold on to his Deagle. Okay. Well, something that could have had a bit of spice and given us something very nice is just going to be the second round for EG. Now, if I'm going to prophesize what might be coming their way, the flash saved on Perfecto here can enable just some USPs to pounce. He can do that top mid. He can do a top banana with an antenna flash. There's a couple of different ways that they can operate with that. But it should be a conservative one for Na'Vi here going into round number 3. And this was really good from Electronic. You know, he's done a lot. Just needed a contribution from somebody else, right? He's even going to get another kill here to help him soften up the anti-eco of EG. Jump scare there was Simple, it felt like.
Yeah, we've all been there. Almost every game for me, though. That's more about my game sense than anything else, I think. Let's get it going. It is just the AKs, as you aforementioned. The single HE, perhaps, from Boomich could make the USPs a little more deadly. And they're rushing down mid, so let's hope Cirque is ready for this.
I think ready as he'll ever be. Dinks and damage and nade kills, yep, but the round's still done and dusted. And Perfecto, we've seen you here before, so this time you may as well try and shoot a baddie.
Maybe now is a good time to talk about how proficient he has been in clutches.
It's great. He was fantastic yesterday. That 1-on-3 that he won was really quite something, but it was on the scoreboard. It was a Simple and Perfecto show.
Oh, dear. What a horrible way to go down. Ooh, takes Daps with him. That's nice.
You're coming with me. Okay, Simple can get his AWP. He's even going to get dropped by Electronic. Guns balanced across here. The books have been managed. The red pen hasn't needed to come on out. Even head armor for 3 members of Na'Vi in a round like this. Diffuse kit in play, and everything is looking honky-dory.
Let's see what you've got in store for us then. First gunny out of Na'Vi, and I want to see if there's going to be any Aggie AWPing, because Simple is going to be taking the mid-fight. At least jumping across, getting some information. That flash is a perfect deterrent, and he has swallowed it. Aggression onto Banana, and Daps can't really handle it. Boomich just stood there. It was too easy, and Obo's been asked a lot of. Already smoked out on the half wall. So this battle for Banana is going to be very interesting to see how EG handle it, how they fare. Modern day Counter-Strike, it's a whole meta within itself. And they use a lot of their util just to get the already given for free top Banana.
If they execute here, they're going to get a 2-on-4, right? The closest rotation is Simple, and he's over towards that arch side. So Smoke's coming in towards front site right now. You're about to see that land in the face of Perfecto. He's even going to stop it with his model. A smoke in exchange from him, and it does have quite the large gap here on the right-hand side. Although flirting with some spam. Just to let him know, yeah, we are top Banana. So complete mid-control right now, but again, Simple is the rotator. So if they were just to execute right here, they can isolate some fights.
He's on his way, Simple. As more nades arrive on B, he suggests and understands that's the likely outcome. What happened to Mihu there? He's just walked through the flames and gone down. Ovo does slip the net of the boosted hold, and the smokes are up. It should enable a plant. I think Breeze has got that down uncontested, and it's a 4v3 for the retake. Breeze, that's a big frag to find. If you could just knock Simple on his bottom, you'd have a shot at this, but Simple does go down, leaving us in that 2v2. This now favors EG here. Bit's gonna have to hit a real scorching first headshot, and he has. Cirque has to play time here. Tucks in. He hears them both advance into the site. He's isolated the duel perfectly, repositions. He's hunted a bit wide, a little wide. And the defuse can come in. I felt like that was Cirque's all day of the week. Why is he re-aggressing?
Oof, didn't want to get pinned to that corner, I suppose. Unawares that the kit was a little bit further away and Bit was going to have to play the time. Flustered in the moment. The round will go to Na'Vi, but it felt good for EG. Breeze did a lot there from that Coffin's position.
Oh, yeah, very, very close margin. It is going to leave CTs wanting for some cash. A couple of people on that 3.8. There will be Light and maybe a couple of Fam-I in the mix. So this is the burn. You can see, look, just spreading everywhere he went. Mihu just couldn't find a safe haven. An odd death. And for a round that comes down to a 1v1, a costly one. This is the extra engagement that Bit got exactly what he was looking for there, going for the hunt on that Banana fight.
Maybe the smoke on the bomb as well is one of the things which made it a bit more awkward, but right now, both teams have an SMG in play for their second gun round. Both teams have the AWP out, so Cirque versus Simple might not be the head-to-head, but whoever finds an opening here could be the difference maker. Simple's over towards apartment. Cirque waiting for those mid-smokes to subside, while Breeze and Daps work on some territory here. Now, Simple's AWP, it will need to be ready. Breeze has definitely found a bit of form here in Pro League.
Good to have him back. Very good to have him back. That's another Simple frag. He's killed Simple 2 rounds in a row, and if Breeze can keep that up, Na'Vi are going to look a little hamstrung.
Curious little re-peek there from Simple. Think he could get the timing on the flash. Instead, he's given up a number disadvantage right here, right now, and Na'Vi is scrambling. All 5 members from EG could press on towards this A site.
Yeah, so Boomage tucks in. A gamble of sorts. And with util now deployed, that's just the lurky smoke from Breeze's apps. If they give him, oh, they might walk straight into the Daps post up here. Oh, Daps does well onto Boomage. Pit's still a threat, but the walkout from Breeze has been met. Bit
rapping.
Delivers another electronics and nuisance as well, looking like they can pull this apart. Nice dismantle of the EG wrap. And Cirque has to call it quits. They got 2 AWPs in play. What are they supposed to do with that? Ugh. 1 library, 1 slinking onto the site. Bit still in pit. Very hard to break. And with just 10 seconds left, boys, they're looking a little indecisive. I think they're just going to call it quits.
The double AWP T-side save. Okay. Well, think of something to work with in the next round they play. But this is another one that almost fell apart for Na'Vi, right? That opening that Simple gives away in apartments. I think they're trying to get the timing on the flash, right? And then once he re-peeks back in, Breeze is more than ready for him. Cracks his skull. Man, nice shot there. This was good from Daps. It's just unfortunate that Electronic completely stops them, right? This double kill here from Electronic is more than enough to slow the wrap into the A site. Gets it done with the FAMAS as well.
Even takes the time to check his short push. He just has all the time in the world. You're operating under Electronic schedule and not the other way around.
Well, these double orbs on the T side, you don't see this ever. So let's see. Dabs and Cirque.
Yes.
The classic AWPing duo.
He takes a very quick pot shot onto the jiggle of Simple. Posting up and contesting for mid early. He will be smoked off. Paranoid about the Apps walkout as well.
There's two reasons that's not a bad smoke against AWPs and the pistols, right? A waterfall out or the AWP posting up to watch that rotation from long into the site, but they're still coming through regardless. So you're going to be on notice here. You and Electronic better batten down the hatches.
All it takes is one eaten up flashbang. He just plays the headshot angle well. And Bit can't believe his luck. He gets another uncontested frag, and this one falls apart for the Evil Geniuses.
Do you save 2 AWPs again?
I don't know.
I think you have to go.
I'd want to like try it. Dip your toe in, have a little look to see what you can find. But this is a hard one to break. I mean, Bit and Electronic, I don't fancy your chances in that crossfire. And look how little Simple's giving. He knows what you've got. He knows what weapon you're equipped with.
Do you both save again? I don't know what you do.
Listen to him, firing off shots. Cirque, oh, he did very well to get back around the corner. And yeah, just enough rope to hang themselves. It is 3-3, and Na'Vi returning to the power, getting themselves some AK-47s, picking themselves up a little 3 consecutive. They're in the driving seat now.
Yeah, call this one 4 because everybody had to invest, right? When you save those AWPs, you don't get the loss bonus, so everybody else had to invest as well, just to level out that cash, give it an even playing field going forward. Next round, looking at 2,900 as the loss bonus, so they will be able to purchase. Shouldn't be any dramas whatsoever. But yeah, just an odd place for EG to find themselves early. Double AWP, T-side save. Great little nade right there. Cirque standing on that one.
Yeah, and had Bit just gone a little deeper with his, that could have been the end of him.
Now this one, if EG run down the clock, you all know the drill at this point. Bait out that util, force the CTs to keep it costly. Don't allow them just to hold on to all their goodies. Make them share. Another big chunk of utility damage this time onto the tender nose of Breeze. And all 5 of them reside in Banana right now, and all 5 of them will conga line all the way back on down towards T-stairs. So, yeah, look. Rocking a hard place right now, isn't it? You go towards B, you're knocking on Boomich and Perfecto's door. Up middle, well, Simple might get to farm you.
And another incredibly well-timed nade. It's actually forced the entire EG squad ahead.
Oh, he doesn't know this, though.
No, he doesn't.
He has no idea.
He rotated off at the same time. So this is like the only
he's not
gap.
Looking.
The only gap.
He's
Simple,
not looking.
With a lot to do, and now they've caught him off guard.
Would you believe it? He's not going to believe it.
They found the gap. They found it. And I'd love to have found Electronic with that shot, but no, unfortunately, he lives on. And now the Bit and Electronic crossfire is a very tough cookie to crack. That's
crumbling a little bit now.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that.
That is the oddest of timings that I think I've ever seen exploited before. And the fact that Simple's ditched it and just dumped, right? He's just, I'm out of here. I'm going to B. I think I'm going to be a B here. Yeah, look, doing my job. The fact that they've been able to find that gap, he's going to be so puzzled.
Yeah.
Like, he will not know that they were literally standing in his Molotov until he goes back and watches the damage. Like, what? They're crazy. They ran through my molly.
It's good of EG to be threatening, but Na'Vi now 4 consecutive rounds on the defense, and don't forget how many consecutive series they'd collected prior to their loss to Big. These guys are undisputed world #1, defending champions, of course, of the most recent LAN event as well. And here for Pro League, for the collection of the Intel Grand Slam. If they pick up the win here, they would be joining a rather exclusive club of those with an Intel Grand Slam and an extra $1 million. Mihu goes 1 for 1 on the fight for Banana. Bit, previously the A defender, now navigates over to B and is effective there as well.
Yeah, and that's a key piece of information that you just pointed out for EG to work with. Bit's over towards B right now. So do we think that they're still in a 2-2? What type of a setup? And Na'Vi rocking right here, right now. Well, Breeze back in towards his apartments. Gonna knock on Electronic's door this time round. Lurk smoke dropped. Bits on that long rotation around the world, back over to bolster and lock down the A site. Simple being thrown on in as the lone defender of B, as Perfecto, he's going to get a move on as well. So just rejigging their CT setup here, Na'Vi, into something a little bit more optimal. And for a B hit of EG right now, they have 2 smokes, 1 for Coffins, 1 for CT. They've got a flash and a molly, so they can make this execute work. Simple, if he gets flustered here, there could be a plant.
Perfect. Anti-flash for the first. Strikes onto Breeze, the highest fragger from EG, so he's taken down the prize pig. They are in the site, though. And if Dabs does go for this rather open plan, he could get sprayed. I can't believe they've gotten away with that. Boost compulsory, surely. No, Obo opts for Emo. Okay. Cirque with a lot to do as well. They're coming in from Coffin side. These two on the site, I don't think are a guarantee, so Cirque does have to find a way to find impact and contribute. He's found the edge of the smoke, and that's effective for a little bit. Obo again onto Perfecto, but he's gone now. This is the angle. That was the chance, and that's the end of EG's chances as well. A late retake, Na'Vi will make it 5 in a row.
Okay, we're recovering another situation that could have gotten out of hand. So they're allowing EG to at least set up shop, and then they come in and they tear it all down. But this is looking good now for Na'Vi, being able to get rid of a few of those wobbles.
Talking of setting up shop, you ever done like a car boot sale?
I
don't know
no,
if
I haven't.
A British exclusive. It was kind of, I don't know, culturally, it was something that was totally normal. You just, yeah, me and my family were going to go and sell our junk in a
with
field,
everybody
in
else's
a field
families.
somewhere.
Yeah. I think my mum used to do it in like the Karen Up car park.
Yeah, and there was always the anoraks that would come and like rifle through your toys for some weird rare figure that they can sell for hundreds of thousands.
And lots of bartering in those type environments. It's probably the only time you really get to do that.
I remember it fondly. I think I'll bring back the cart boot sale when I have a family of my own.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll start packing our junk in
the trunk.
In our trunk.
Yeah.
Well, this time they've at least not dumped all their util. They've allowed Na'Vi to... Oh, there's another smoke. Hey, on Smoke Watch, Chad, there's only 2 left on the Na'Vi camp at the 70-second mark, and they are chopping and changing a little bit. So Simple will be heading over to back up Perfecto, who is still equipped and attuned for a smoke on the B defense.
It does look like they are going back towards Banana, right? And Simple's going to set up here with the AWP. How aggressive does he go? Well, that's anybody's question. That molly should answer it quite swiftly here. So he can actually just play around that. And if he is Simple, which I do believe he is, I have checked.
You did.
He might even get a little bit more cocky and go for some info here. So back and forth, over towards A one more time. Still no full committal from EG. We don't know exactly where they're going to end right here. That bomb is on Obo, could teeter between both bomb sites.
I just do not envy anyone trying to execute into this bit electronic A defense. Admittedly, the 2 missing players and Na'Vi's lost yesterday, but these boys are 90% of the time an absolutely impossible set of turrets to break through, and they're giving it a go. Still, though, stubborn in their defense. Cirque's the one to wrestle for control, and he will get that bomb down. This is the best chance we've seen in a while for EG. These late retakes from Na'Vi so far have favored them. An AWP and an M4 walk into a site. We'll find out if it's a joke.
Breeze is the one they have to clear. He's in the power position right now. This is the kill. They get Breeze, then they can isolate Cirque. Time's starting to become a problem. Halfway ticked.
Yeah, and time is totally on their side. The flashes from Simple rebound off, and Breeze takes shape. Oh, the smoke does obscure the view. Cirque getting a bit flustered, one-on-one. Perfecto, Mr. Clutch Master, this time denied by Breeze. And he'll snatch away the AWP, but he'll snatch, more importantly, away an EG response. We haven't seen them post a T round since that 3-0 conversion. And it's Breezy that pulls it across the line.
Lovely stuff there. So EG, they're staying threatening, right? When they're given opportunities, they're definitely taking them. We've seen them set up in a couple of post-plant situations. This time round, well, able to trade very efficiently onto the site into the heavy A stack. Their buy doesn't really reflect that, does it? Obo and Daps into Mac 10s, charging up Banana here.
This could be interesting. Let's see how Na'Vi react to early Banana control. Poor Obo. I think they call that booked. Standing in the open, doing the flashbang dance, just touching A and D, hoping you're alive when your vision restores. He was not.
Ooh, Bimich is getting a bit thirsty for this one, isn't he? Great nade. He's out. They have to clear him. Oh,
wow.
They will.
Yeah, that's a big find. Didn't need to molly it out. I guess you just send me who as the secondary to clear. Oh, Breeze. Breeze, what an opportunity. And again onto Simple. He is smashing this head-to-head. And he's taking the Na'Vi start out of the equation at a crucial juncture. They're so low. I'm not sure who I'd argue has the advantage here if, that is an if, they head towards the stacked site. A is about to be reinforced. Bit's heading over there now, fully healthy and ready for action. It seems, however, that the pendulum swings in favor of EG.
This is the gamble stack meta, right? And RV have opted to go for A. So Breeze is going to walk on in here, just continuing to keep up presence. Doesn't need to find a kill. And, well, just by positioning alone, EG should be getting their 5th round to be able to tie this up. Smokes and flashes come over, but that's a formality. They're in. It's free. They'll get that bomb down, and Na'Vi have to save.
Lovely.
Yes. Easy, easy, easy. Look at this go. They're definitely in this one, right? First half, T side, 5 rounds so far, looking good. I want to quickly have a little bit of a look at Breeze's stats and reflect, because in recent memory, he was a non-issue, right? He kind of went missing for a little while. And I think so far within the Pro League, he's doing quite well, all things considered.
Yeah.
We know that it's not going to be the easiest of times with, in case you missed it, Daps standing in, right? He's the coach of EG now, and Stan has taken a little bit more time off.
I would argue that he's probably the most effective of the coach stand-ins you're going to get.
Yes. Yes.
Like, this is, we can't, if you're a newer viewer, don't put this in the same category as like Zonic putting himself in the mouse and keyboard again.
Sure.
This is a different kettle of fish. Daps, very recently a competitive player, whether it's CSGO, of course, more recently, Valorant. So he's been putting the crosshair on the head professionally for some time, has Daps. This is not a new land for him. And Breeze, that was another great pickup as well. I think he's almost the reason that B-bomb site ended up being unguarded. So big work from him again. And here we go, 5-5. EG keeping it competitive. And if they were to convert this one, Boomich in his signature MP9, let's see if he runs it down mid in his similar capacity. What's happening there? Okay. Lots of exchanges, both favoring EG here. Chances dwindle. Simple again goes down to Breeze. Was he blinded there?
Yeah, I think he very much was. Okay, well, that was a very curious mid-peek out from Na'Vi. I was looking at the stats, I looked up and I just see them seemingly dry, so just riding their way into middle.
I heard Obo's silencer engaging first, so I think that was his banana fight. And as that contact was taken, the rest went down mid, Bit peeking in. Daps wins the duel, and the rest is history. You saw Breeze onto Simple as your final frag of the piece. That was it.
This was definitely something where they were hoping they could isolate 1 or 2 kills like in limbo in middle. But you can see the X's at the top of mid. They've both swung and they both got destroyed. And then Simple desperate, right? Because at that point, if you're the Apartments player or the Pip player, your biggest fear is that they completely swarm and take full A control, and then they just press you in from everywhere. Apartments, short. So I guess he was trying to make a play in the chaos of it all. But EG have actually set themselves up in a really good position now to stare down the barrel of 7 or 8 rounds on this T half. So rattling Na'Vi here, I think, still feeling yesterday's game. And there it is. So Obo just turns around and they're just biffing mid. So I guess that was by design that Na'Vi wanted to take those fights. And here's a flash Simple. Not often you see Simple rocking with an MP9, do you? So, all right, you can see just how much of a difficult spot Na'Vi are finding themselves in here.
Now, if anyone of our pairing, Chad, likes to jump to conclusions and over-dramatize, it is me.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to get too excited, but I also can't help but feel that Na'Vi, if you add together the Counter-Strike they played yesterday, then all of the conversations they've had in response to that, with a first half like this out of EG, there is definitely grounds for a competitive series here, and Na'Vi, don't forget, have been having their fair share of woes when it comes to the close. Now, EG, to be fair, have been having 1/2 games. Everyone, I think, I was listening to or reading the conversation on Reddit, and all the EG fans just frustrated that they get the first half out of EG. They're like, oh, okay. Oh, we've got a competitive team after all. And then it does tend to be a bit of a missing second. They haven't quite got all the pieces of the puzzle in place.
Yeah, I've just went and had a little bit of a look at the stats here for Breeze. I don't want us to miss any of the action, so keep our eyes firmly trained on if this one kicks off in a second. But Breeze's stats so far within EPL for this season, he is sitting at, where did it go? We've just misplaced it, 0.98. So I think the highlights, I may have been blinded by them, because Obo is actually the best performer for EG so far.
Okay. Oh, we heard him. He knows where you are, Boomich. And walking straight into the trap is Daps, just walking in, face check, does get one. And Electronics angle has caught the Breeze walkout as well. Oh dear, someone didn't finish his meal. Obo will eventually pull it across the line. Bit's now gone. Wrapping into A. You saw Boomich is on a fast flank, and with 10 seconds left, yeah, it can be denied. Electronic from the pit. It's getting really messy. Someone needs to be planting. Circ. Ooh, just gets it down. Electronic in the pit. Multiple targets. One shot as well. And Na'Vi do it with bare bones everything. Just a CZ for Electronic. Pistol frags in the feed. And EG, they do trip over on their execution of A.
10 seconds left as they're coming up short, wrapping into the site. Stalled out by Na'Vi, and you feel that's probably around that EG should be converting. Oh, a mess and a half right there. And a couple of flubbed moments, right? You see Simple with the snapping turtle, just not able to get his kill finished. Obo eventually gets his frag. But this is the point, and like they're wrapping around Arch side with 10 seconds left. Perfecto, he's just sitting back, hanging out, letting Electronic chip away with that damage. So not a great one to lose.
Yeah, it's going to leave a mark, that's for sure. And it puts Na'Vi back into a nice and even
Luckily.
kill.
But they can salvage it now.
Exactly what they needed. Oh, that's going to spur them forward.
Not again.
Oh, twice. He's just been cooked by the Na'Vi. It's banana utility. Well, it's starting to become rather textbook. We start to see the EG Breeze apps lurk, drop some util, tries to force a rotate. They're actually returning to his domain as he calls upon a clear. He's trying to beat Simple in the 1v1 again. Yeah, this time wise to his tricks. 3v5 for EG to overcome. Doesn't sound easy. Certainly not with Simple posted up on your short peak.
Well, they're rescinding quickly back down middle here, and I don't know what seems like the easiest site. At least over towards B, they do get a 2-on-3. Bits the swingman from Library here. Boomich and Perfecto have to batten down the hatches.
But at 30 seconds, dude, with the util that Perfecto has, he can just deny this. And he will. Drops the can of flames, so 30 seconds.
Bit's still not rotating.
Still got a smoke. They're gonna have like 10 seconds if they don't walk through it. They have to. They have to go now, and all their backs are turned. Boomich strikes for one. The bomb now loose. Chaos calls it. Circ with some quick reactions that might say play on. Might. He has to plant. It's uncomfortable. It's too much discomfort.
Wow.
A great catch from Bit just to win the round right there.
Oh, Circ did so much. He did so much to even make that one possible, and he's running out of places to plant. The only, well, safe-ish position he could find, and Bit says, no, no, no. That is 7 now for Na'Vi, but that got interesting. It didn't feel like it should. You're pointing out the util, just how many luxuries are afforded to this Na'Vi B defense. And this second one here, Perfecto starts getting tickled by the flames, so he's flustered. Circ gets one through the wall, and then Bit shows him how it's done. Headshot, of course.
Oh, yeah, just for good measure.
Oof, okay, well, Na'Vi are bailing themselves out of situations right now.
Yeah, and of course it's Bit and Electronic that are having a good game today. Absent the other three. Easy peasy, Circ's down. Oh, he wants a re-peek. He wants more, and just as we call upon him, Simple does deliver with the double.
Breezes through the gap, you know, he's into pit.
Oh, good point. And that means Daps will know that it's room to maneuver. The entire squad's gone, though. Simple's just skeet shooting at this point. And Breeze and Daps have put themselves on the peak. Oh. Simple's walk-up cancelled. That's the shot out of Daps, looking sharp on the Vandal.
Oh, hold up a second, Alex. Look where the bomb is.
Wait. Oh.
There wasn't more. It felt like there could have been.
Boomich has got it. And that's the end of that. We'll make it 8. Na'Vi running towards the end of this one comfortably. That's 3 in a row, and they can call it 9 if they find that 4th. Finances for EG are bleak.
It's taken some time, though, before it feels like these gunnies have completely faded away. Because that moment we were getting a little bit, or at least I was, a little bit, oh, okay, double saving AWPs, right, on the T side. And then that feels like a conversation from a lifetime ago, because they've been in this now. EG have been competitive.
Yeah, I mean, if you could muster an 8-7, that is ridiculously strong for a EG pick against Na'Vi. Admittedly, the second halves have fallen away from EG. But CT Inferno, everyone's got A voice in that one. Simple miss. Boomich doesn't. Again, Mihu an opening death. He's been having a tough time on this first half.
Catcher's bit there for Boomich. And that actually just spurs EG forward. They only have enough nades to go for this single hit. So if they get denied here, they won't have any utility to work with. They have to get in on this take.
Oh, and his crosshair could not have been placed any better. Eliminates Obo on the elevated sandbags. They're starting to commit. Daps has again delivered something to make it competitive. The smoke from Perfecto gives him a powerful angle to eliminate Daps. Oh, and Perfecto does deliver enough to make this round just a formality. Bomb to be planted. Cirque's double should enable the plant at the very least. He's actually opted to fake it out, which does give some more time for Electronic to head on over. Cirque looking for the clutch. Bits crawled all the way through, and actually Electronic second guessing himself. That's given him the 1v1 he's dreaming of. Will he go for a Coffin's clear? Yo, he's going into the ruins, and Bit's going to be as deep as he possibly could. Cirque may not check it. How wide will you check? Bit's ready for you. Call it 9-6. Okay. EG came to play, but Na'Vi recover. And we'll be right back to check in to see how that second half will go. It's EG's pick up against the black and yellow Behemoth.
North America has had a number of promising young talents, though sometimes it's really a cause of crowds clinging to false promise and the NA region desperately overhyping a player because they truly want to believe it. Obo so far seems like the real deal, however, and still only age 18, he had big shoes to fill when joining EG this year after his relatively successful stint in Complexity. So far in Pro League, EG have yet to find a win, but Obo has posted incredible numbers, including a series high 1.40 and 1.2 against Mouse Sports and FaZe, respectively. It still seems so recent that Electronic joined Na'Vi, which is why it's actually incredible to know that he's been a member of Na'Vi for almost 4 years. Joining the squad after posting huge numbers in the CIS and Tier 2 regions, Electronic came in with high hopes and a promise that he had the potential to become the highest rated player in the world. And he's backed that up 3 times in HLTV's top 20 with a rating lower than 6th in that time.
We return to the fray of our second map. Well, excuse me, second series, first map, Na'Vi and EG. And we're in Group C. This one has already proven that it's going to come down to the final day, those last 8 p.m. games, simultaneous streams, complete uncertainty. But all you need to know is wins are good.
Wins are very good.
Losses are bad.
Very bad, especially if you're EG. You lose this one, then you don't have any chances. Now, it was like 12 out of 4,000 and something chances, I think.
I did catch the Doctor Strange reference from Kaplan as well. I think that's very appropriate for what Michal Slavinsky has to do during the round robin.
Crunch the numbers here. 1xBet have done the same. Na'Vi are the favourites. Who would have thunk it?
Yeah,
nice little nade trap combo.
Obo's been the highest performer for EG. Let's see if that performance carries over into his pistol here. And it's a crucial one as well. If you want to maintain control, don't forget EG already one pistol up. If they get both of them, that's all of the extra legs up you could have desired up against Na'Vi as an underdog.
Yeah, I think right now, Na'Vi on this pistol round, if we just hone on in this 4v5, are kind of screwed because Breeze is still in a very forward position of Boiler, and Cirque is still caretaking from that arch side. So Mihu could rotate over towards B now, no dramas, and maybe he will. That Bit's presence has been noted. Chipped away out, here they come.
Oh yeah, Daps, here's a lot going on here, and Boomich gets to the pool position, as does Electronic with that bomb. They're maneuvering nicely into the site without much contact, and Boomich already slipped through. A couple of misses from Obo has cost them some ground. It's Mihu's USP that will deter. Solid pair of frags, finishes off with the third as well onto Bit, and that will be the 7th. So, 100% success rate in the pistols, 100% success rate in the conversions so far. Let's see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, this would be nice here from EG, right? This is not going to be an easy half by any means, but to be fair, Na'Vi haven't looked crisp today, right? It hasn't been just an absolute destruction out of Na'Vi just yet. They still have plenty of time in this series to change that conversation.
Yeah, Mihu on your screens and Mihu in the kill feed. We were just talking about his sensitivity. One of the lowest in professional play.
I just love how cocky and forward Breeze and Daps are being right now. They are up against just some upgraded pistols, a Deagle for Simple, a P250 for Electronic. The rest are on Glocks, so that's telling you that next round, Na'Vi will be purchasing. But when you play forward like that, you risk going down and giving some weapons over. So they've played forward. Now they're playing a bit more passive here and still wanting to retain this mid control. A boost for Daps could be lovely. No committal just yet from Na'Vi. Obi?
Yo, Obi.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Obi Trice.
How old do you think Obo... Well, Obo wasn't born when Star Wars came out.
Bro name, no gimmicks. What?
We also... Hold up. Simple's Deagle, getting something done. I was about to say, we also weren't born when Star Wars first came out. AK-47s. They're a weapon.
They are a weapon. And they cost around 2,700
on the black market of Counter-Strike.
In the black market that is Counter-Strike.
The price never changes.
Yeah, you'd think that it would be affected by supply and demand.
How do they keep getting all the AKs?
I'm not entirely sure. I think the US sells them to... No, obviously not.
Obviously not. Well, Cirque, it's a tidy little run boost. But it doesn't get you a lot here because Na'Vi, they're more than willing to give up this banana control early. Now flash through, Perfecto looking for space. Going to emerge through the smoke like a bit of a monster.
Yo, you got to be brave if you want to stick around, and Obo does. They try and return fire. Obo just takes them down, beams them down, and it all rests on Perfecto. With still 70 seconds left, that is a dream for EG in this full conversion. This was a full investment out of Na'Vi. And they'll have got 6 of their rounds in the opening 3 of each half.
Yeah, this is EG making a competitive conversation here at least. After they get this one, which they will. Perfecto running all the way back into Daps now. He's going to grab the bomb. We'll need to be extremely careful on this clear. The MP9 has found deadly range in Perfecto. He hasn't walked over the magic line just yet. Back towards B, and that's where Cirque's AWP resides.
Cirque finishes the job. I think Electronic thought he did a whole lot more to him as well, asking for the HP in chat, still had 84 to play with, so definitely a little hard done by, I guess, in Electronic's book. This is actually the shot that were thrown his way. nothing to report from Electronic.
Yeah, cancel that move. And now maybe cancel Na'Vi getting around for at least one more of play. This is just the pistol upgrade again. Just you sucks to hate start the half this way, right? Like, you know, you lose the first gun round, you're back down to pistols again. They haven't really been all that threatening, so can they get some mojo flowing here? 9-9 the score reads. Cirque liberal across mid with the movement there. He's not concerned, and nor is Breeze. Within the early stages of that first half, he was pip and simple at every post. It wasn't even close in terms of openings in head-to-head fights.
Yeah, he went 6-1, I think.
Yeah, Peter said within the first 10 rounds. So that's some early biffing and boshing. But they've been able to get themselves some window control. They have some light util. And they'd love to collapse down on this short hold, wouldn't they?
Yeah, it would actually work out wonderfully. I mean, he'd have to somehow bait the shot. Simple. Let's see how well he does so. It's Electronic that draws the fire. And a bit of chaos on that banana hold from Perfecto. He's just been caught by a stray bullet through the smoke. The rest of Na'Vi gather now for the commit. Util will probably force Cirque off, yeah? White screen, daps. Oh, it's easy as that. Sprays down 3. Call it 10 for EG. And Na'Vi, they were saving up their pennies for this round. Let's see if they can bite back and fight back before EG start pulling ahead too much.
Would be wild, right? If EG pick up a scalp of a map, right? Let's not even start talking about the series just yet. Even a map against Na'Vi, considering the circumstances, that's crazy. Like, when you think about the Fnatic circumstance, you think about the big circumstance, they pale in comparison to this one, right? Like, having your in-game leader take more time, and then your coach, who's recently returned from being a Valorant pro, has to step in short notice.
Yeah. I mean, Complexity made it out of groups, dude.
That's true. You're right, they did with the whole stand-in situation as well. Your star player injured, and then everybody else has to perform at a higher level. Well, and maybe Pro League's all about that.
A bit of a follow-up question, because we were talking about, you know, previous groups. Like, in the Bad News Bears, like, the way out, they were talking about how horrible and how difficult it is to compete against European Counter-Strike when you can only scrim Liquid if you're lucky once or twice. EG have been in European source scrimming. That's how they've been tuning their game, right?
I believe that the majority of them, especially those who had to travel overseas, are in Katowice together.
Yeah.
It looks like Cirque's at home from the webcams. I'm not certain about that. But yeah, they've been getting their practice, at least with Daps in the team in Europe.
Because I knew that was hampering Bad News Bears.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference in resources obviously available there, right? So in that Bad News Bears discussion as well, one of the things is when you're trying to qualify for these slots, there's only a certain amount of teams you could even play against, even if it's not EG or Liquid, right, for those slots. So even your practice just to maintain a high placing in your country becomes difficult to do.
Oh, Symbol gets a little footstool for his way down as well. Keeping it quiet, and that's because they intend to pop.
There's 3 here, you know.
I think that incendiary just a second too late. Here they come. The entire Na'Vi wave starts to crash into the EG rocks, and it looks like Na'Vi have at least got the sight. Daps is a little late to the party. He has tagged up Electronic, but unfortunately gets away, and all these free fires will result in his death. Cirque gets nothing for it as well. Bit so deep in CT.
The plant felt like an afterthought there, didn't it? They get it down so late. The round is already secured at this point, and yeah, okay, now 10-10. Now we're talking. Now, reflecting the money situation is where we need to go next. And, well, because of the fantastic start for EG, they don't have any loss bonus to work with. So 1,400, this is an essential save right now from Breeze. You're going to have enough money to get out the Cirque AWP. That's not too many dramas right there. Obo's going to have cash. Daps, yeah, he's going to be close. He's going to have enough for the M4. Might want to opt for an SMG if they want to try and get some map territory and have those quite forward banana stances that we've seen them do a few times, because you can see they're just 4.1 for him and 4.3 for me. So one of the two might have to prioritize utility unless Breeze wants to hook them up with a drop. But late on that one, Na'Vi really just taking the pace out of it.
Look at when they were planting. It was like, I mean, you said it was an afterthought, but yeah, probably about 2 seconds to spare on that whole round before the bomb went down. 10-10, as Chad has outlined. It does start to get interesting for EG now. Let's see if Na'Vi can start shredding through the defensive resources of EG. They aren't in a dreamy situation. That's probably what's incited the timeout out of them.
Well, when the coach is in the server.
Yeah, touche.
I think they still have Valence
No, it's
doing like data science and stuff for them as well.
Oh, they've got Valence in the EG camp.
Yeah, he's been there for a while.
I know he's
smart.
He's a smart cookie.
A
right?
very smart cookie.
I know that Cloud9 saw great value in him for a long time, even when they were falling off a cliff.
They'll be back. They always come back. So Daps has opted for the MP9, and yeah, the gun was dropped across to Mihu. So Mihu's actually sitting with the most reserve cash here. Let's see, run boost again, and well, Cirque du Soleil. The tickets are sold out apparently.
Yeah, a bit slippy on the head. And another man dead. Perfecto walking in for his first frag, and actually Na'Vi taking some liberties up mid. No contact, they just walk straight up. Breeze.
Oh, Shadow.
Doesn't matter. He's caught with a pin pulled regardless.
Go now. Definitely just go now.
Oh, well, we may as well call this 11.
Well, this is the thing, right? They don't know that the bomb site is clear, but they should go in because Breeze is traditionally the anchor, right? So knowing that one of your biggest thorns in the side, the prickle of the A site, is dead.
It's a lovely feeling from Boomage. When you start hitting that jump key a bit more frequently, that's usually a sign of the times. Sight feels a bit too free.
Okay, so Simple's given the AWP to Perfecto here, as Bogdan's Law states. And now he's actually going for a hunt. Okay, Mihu. Bullets through the smoke. Simple wondering what he did.
Yeah, acting as a bit of a deterrent there, and they re-smoke half wall. So it's time for the game within the game, folks. It's a very punishing hunt. It's the, what's it called? What's the film you were talking about, The Purge?
Yes, yes,
okay,
yes,
so today's the day. They're allowed off the leash. And they're looking to do a little extra damage on the way out. Boosted over the half wall, some good suppressing util. Mihu does lose his M4. Dabs and Cirque holding on to what they can, and I think Na'Vi happy to draw the line there.
Okay, well, this is just starting to really be tedious now for EG, right? They get the save, but now they have to discuss their financial situation, which is not fantastic. Should be an eco, or maybe just light investments behind these two saved guns, but they need to find Cirque an opening somehow, right? They need to manufacture one. You can throw the one-way smoke towards the top banana, try and flash and get him involved over there, and he's actually just going to do it on his lonesome, so nobody to help assist Cirque for this. If he goes aggressive, this is all just on him, right? Right now, this is just Cirque's intuition. No flashes. AWP will be noted, so that information will be relayed to Boomich and co. Now, if they want to go B, you hear the AWP shot, you have to keep that in mind with your execute. Now, if they think it's a fake, you know, and Cirque's there just to shoot a bullet and then rotate quickly over towards A, these are the questions that Na'Vi need to answer.
Yeah, and I thought Boomich was looking towards Banana because he was going to try and hear if another shot, see if he can actually just go down as a bit of a canary in the coal mine. They would love to confirm that Cirque is still there. But this boosted Mihu position definitely is good for one at the bare minimum. Oh, but flashed off perfectly by Bit. Electronic collects himself an easy one.
Electronic and Bit both have 19 kills.
They're back.
Yeah, so yesterday they went, oh, it's a bit early for us. Today, they are here to rip heads apart.
So is the Yobo P250, a little threatening. 1 by 1 into the stack, and now the saved rifles remain. Good shot out of Cirque. Doesn't let Boomich slide through short unscathed.
Okay.
Simple's opted to throw the bomb down for Bit to recover.
Is that smoke it? Do you think that's it? That now they just go, we save? Like if they kept it open, Cirque would have kept taking shots. I know it's a 2 on 3.
They're talking about the boost. They're like,
yeah,
maybe not with no util.
This is just the percentage Counter-Strike that you're having to play these days. As much as you want to try, right? The value's just not there. So holding on to the AWP, holding on to the M4. Daps and Cirque going back to where they resided last round.
He's got a pretty stacked AWP there. Look at the stickers on that Cirque AWP. What we got? I think I saw a Titan.
Oh, he scoped it.
Damn you, Cirque.
Unscope.
There was an Titan on the scope, I think. We'll find out in a second.
MC will probably zoom in.
It's not
or
easy.
Maybe it's Jay.
Pixely and...
It's Mr. Raz. J-Raz is in the server.
Mr. Raz!
Mr. Raz is in the server.
Oh, I'm happy to hear he's pressing the 1s and 2s. I'd have assumed it was Rush.
No, Rush. Okay, sorry, I should have been more specific. Rush is with us, but Jay is his sidekick.
Okay.
Normally it's MC in the morning, and then Jay takes over, and then Jakey comes on when Rush has had enough. Rush is kind of like the king of the observer crew.
Right.
Yeah.
Like he's the head Oompa Loompa.
Yeah, the head honcho.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe it. I also feel like Rush would love a trip to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory as well.
He would.
That does sound like a good day trip.
He'd have fun there.
Yeah, why not? Still don't think he's ever been to the zoo. So it has started to run away from EG, and this is actually a crucial round. So we will zip our lips and focus in on what could be a determining factor of how far Inferno goes for EG. Retake utility dropped, but at the same time, Na'Vi throw their control utility. So if they confirm no one's sandbags, they've got top banana. Mission statement 1 is complete. Cirque's posted up on this line, but he will be triple peeked. They can wide swing, peek on the flash. It looks like there's a flash in the hands of at least 2 of them. Simple to deploy it. Counter util at the same time. Oh, he just completely missed him.
How's Boomich done that?
He's hiding in plain sight, and he takes the sight as well.
Boomich just fired up with that one. Just strolls on in. He's picked the blind spot somehow.
I mean, that is truly like the perfect blind spot example. You know, like when there's that bicycle that's perfectly hidden in the truck's POV? That was Boomich. Boomich is the bicycle.
Whew. Where's Boomich is the question. Where's Waldo? Where's Wally? Where's Daps?
I reckon he's not too long for this world, actually. Bit's got a bit of a bloodlust, and he suspects Pit's the right place to be looking. Oh, spotted out. Good shot. More to come.
Yeah, they've constricted him now, so just slowly pushing through. Daps should be a bullet in the side of the head. Bit'll do the honors, and there you go. 13 now for Na'Vi.
Also worth noting, Bit, his spacing there, he made sure he went as wide as possible so that if Daps does want to commit to that fight, he's a sitting duck for his Daps player. It's all those little details. I love me some Counter-Strike. This is the Boomich double in that blind spot, and then proceeds to just go ahead and just finish the round right there.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. You can see he really did feel pretty fired up after that one as he's bounding through construction.
That makes any entry fragger happy. The fact that you like individually can just stroll into the site and take down all 3 of them, that is a joy right there. But we're back underway. Simple has already been tagged on down, and Boomich picking up where he left off. Been able to find another opening kill here as hot water being felt and hot feet as well. That one has been heard. Bit, his ears are perked on up. Kind of got them surrounded here, but not in the good way. Like, these pistols up close could rip ahead. Never mind. So where do we land on the headshot machine discussion? Does it stay with Scream forever?
I mean, I think half the reason it was funny is because he couldn't say the H in headshot. That was like half the meme.
Okay, I didn't know that was the funny part.
Headshot.
Okay.
The French can't do the H.
All right. So what do we do with Bit? Because he's just very proficient as far as putting the crosshair on the head go.
Yeah.
He got the memo. You know, he's the first time Bit sat down to play Counter-Strike, they said, oh, well, how do I win?
Yeah.
Put the crosshair on the head.
Yeah. And you kill them much more efficiently when you just immediately click on the head.
Yeah, especially with this one. You see this one here? It's called the AK.
Yeah.
You like this one?
Wow.
You see his little baby brother? This one's called the Deagle. You like this one too?
Oh, I wonder what his headshots are at for this game as well. Let's have a little look. Bit is at 70. How is he doing that so consistently while having the most kills on the scoreboard?
Hey, well, like we said, he just aims for the head.
Yeah, but like he finished a whole LAN event with 69 average.
Yeah.
I guess he's just more efficient at shooting than most people.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just none of that body shot nonsense. Even when he's wall banging people, it's into the bloody head. It's a balance of, I guess, his crosshair placement. Just a little, just aim higher. Like Simple
Just aim higher.
Just like Simple told him.
Just aim higher. Okay, 14 to 10. Here we go.
Simple, what's your one tip for the Counter-Strike world? Your one tip on how to improve? Aim higher. Okay. Well, it makes so much more sense now. And Perfecto was put higher into the vice of Obo's M4. Clamped shut, man advantage. EG need this. If they can't convert a 4v5, I don't know how they hope to close this gap.
Yeah, at least a little bit of resistance, right? The nades were good, the headshot better. They're still coming B though, aren't they? I feel like they want to just keep cracking into this site.
It's the right call to make as well. It's only Obo and Mihu here, and Mihu's been having a screamer on the B defense. Nice find, and he's aware of Electronic. Go on, Mihu, that's the hunt. It costs him his life, and careful now, because Simple's got Obo's head in the scope. This site is lost. Cirque rotating in, it's a little half-hearted. They don't even have a kit, Chad, and Daps and Breeze are so far away. The kit's down. You can see it there on that pool position. It was Mihu that held it.
They've got flashes for this retake,
they should
right?
Go for it, man.
Yeah, they have to. You have to go for this one. You don't get many more opportunities like this.
Go. Obo, Daps and Breeze from Banana. And that construction fight does not last long. Another headshot for Bit. Time getting a bit sensitive now. I would expect to see a frag in the EG camp soon. Oh, it feels like Cirque's already given up. Just keeping them caged on the bomb site is the best they can hope for, I suppose. And Simple Electronic on the retreat. They're actually heading straight into Cirque. He does well to, I guess, make it costly. They've got 13 grand. They're nearly on max money. This is really cost Na'Vi nothing. EG, however, now have to find 5 in a row.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really hard. That was one of their best opportunities, a man-down retake scenario on the B bomb site. Just needed to get some way back in, but unable to scrap it together. And while they will invest, they will get the buy looking as good as they can. An MP9 for Obo, rifles for the rest. Breeze onto a Famish. You don't love to see it here. And 5 AK-47s out on the other side. Simple doesn't need the AWP. Breeze is actually going forward on this apartment's position. Needs to be careful.
Oh, yeah. Aggressive maneuvers with an M4 sometimes feels
gap just
like
there.
you're hard done by. There is a gap, yeah, minor. But doing it with a FAMA. Very brave.
Yeah, well, the fact that Electronic and Bit are the two who are here as well, so they will demand respect in this apartment's position. Breeze not hanging around here to take the duel, but Cirque is. Need more than one opening. I think they need 2.
Cirque sticking around on that line. That could catch him off guard, and it does. He clips the wings of Electronic, gets to live on. And that information relayed, you can see, look at the stack out of EG. This could be a horrible state of affairs had they committed to the B site, but seems like it's just util, a little bit of a fake. It's pulling Daps away from the A site. Obo as well.
20 seconds now.
They're teasing him.
Where are we going?
It's going to be A, and it is only Cirque and Breeze on the site. Tight crossfire. Cirque needs to find something fast. Boomich has just gone straight past. Nice find. Oh, Obo with the SMG out of nowhere. Long range, mid range, doesn't matter. He says play on. 3 from the... He's holding long with an MP9. That's impact when you need it most.
Nice stuff there from Obo. Just absolutely destroying Na'Vi. And that was so late on this hit. Here it is again. Coming through the smoke, emerging like the speed demon he is, and just keeping it firing.
Honestly, that's the only way I see EG recovering that round, as they're all swarming the site. Perfectly timed smoke push, and a very, very quick triple. Like, by the time Na'Vi have said, push smoke, 3 people are dead.
Yeah, that was just all down to the frags falling in Na'Vi's favor late, and denied. So here we go, back towards Banana. We saw this trick before. Oh, this nade. Not going to do as much as I thought. Still a little bit of softening going up here. Well, they need this and the next to break Na'Vi's money completely. And while they're winning rounds, Na'Vi's loss bonus is building on the other side, right? So as we get closer and closer to the potential 15-15 mark, Na'Vi are giving themselves more money to work with. Maybe a little bit of a quicker finish this time around. They have mid control, and they just need to decide where they want to finish here. Library smoke landed, Daps to deal with it.
Oh, that could cost him his life, and that's a small error that could be the beginning of the end. That's if Breeze doesn't stand to deliver a double out of there. holding the App's position. He's even walking into the Perfecto hunt. That is enough of a double to at least keep it competitive. Electronica standoff with Cirque now relieves the pressure as well and peeking in at the perfect time. Oh, Breeze. That is quite the statement 4K.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Breeze here. I know when I check the overall stat line for him so far in Pro League, it hasn't been fantastic, but like these are the moments, this is the classic Breeze that you remember, right? When he was in the conversation for being one of the best North American players. Now he definitely dipped off, right? He definitely dipped off, but seeing him laying pain down range like that is beautiful. And Na'Vi, well, they've gone all in. Right? They've shoved all those chips into the middle of the table. That loss bonus I was talking about, it's only going to be 2,400 in the next round, so they desperately need a plant. So they want to continue to be threatening.
The majority have left that extra residual 1,100, I guess, with the maths you've just outlined. That makes sense.
Yeah. Boomich is the only one, right, who's not going to be in that conversation. But I'm
you
sure
know he's not shy.
He's Mac 10,
Yeah.
you know, or a Tech 9.
Oh, okay, Mihu. You've been having a lot of trouble on this banana hold, and he swallowed a nade this time around as well.
They've been alternating in certain rounds, either having Daps A or B, right? And that's kind of either freed Obo up to be locking down B or to be over towards A. So I guess this is a part of like trying to hide a weakness, right? Trying to put Daps in different positions here so they can't just target one bomb site.
Oh, well, it is that B call, and I haven't seen a successful EGB defense in some time. It hinges on a smoke being respected. They're already in the site. Look how quick Boomich is. Oh, Boomich has done it again, and it's map winning. Map winning for sure. Simple plugs Cirque out of the air before he can take another shot. And the rotation through CT held with a very deep angle from Simple's AWP. Avoids the flash.
Gotta go for it, boys.
What are you doing?
Give it everything you got here. You got no other options.
And an easy collection for Simple. Bides his time, playing for the win. And Boomich, he's just so aggressive, finding that space when his team need it most. A great recovery from Na'Vi, but a competitive game, that's for sure. EG, they picked Inferno and pushed them nearly to the full 30. Na'Vi 1-0 up though, and it's a must-win for these boys to continue their dominance in Group C.
Patching the wound. There's one guy who can help lock this whole thing down.
They have no idea he's here. He's found the gap. But this would be a huge round to win. This is just Glocks and a few little deagles. So this is definitely doable for Electronic. No armor though. They've got the kits. They can do this, but they need to get it now. He gets closer and they have no idea he's in the back.
Device wasn't ready. He could knock Tag off the plant. A double, a triple.
Here comes Electronic. Into the bomb site, taking 2 heads and coming in big.
Bada boom, bada bing. Or just big boom. That's what we've got in front of us, and that is what has been laid out across Inferno. EG get planted by Na'Vi. And by that, I mean this was a very contested game at times, and very, very close, even unnaturally close. I got Yanko here to dissect.
I think you could say that if you just look at the score and you're thinking it's a real close game, but I did feel like Na'Vi was in control for the most part. They did lose both pistols, right? That didn't help them. Also in the second half, losing that third round, you know, the first gun round, really. But after that, they managed to recuperate in both halves, string rounds together. T side in the second half was pretty dominant. Like, sure, there were some close rounds early on in the first half, the retakes, but that's just, you know, Na'Vi being the better team and having numbers advantage in those retakes. You know, it's not as close as it might seem.
So this is a case of familiarity, you think? We were kind of discussing that before the match starts, but for EG, it's just the fact of being familiar with Inferno?
Yeah, I think it's obviously one of the maps they can go to right now. That's why I said I wouldn't count them out to even win this map. And they had a lot of things going for them, right? Like winning the pistols and whatnot, but they still couldn't convert to some of the more important rounds, right? They lost against a half buy and a saved M4 and an MP9 in the first half. That set them back towards the end of the first half, right? So that round, a couple of rounds we have here in the second half that we'll show in a bit. If that could have gone their way, they would have won Inferno.
Well, speaking of showing those in a bit, that's something we're going to do for sure. I guarantee you, Yanko, but not just yet, because it's the U.S. Air Force. Aim high, head-to-head, Bit in one corner, Breeze in the other one. And, well, for Breeze, it's looking a little bit better. We can give him that.
Yeah, he has been playing better with Daps too. I think it's just obvious that Daps isn't going to take any space or do anything. He's just going to try and enable other players on the team. And he also head-to-head with Simple. You know, he killed them a couple of times in apps or out of apps. It definitely helped EG in that first half. And for Bit, yesterday he did have a quiet game, but as I said, it came down more to the strategy and anti-stratting from Big than it did to him failing. And here he came much better, prepared in much better form and had a dominant game.
Yeah, and that shows. I think also, too, when you start to look at that first half, you're thinking, okay, well, this got pretty damn close. Or on paper, it looks pretty close. There was still a fight here left for EG. But then in that second half, you know, they grabbed the first 4. Then it's 6 the other way around. What really started all that, Yanko?
Well, what started that is the round on B, really, that we're going to show is where you see that even though they had some good reads, EG did, you know, they counted on Na'Vi coming B, and they, on paper, were set up for that hit, but unfortunately, just the coordination wasn't right there. Some small missteps from players individually, you know, and that enabled Na'Vi to take those rounds, even though they weren't favored perhaps to do so. So this is just end of the round. I think a little bit under 30 seconds left. You can see how Na'Vi is all set up here towards Banana to do a B hit, and we see Bit over here. He's going to lurk in this round. So I'm just going to play it out now. So we'll see how the CTs are set up in this. Whoop. Let's do this.
What have we done here?
A bit of
a blunder, they call it? I think
a blunder, they call it.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, you want to run that back?
All right, there we go. So now we see the CT setup here. We have Daps here. He's on a flash. Obo has a molly. You can see Mihu. He's on a molly as well. So what's going to happen now is Obo is going to return his incendiary, try to make it more complicated. You can see the nades flying in, the double Molotov from the T's here for triple and for dark. Flash comes in from Daps, but Mihu can't really play with it because he was blind. And here he should just release his incendiary here into the corner of the pool, right? You see that there's a smoke for first box here, so that really would disable Na'Vi players for taking this route. They would have to go on top of first, or go through the smoke, or go through the CT smoke, all difficult paths to take. But he doesn't release the molly. He gets blind. He just stays on his gun. He loses the fight against Electronic, and you can see how, despite having 3 players there, they're just dying one by one, not really playing together. Here, Electronic is going to get the kill on Dabs, and that's going to force the rest of EG to say, well, Bit is here also now activated. He gets the kill, and that only leaves, I believe, Breezy, who saves the gun at the end of this round. So just like, if the coordination was a little bit better, if he releases that incendiary, that makes it awkward for Navi to take the site. Maybe he lives long enough to set up a crossfire with Oboe, or maybe an extra flash from Daps. Maybe, the Molotovs are going to pass from Navi. He can get back into Dark, get back into Triple in a more annoying position. But that doesn't happen. They lose that round, and we saw the Boomich round later on where they again wanted to retake top banana. They had good timing, they had 3 players there, but just unlucky that Boomich swings as they're flashing and he gets all 3 kills, right? Those are 2 rounds that are definitely going to hurt. They could have given EG more momentum, that could have turned things around for them, but Navi, a little bit of luck and a lot more of just being the better team.
So you're saying it's like 20% luck, 50%. No, we're not going to do them. Anyway, all the skills out there in the Twitch chat, we know that you're just ready for this next map to start. We know that you want to see if EG can pick up a second map during their time here in the groups, much less win the series over Navi. We're going to find out when we return because we're going to Nuke and we're going to see how it pans out.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
It's a must you see the progress. Got a ball till you get it hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, it's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming it's to win.
Evil Geniuses, they kept it competitive on Inferno, and it was their pick and attempt to take a pop at the champ. Well, the champ, he played out a little bit yesterday. Big Clan took a chunk out of them and now focused back in pursuit of glory. Na'Vi can't afford another trip up, and so far so good. It is time for them to try and throw the final blow on their map pick, Nuke. We get to see EG going for that 5 Kevlar defense to start us off.
Yeah, they got 10 rounds yesterday against Mouse.
Yeah.
So that was without the pistol as well. They won the force buy, so let's keep our eyes on that. Obo had a great performance, 24 kills for him.
I do have a lot of interest to see how they handle the pressure Na'Vi like to exert out yard. It's a bit fruity, it can get a bit high octane and requires a lot of talking, a lot of rotation management. I mean, look what they're doing in the bloody pistol, Chad.
Yeah, they love that smoke on towards main, and the 1x bet onto the top of your screen heavily favor Na'Vi to take this one. I think everybody at home with a similar sentiment.
What a dream. You get Boomich coming in from heaven, clearing it out, looking for info. Now, it is held, and he'll bait the shot. But the door swings open just as Bit is ready and raring to go. 2. As they look to knock on the lobby door, he takes them both down.
Strapping Lung, yeah, Lab, he's strong on the door position, and oh, lordy me, the 3rd kill for Bit. It's a headshot, who would have thought?
Yeah, strapping young lad holds his nerve. Oh, he might even get a little chance into a 4th here if Mihu continued his journey. He's actually going to charge on into ramp and try and revenge his fallen comrade, but it will be Simple's 2nd, using that P250 and Kevlar to great success.
Well, easy peasy. That's the way things started yesterday against Mouse, and now if Aegis win the force buy, maybe they can get 10 rounds on this. But yeah, you know, like he was looking for like a newspaper route. Instead, he's the doorman, swings it open. Hello, sir. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, doesn't look particularly impressed either. It won't be until they get the W in the column. It's a must-win.
Could you imagine now for Bit, like they won Cologne, the first land back in whatever it was, 500 days or whatever. That was that's his first like big trophy.
No, that's also his first land.
That's where the bar is set for him now. So what's next? Well, they kind of have to win the major, right? He's not going to get excited otherwise.
Yeah, touche. Most people's first land is in a bloody field somewhere, camping in the mud.
Camping in the mud. Can you imagine pushing your wheelie chair out through that?
Yeah. And this dude's living the high life. Just winning, you know, the first land back in a ridiculously long time. Over 400, was it 500 days by the end of it. Mihu not got much of a shot into this one, and the low site is lost. He's done well to find ahead of Perfecto there, and he's put the bomb on the ground, so the scout of Cirque is a threat. He'd have had to have hit a very snappy shot there, and now just Obo with a scout and a deagle. Simple's having none of it.
A map. Love to see it. Just the headshots being lobbed out left, right, and center.
The 5 headshot strategy.
I was watching, that was Daps there that went down first with the CZ, right? But I know that there was a period of time where I think it's called the Frenzy. I don't know its actual name. I think it's the it's like the CZ equivalent in Valorant.
Valorant.
Yeah, that was like really OP for a while. So maybe he's thinking, you know, I don't know how much I got nerfed. Like, I don't keep up a lot. I just look, you've got the old pros I used to follow in North America who made the transition. I just see them tweeting about the game every now and again.
The lay of the land.
Yeah, you get enough.
I love a bit of yard aggression. I'm sure so does Boomich, because he's got his Mac 10 dispatched to collect some free cash. Oh, I didn't quite have enough for the 3rd. Could have had an extra 600 bucks, but instead it will just be Boomich's AK getting an extra 600 done. And speaking of AK, Daps is actually pretty happy to have wormed away from combat with an AK-47 on his back.
I think he's wondering where he can hide right now, because that would be pretty handy to take into the next round of play. Or you might want to have a look.
They'll acknowledge this. I think Boomich is... Oh, he's looking the wrong way, yeah. Hang on, I'm standing up.
No.
I'm standing up,
He's
Chad.
being covered.
That's all I'm saying.
CT Vent player has his number right now. He can't swing.
And I'm sitting down.
Okay. He did actually stand up and then sit down, everybody. Now, if you're interested in what it looks like in here, I bet Harry and Hugo come in every day and like, why do these boxes keep coming in? Like, there's been more boxes.
Well, how do you think Harry and Hugo handle the situation of not being able to see the monitors?
I don't know.
It is peculiar.
That's why I stand on this box.
No, I understand the box strap.
We stand on boxes, everybody, so we have a better vantage point of the screen. We also get to hang off these bars, which is great for my upper back. I'm constantly stretching it out. Otherwise, I feel a bit hunched over. Very Notre Dame-esque.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people listening are probably familiar with the sedentary lifestyle that we've lived.
So maybe right now, if you are listening, as we get into this first gun round, just stand up, you know, shake your legs all
little
about,
bit of
shake your
movement.
arms all about. If you can touch your toes, do it. If you can't, give it a try.
Get as close as you can.
Yeah, just, and then while you're up, go to the fridge, grab a glass of water.
Oh, they've got fancy, like, automatic fridge?
Yeah, well, you know, the ice dispenser,
machine.
they've got the water thing next to it. So, and if you don't, the tap works too. So here we go, first gun rounds. Lay of the land to be established here, and Simple was feeling pretty frisky for a bit of a ramp push right there, negated by the molly. Dap's a sleeper position in warehouse is one we need to keep in the back of our mind for a little bit later. But down the vent we go, so space for Bit here, and seems way too easy.
Yeah, that's come easy as pie. Oh, Mihu, that's not shaped up nicely at all.
There's two here.
Perfecto exposed. Simple's doing all the hard work, though, and Cirque will be forced off the line. Smoked off the line. And Na'Vi, I mean, look at the luxury of Boomich right now. His team has done so much good work. He can go wherever he wants. It's like top site or lower site.
Yeah, and if they just go down lower now, Bit's had this vent rotation the entire time. So the only way that EG can contest this is if they were to brute force their way down secret. And Bit seems to have a good idea that that is the only option in. So there's nobody lower. They're all three members are kind of wrangled here, and I hate to say it again, but it feels like a save. So Bit slipped down, I think, completely undetected, right? It looked like he got down without a single issue there. So being able to patrol that lower site, the kills on towards ramp, and, well, that's the round. Simple as you like.
I mean, this is surely going to be quite an apparent gap, though, for the Evil Geniuses. If Na'Vi are on their A game here on the T side of Nuke, they can pull these poor boys around the map.
Look, I just think dealing with Electronic alone outside, like that round right there, Daps killed him. Okay, so that, if you're able to do that, that is the first piece of the puzzle. Then comes the rest of it, right? So this isn't going to be easy. I don't think we're expecting a close score line like we had on map number 1. And Yanko pointed out the fact that EG did get both pistols in that game, right? And that always attributes to making the scoreline look a lot closer than it was. But I think the sentiment, and probably for a lot of you at home as well, is that Na'Vi are in control. Right? They felt in control, even though the scoreline maybe not reflected that the entire time, and they will probably feel in control, even if the scoreline now ends up back at 4-4 or 6 rounds for EG on the good. You're not going to be doubting Na'Vi just yet. And Boomich is into a Mac-10 here, so let's see. Where does he want to take that?
Ooh, Cirque little run boost to get himself up on the Aggie line. I'd love to see him stick around here for long enough. Oh, so many people, so many, and he does track Electronic, escapes through the credit card, and look how far Boomich is into the lower side. What was that? We cut to his POV for a second. Nice find from Obo. He's already so pushed up. His team will join him.
Oof, they pulled 2 down here, though, so this is a good defense for EG.
Yeah, it looks set for success indeed. Oh, and a perfect Mihu spray. Boomich just doesn't have the weapon to react accordingly, and so EG will respond with a round.
And that's 2 rounds in a row. Electronic is the first guy to get picked off, right? So there's so many moves that he has, maybe a little bit liberal in these first 2, but we have to sink our teeth into this as the gun round will come out again. So this is it. Cirque is in no man's land, and this is only really made possible by the fact that Boomich isn't on top of Silo, and that's where you'll see him in a lot of these Na'Vi rounds, especially more default-esque. Nice little spray down there from Mihu. And here we go, back in. Nice little lineup there for Electronic, so he can do it once he's already garnered space here to the reverse side of main. The lobby crawl now towards Cirque's AWP at ramp. Gonna be hard to break this.
Yeah, they don't have an AWP of their own, so... Oh, a real opportunity presented itself there for Cirque, and a frustrated wiggle of his mouse as he knows that was a dry peek into his AWP. Still a 5v5. Obo could lose his life on the checks from Simple. He's looking for the anyway in. Taking cursory glances towards that bomb site. Now, back to ramp. Cirque will get a second shot at it if they commit behind Bit's util. Yeah, that's a very sus smoke. I think that Won't incite a rotation. It looks like it has. And oh, here comes Electronic. A little late to the party. He arrives for a top take. Even trade. Freeze did something. Bit does a whole lot more.
They both just poked their head up. I want to see that from Bit's POV. He just wrecked him. Okay. Well, impact player of the round. And I wonder why. Aim map for Bit. Oh. Okay.
They put their heads together, and not in a good way. Bong. Bong.
Ouch. Okay. Well, they get another buy. Circle get his big green again. MP9 for DAP, so it's still pretty threatening, all things considered.
And the wild journey of Electronic. Oh no, Boomich has just jumped straight into the fence and Daps is dead. This is mean. They make it across. They have the sight, and dare I say it, unless Mihu gets more than one, which he gives a good go. He's softened him up and delayed. The doors are blown off as well. Cirque has got an environment where he could thrive. He's been smoked off on one line. They'll anticipate the second on the reposition. And Molotov'd out of that as well. Wow, that was perfectly handled.
Do you want me to say it?
You don't have to, if you don't want to.
I don't think I'm going to say it.
Nah. Let's just see what happens when you... Like, so let's see how it feels when you don't say it.
All right.
Like, let's just try it on.
All right.
Try it on for size.
It feels weird.
It does feel weird. But, like, everyone watching knows what's happening.
I hope they do.
Like, we don't even need to say it. Or imply it.
Guys at home, spell it out.
I don't think they could spell it one letter at a time.
No?
In the chat, without someone messing it up? No way.
You don't reckon Twitch chat have that ability?
What, to spell a 4-letter word?
I don't know.
In the right order?
I got a bit of faith.
I don't think so.
I reckon there'll be wide people happy.
There'd be lots of, I can't think of a single emoticon. Keck W's? They like the Keck W.
There'll be lots of Pog champs if they pull it off.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be pogging. They'll have no reason to
They're not going to be pogging?
No, I reckon they've probably got an S. That's about as close as they got.
All right. Okay, well, good luck, guys. Alex has put you up to the test out there. We'll check back in.
Oh, yeah, it takes about, what, 4 minutes? I'll go.
We got the sideline reporter. We'll get them on that. But the fact that Na'Vi, and guys, just look at the little details here. They're dropping the smoke front of Squeaky Door. They're also making sure that they are mollying top hut, right? If you cannot contest from top hut to C, like you saw what happened to Obo there. The molly lands, he has to move. At that point, they have vent control and they have yard secret control. So they have the rotations completely in their favor. The only way you can respond is multiple members at the start of the round going down ramp. But that's a conversation for another time.
It is, and Electronics in front of the smoke wall, and it does lead to a great find from Daps. He's been pretty hard done by there. I'd argue he's been robbed. Obo does recover, but he's lost. Okay, the sight has been lost in response. Oh my god, it's lots of moving pieces.
Too quick, isn't it?
Yeah, so Bits caught Mihu's lobby aggression, but Na'Vi have top side. They're trying to boost for Cirque.
They're going to beat him here as well. That one-way smoke is going to be negated by this. Hello.
Oh, he's dead. He's booked. He should be, but the flash has caught him, and it does enable Cirque to fight off Simple and deters them into Obo. Perfect position. Bomb is his. And it's perfecto. He loves a good clutch, but not this time. Obo responds, a triple kill out of him, and he puts EG second on the board.
Got a step ahead of themselves there, didn't they? Just one step ahead. It felt really good. So that there is a scuffed round for Na'Vi. They might be finding themselves down bad soon. That's the kid language these days. Where did that flash come from?
Yeah, I was wondering.
Must have been Cirque's.
I was wondering exactly the same thing.
Must have been. Well, it didn't show up as a assist in any other way, did it?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, he did just drop the retake smoke, so maybe he just underhanded one into it.
True, very true. Okay, well, a lease of life for EG now. They are already in the hole. A 4-round differential here, and look how forward Simple is already. Mihu just has a molly out and is so lucky to tuck his head. Simple will run on in, take the space, and get the kill. Now, they lost Perfecto in the meantime, but this is early ramp control. A minute 30 on the clock, it reads. Bits found another, and it's just chaos all over the shop here.
So I'm just kind of checking back in, Chad.
Sure.
And the chat didn't get it the first time around.
Oh.
I'm sure they'll get it the second time.
Are you sure are they there yet? Are we talking about it yet?
We're not talking about it just yet.
Okay.
It's about to happen, but I suspect Obo up against the world is not a story that has many more twists. Oh, imagine if he faked out Simple. If he actually outbrained the mastermind himself. Breaks the glass, disappears up the ladder as it fades.
Just a bit nervy that Na'Vi haven't planted the bomb yet. And
what is that? Boomich has got down to the lower site now. So Obo will be summoned to the lowest portion of the map. Instead, he will linger in SAVE.
Yeah, so right now, with the position that he's taken, it's not a common one that you'd be clearing. So he's hiding in plain sight. But this will be Na'Vi's 7th. I think as expected here, going into Na'Vi's map pick, it was going to be a little bit harder, but we didn't address it. No, we said EG, they needed to win, right? That's what we said to you.
That's
but EG not only had to win, they had to win 2-0. So EG can no longer qualify for the playoffs here. Nice shot from Obo. We'll get that kill and survive. So EG are completely done and dusted, right? All they're playing for right now is pride, I suppose. And they do also have Blast coming up, the group stage, in a couple weeks' time. So I assume, I don't know if we're going to be getting the return of Stand for that.
Good question.
But we may as well operate under the assumption that we'll still have DAPS. So at the moment for EG, it's just about getting as much prac as they can for future tournaments and seeing if they can salvage the second half of this year. Did Twitch chat respond?
I'm looking at it now. So we got, the closest I've seen is an S and an A.
Okay, that's better than, you said that they get the S.
Yeah, to be fair, you guys did 50% better than I thought you would. So
Good
congratulations. People keep cheating and typing the whole word. Obviously, that's not part of the game.
No.
You're supposed to be working as a team.
Yeah.
This is to encourage teamwork, community unity.
Yeah, that's the one.
Wow, that was a good combination of words.
Sometimes they stick.
Sometimes it makes sense. I've actually articulated what I was trying to. Fantastic.
Okay, well, here we go. EG, 3 M4s, an MP9, and a 5.7.
Don't fancy their chances here as the AKs. Look at this. He's playing with his knife as he runs into potential fire. Like, Na'Vi are in a different mindset right now.
You can tell just by how early Simple's taking ramp fights, and they're really just contesting in a lot of different positions on the map simultaneously, which makes Rush's life very difficult, let me tell you that much.
Look at this solo project from Electronic. He just flashes himself into warehouse. Dabs has done well. Tom, was that bit going down the vents?
Yeah, so they're still trying to pip that gap. So at least that's 1 point of pressure that's been removed. So now Na'Vi might have to operate differently.
Hello, Info. He knows there's T-Roof action as well. So Na'Vi could be really played with here. Electronic is being waited for, but of course there's a flash, and he even gets away. Perfecto sets up for the equalizer, and they've got it. Breeze working on a flank.
Ooh.
Looking for that wrap, and nothing to report initially. Mihu, big chance. Nothing to report. Obo would do well to find a double here. Considering the lay of the land, it kind of has to be.
Oh, you can hear the 5.7 from range. Oh, Breeze. You could just hear it just peppering. It's like rain on the roof.
Oh. It's his best friend timing.
That one really hurts.
We've had a couple of those where it just absolutely, like the Rops Ancient Look Away, premium timing.
Yeah, that one was
premium.
That one as well. And like as he looked away, you could see, just him regretting the look away.
It was a cuss, like he tries to bring it back and it's just too late.
It's not on, is it? Just not cricket.
And of course, what's so perfect about the game that we all love is that because of the way Counter-Strike works, those little iffy moments can have ramifications for the whole game.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not like it's just your little microcosm, your one little round. It's like, oh, now we're broken, and oh, now they've got X and they've got Y, and blah. Right. Yeah, so just absolutely. I mean, you have to have real tough, thick skin to be a professional Counter-Strike player. You have to be able to brush a lot of stuff off.
Yeah, forget immediately, right? As soon as those rounds happen, you're gonna have to just forget about them and move on forward. Not the easiest to do, and not something everybody is equipped to do. But 8-2 reads the scores, and it's just going to get more dire from here. EG lost bonuses. Yep, cool. You guys have heard the story a million times, but it's just about them being competitive in these rounds, and they've had a couple.
Timing. Oh, just as the head was coming for that crosshair. It's a cruel mistress.
All right, well, again, the purchase, not too shabby. Daps has saved AK, Cirque with a big green. A couple of Famises in the mix and an M4 for good measure. Even have a defuse kit here, so EG, you could say they have everything they need to add around to that tally. See the way that Na'Vi do it, right?
Yeah.
Like, they know that the timing of those two smokes are going to fade, and they time their last smoke of it. So, like, I guess it's also means that if you're going to be an AWPer, you're going to be stuck watching that line. You can't just assume and rotate somewhere else, right? It kind of is giving you a longer shelf life on that smoke wall.
I'm with you, almost double the length.
Yeah, because you're going to watch
As
that
one
gap.
fades,
You're going to watch
you still
that
have to
gap.
worry about it.
Yeah, and then they smoke just before it fades, and then they're able to get across. They still get their space, but you've been planted like a bit of a goose.
And if you have a lurker, it looks no different when they're underhanding the last of the bunch than when the whole team is.
Yeah.
Electronic, look at his clears, look at his flight path. He knows what he's got to call clear, and he has done so, but that's not the whole Na'Vi squad. And Nobo goes looking, and he finds trouble. Breeze ahead of the smoke, does do some damage, I suppose. That's kind of exciting.
Yeah, look, what are they meant to respond with, you know? Like, look at this. They have everything they want. The way the meta plays at the moment is if you lose lower in secret and yard control and you're worried about a heaven push, desperate, yeah, you start going for lobby control. So they start going for lobby control, and Na'Vi are waiting. Yeah, we're ready for you. Come on, push on in. We just have one man, Electronic, who took lower, who's opening the doors, who's shaking you down, and now it's Daps. Unfortunately, he saved last round. I'm not too sure he'll be allowed to do the same here, and Bit with another kill. It's 4 for him in the round.
Yeah, they're looking really, really mean here, Na'Vi, and 9-2, coming into almost a guaranteed 10th, considering EG's finances. For better or worse, it will be a conservative one.
Alex, would you watch me stream GTA 5 RP? Do you reckon you could see me role-playing?
I think, Chad, it's a new part of your character that I'd be willing to explore.
All right, you'd witness it.
Like, yeah.
But it might not. I might not end up with 20k subs.
It's like you telling me, Alex, I'm thinking of taking up amateur theatre.
Okay.
Like, it lands on my ears the same way.
All right. You're intrigued. Well, I'm intrigued in this round. Okay. 2 Deagle kills.
But I still feel like Na'Vi are about to turn this one on its head. Daps could change my mind. He is here.
Get him with the frenzy,
Go
Daps.
Oh, he's denied the bomb. Call it quits.
The spike's down.
He's got to build the bloody gun again. Struggles to do so, and it's time for the Bit clutch. Nope, I changed my mind, and he's knocked Mihu's for 6. Now he's planted open. Breeze should have him dead to rights here. He's been allowed to reposition, drop his smoke, and there's the end of that. So, EG thanking their lucky stars. They've got Breeze in the server. 3 kills from him. Daps with an important one as well on that bomb plant.
Smile on Breeze's face there as well. So, at least they're keeping the spirits high.
Breeze. Trying to think of my... Like, I mean, because you know how Breeze disappeared off the face of the planet for a while, and then he's kind of come back with a vengeance. Who was like who was holding the top spot in the as North America's individuals when he was absent?
I think, well, we have to stick with Alish. I think Alish, maybe at this point, undoubtedly the best North American player. Obviously, Ethan left us as well, so he would have been up there in the conversation. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's Alish, right? Like Stewie, obviously, his role means he's in a bit more flux than most. Naf has his moments.
He does. And Cirque has found a nice gap through the smoke, eliminates Na'Vi's Electronic. Now, another man advantage for early for EG. They should have all the tools at their disposal now. Plenty of nades still in play. Rot the clock from Na'Vi and put them in a bit of a dire strait. Force their hand in any capacity. That is ideal. Simple seems like he's got intentions to drop some topside util, so I don't know what they want to do with that.
So does this combo with the molly and flashes where the molly will land on at the bomb box and the flashes will land behind it. So you're going to see here, they're about to displace the top side player, and it's actually a bit of a fake. It's forcing them forward.
Yeah, but they've got nades in their hands and Breeze. 1.5. Mihu wants to continue to force the issue, pushing Trophy. This is good timing for the push, though, and we know that aggression can counter a Na'Vi squad. We saw Big Clan demonstrate that very astutely.
There's be some clutch from Boomich here. Low HP, has to get the bomb, time a problem.
Mihu's giving him the bomb. And that was about where it will stop. So he's played this well. He'll see the bomb missing, he'll communicate that to his team, and I don't think he's even allowed the plant. Daps makes short work of him.
All right, good stuff there. So 4 now for EG. The best that they can muster here on this CT side will be 6, and that would have salvaged this, right? That's an actual decent half where this scoreline was at. For Na'Vi, they're going to invest here. They would love to get the bomb down because in the next round of play, only 2,400. So you almost feel that what they go for in this round is going to be compulsory to get the plant, to just make sure they have a buy in the following. That's a worst case type conversation. And here we go, we're out the gates. Simple into a Galil, no AK or AWP for him. The run boost for Cirque one more time, and he's mantled up quickly here to this top garage perch. Oh. And again, Electronic has been the opening kill in quite a few of these rounds, and Cirque, him and Daps have been the ones dishing out the punishment.
Yeah, and they can make a half out of this after all, EG. Even Boomich catching some flack on that yard position. Straight headshot through a smoke, I guess.
17 for Bit now. He's continuing the form.
I don't think he enjoyed that off day.
No.
That really didn't sit well with him, clearly. Oh, la la. Boomich gets onto Daps there. I'm surprised the bullets actually managed to find the mark there. Dip Daps just trying to duck away in time. And they love this smoke. Oh. Mihu loves that shot. Takes the head off of a jumping Boomich. And they're walking into Breeze's domain. Simple, the first to fall. He anticipates another, and rightfully so. Oh. And Perfecto, if you go around that corner again, you're a dead man. Mihu. Great shot onto Boomich. He finds a pair of frags at the end of that. And they are salvaging this half. They've actually managed to at least exhaust the funds of Na'Vi's bank balance as well, and should have the better foot going forward into the final round of play.
Yeah, they are the ones here who should convert the 6. Na'Vi would do well to steal this one away, and they're not even going to take a timeout here, which bothers me a bit when freeze time is so low, but they will get the purchase in time. Quick fingers, quick fingers. Do they want to shake anything up here? Because the reason they took so long to buy is just to discuss what round they're looking for. Now, there's the Molly top hut, the smoke in front of Squeaky. That brings into question the vent drop, right? That little combo right there. Well, Electronic, that is an interesting fight to take with a Mac 10.
Am I missing some details for that?
I think he's had 5 or 6 opening deaths this half.
He just wants it done, and they should at least have the first of the top site. Breeze is here to keep it far too competitive. They won't be able to get the space to plant that bomb they so desire, and actually, Simple has found a lot of space in yard. Now main less of a threat.
Breeze is on his tail.
Yeah, he's already completely disappeared though. Bit walking into trouble. Cirque will deal with him. And so you can see their options, their decision making's been kind of made for them. Mihu looking to confirm the 6th here. A nice strong throw. Leaves Simple with only 15 points of health. 40 seconds. If Cirque got a bit over pushy, he could have gone down. But he doesn't. And we call it 6. What a recovery out of EG, considering the circumstances they found themselves in for so damn long. Quite the recovery. 4 on the tail end of their defensive half. At least keeps it competitive as they head over to the T side. And we'll head over to a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back to see if Na'Vi can finish this one in 2.
When it comes to sniping, few players come close to being as deadly with the AWP as the Slovak magician known as Guardian. But in 2018, it wasn't just at IEM Chicago where Guardian showed everyone his true colors and saved the day.
Lee's gone down. This opens up options. Guardian nails it. A second as well as close range, but it's the wrong call as Guardian gets another on the op.
Something even better happened during the grand final of IEM Katowice, where FaZe Clan took on Fnatic. It was a dark round for FaZe, and one that they should have lost, but Guardian had other plans.
Oh, this is a done round. Guardian now. A question as to whether he'll save the AWP. Good flashbang. Could get a couple more out of this one. And Fnatic are starting to crumble. What's going on? This could be one of the best rounds of the entire tournament so far. 4 kills picked up. It's down to Crimped.
Guardian knows exactly where to look.
Oh!
And he's got all 5.
There he is. The world's best sniper comes to life in the 5 versus 1.
I can't do it.
What are we going to do?
For some reason, I wanted to ask if you ever felt like a plastic bag drifting in the wind.
Oh, okay,
wanting
Katy
to
Perry.
start again.
I was going to ask you if you could sing the British national anthem. If I asked you to.
Oh, Canada!
Okay, I was going to, because I've forgotten the Australian one.
Blah, 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 blah.
It just hit me like a ton of lead bricks, and so will this ramp rush.
Oh, and that one nade is going to hurt. Eesh. Damage found, headshot found as Bit continues in a upward trend. Just a little bit of an off day yesterday. He's back to his winning ways, back at the top of the scoreboard, and he's just so threatening. I'd leave it. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I'd do the same,
He
actually.
has 83% headshot ratio at the moment. 83.
As the highest fragger in the
83
scoreboard.
with, how many kills has he got?
18.
18.
Oh.
Holy moly.
Hang on. There's some red beans and some ravioli on the top side for the boys of EG. Simple's on a crawl. How deep will Cirque clear? Hello. Oh, and goodbye. Shut down quickly by that USP of Simple. A wide swing out of Oboe, and Bit's really not scared. They're all headshots, dude. How have they just found another little baby Simple hanging out in the wings, this time with a rifle and headshot percentage? 20 and 7 is score.
I can't do the maths of that, but what's 83% of 20? We should be able to do this. You and I should be able to work this out. Why have I done this to us?
Just throwing our terrible maths into the limelight. 80% of 10 would be 8, so it's 16.
Okay, so 16 of his 20 kills are headshots. Oh my. Are you sure? Do you want to phone a friend? Do you want to phone a friend?
No, I think I did it right. 10, 80% of 10 is 8, so 80% of 20 is 16.
Okay. 83% headshot ratio.
Well, let's not get into the nitty and the gritty. That's just
I'm pretty
not
sure
fair.
it says 83%.
Don't go throwing a 3
It says
in
85% now.
85,
So
goodness.
it's what, 17 out of his 20?
Bit? Any more? That's a cancel from me, dog. I think he's dead. Whoa, just about has time to reposition. I'm surprised how slow they were to clear EG. Not in a rush. I suppose with the hero AK on Mihu, they are just going to let him be the one to set the pace.
He doesn't have head armor, so could be huge problems here because every single gun on the other side will rinse through that lack of armor on Mihu. He is going to need to be quicker to the draw.
Oh, that is odd, isn't it? Considering everyone else has got the old extra helm.
Yeah, well, maybe he hasn't told them. Maybe he said he bought head armor and he really didn't.
Oh, I've done that before where I was dropping weapons for my team and I end up without armor, and I don't want to tell them that I've miscalculated, so I just play a glass cannon rifle round.
Yeah, and hope that you're not the last one to be alive.
Yeah,
I mean,
no one's
why don't you have
quietly
armor?
judging you.
Yeah, all right. Well, quiet is the name of this round. Breeze is parked towards ramp. They've pivoted now back towards top. This smoke here from Daps will land front of Squeaky Door. That could give them an avenue towards lower if they want to try and slip the vent.
And Mihu's project does immediately get cancelled with that headshot you were concerned about. Look at the pre-aim out of Breeze. He's just taken heaven away from Na'Vi, but the main body of the assault coming through. Hut Simple denies a lot. Oh, this could all be Simple, and it is. 4 and the 5th, jumping straight into his jaws. EG, feed the beast.
Whew, and that was the force by attempt. So now we will see an economical round. Just some upgraded Deagles. They are the Regal Deagles. To boast.
So the Australian national anthem, you're telling me you can't remember a single...
My brain's just going to sing Waltz, Sing Matilda. So, and then there's something from like a Qantas ad I remember.
Ah. Yeah, why do I know the Canada one? What is the English one? God save our granny.
Why do they all sound so drony? I guess it's from a different time. It's from a very different time.
There's some history there, I suppose.
Yeah. I saw, by the way, a good suggestion for a knife on Reddit. You know how most people are like, oh, nice shot from Breeze.
Imagine if they just picked up the rifle and did something with it.
Everyone turn away. Turn away.
Lord have mercy.
Turn away. We didn't see that. Make sure your kids weren't watching that, because that's... Oh.
Hey.
This is really ugly.
This is really ugly.
This is really ugly. This was just upgraded Deagles. How has this happened?
Chad Birchall with the weather?
Yeah, it's cloudy. Outlook very cloudy.
With the clutch. Yeah, dude, he actually could have dunked Breeze there as well. 30 HP.
Okay, all right, let's get the bomb. That's the first port of call for Mihu. Breeze just needs to chill. He doesn't really need to do a lot, but... Oh, okay. Did Mihu spot him?
He's looking active.
Very active. Perfecto now.
He can't just bail him out. He can't be bailing him out to this extent.
He shouldn't be.
The shot off the ladder was supposed to be his last. Oh. Perfecto saves him. Why is he so good in the clutch?
A little bit of a smirk there.
It's just a joke at this point. It's like they probably just said to him, like, hey, we just wanted to practice your clutch. Just wanted to warm up your clutching.
We knew you had it.
Yeah.
We knew you had it.
The stats.
The entire time.
Stats told us. We knew you had it.
That was just so you could get some kills, Perfecto.
Let's see that one again. I mean, this last couple of kills. He's on 4 HP for the last 3. Oi, oi, oi. Perfecto, great read of the game there. He handled that one with grace and poise, where most wouldn't have even given it a look in.
No, I cannot believe he's robbed that one. Now, we've missed the boost, so we're going to cancel the boost. There's a massive gap in the smoke wall there as well, so Simple has something to peek through. And for EG, well, that was a chance that's gone missing. Now they need to manufacture something just as deadly with a better buy and another try. Yeah,
it's a dangerous game, it is.
Yeah, the traces through the smoke, man. Like you're committing so much,
especially when you're stationary. Hard committing to a spray just makes me so nervous. But everyone's heart is still beating in our 19th round of play. And Simple's starting to quicken in pace as Mihu advanced on his location. Another locked in. He knows they'd have to dump Util if they want to get back across. And there it goes. The smoke confirms his suspicions. EG locked out.
Yeah, it looks like they've called cancel on the ramp progression here. So now towards top, and Breeze will have to crack this one open. Simple's here too.
Yeah.
I am everywhere.
And nowhere. The ethereal fragger.
They need to clear this line.
Oh, and they are walking in. Simple holds firm for a first. A second as well is added to his list, and they will handle it with class. Electronic 2, Simple the same. It leaves an RV just 3 rounds away, and EG in rather uncomfortable territory. You're in this kind of, it's rather tempting, but it's not perfect, so swallowing the bitter pill of a likely 14th, whipping themselves out that casual half-buy.
Yeah, in this kind of situation, you can buy down probably as low as 1,500, right? That seems pretty safe. Even 1,000 is probably fine. T-side AK full belt or utility as well, so you don't need to leave out too much. Oh, Boomish dissuaded from that aggressive maneuver. Electronic here to contribute. They get the first. Daps is down. And Simple's been on a tear on this CT side. He's done some padding, especially with that ace he had earlier.
And they're coming into Bits domain, so we might get to see some more headshots after all. Whoa, too many men, too many angles. And they're starting to push him, so he will continue to be tested. And now with his body dropped, EG are doing it again.
Not this again.
Perfecto, go kill, I suppose. Electronic's still there to party, and they planted safe from Decon, so EG a whole lot of ground covered. Oh, and Reese is set up as well in a real premium location.
Now they should, as a team who is currently winning 13-6, and no real reason to give away their weaponry.
Otherwise, EG would get all of it for free.
Yeah, just save. It's all good.
It's
you can concede this.
It's hard for my brain to process that this is the lesser of the two evils when you're losing to pistols.
Yeah.
But I understand exactly what you're saying. It's just, it's the, just sort of force it to process that. Yes, losing to pistols sucks, but losing to pistols and giving them all your guns sucks more.
Yeah, and look, their economy over there for Na'Vi isn't fantastic either right now. They've had a few of these closest rounds, right? We don't have to go back too far in history. Perfecto having to clutch out that round, right? So the ramifications of that are still being felt and reflected in the buy with Boomich only being able to get out of famine. So they will be able to buy again, but this would not have been the case if they'd gone for that and lost. So EG, they do now give themselves that lifeline that they almost had before. But it's going to be difficult to be convincing because that was something, you know, just with pistols, okay? Oh, we get a couple kills and there we go. So now the rifles are back out. Simple's up on the perch.
Oh, multiple targets all over the shop. Simple just can't seem to decide, but he's distracted them enough. Electronic shouldn't have more, but he does take another head. Oh, the geniuses. Dismantled by Electronic. The only limiting factor were his bullets. That's 4 of the 5. Breeze has got 1 HP to finish off the job. Electronic just completely destroys an entire team. And all Simple had to do was exist. You can see 2 players looking for that elevated angle.
Yeah, like that's just great. We've had great moments from the players on Na'Vi. Perfecto's clutch, Electronic multi-kill, Simple multi-kill, Bit with a really, really fantastic first half. This is, you're talking about Simple trying to pick his targets. Electronic here, having the same kind of afforded to him. Up, 2 in front, not looking.
And here I come. Get ready for the boost box peek, because there's a little glimpse of my head prior to it in the vice. And as I was saying, the only thing stopping him was his bullets. Just dies on the reload, takes 4 with him in the 1 mag. So very solid haul out of Electronic. Electronic's actually playing a really nice little off angle for this. He can crouch. If on the release of his crouch, catch any heads on Silo. He's actually going looking for more. I think he really enjoyed the kills he was finding on Yard. He wants to try and replicate that. He would be peeking into an AWP, though, if he pushed the issue too much further.
It is a bit of a shame here that the only T-side round that EG have gotten is with pistols, and then the only other round that's looked close was with pistols as well. So Rifle's not filling us with too much hope, and Simple getting them another kill closer to closing this one down. The scoreline 14-7 now. Should only be a matter of time until they find these final 2. And this is mid-round transition up here. Like, you think you've already cleared this area of the map, and actually, maybe Electronic gets another couple of frags here.
Oh, I think you might have seen the head of Obo. Maybe not himself, but...
We've seen something now.
Yeah, he has. And he will knock Cirque for 6. Like, what a horrible way to die. You just can't quite piece it together. Simple continues his push, and Na'Vi are having fun with this one.
Oh, Daps up against the world. No way in.
No, he's going to get 2 on the lower site, then TP top.
Ah, Omen. He's playing Omen.
Oof.
That wasn't a headshot Bit. That one doesn't count. We're taking that one off the tally, mate. Alrighty, round number 23. Most likely going to be the final round of play here for the second best of 3. If you're going to hang around later this evening, 8 p.m. we kick off Big versus FaZe, and a very, very important map for the fate of those 2 squads.
See, Big FaZe.
Big FaZe, and the reason is because tomorrow we have Na'Vi versus FaZe and Big versus Mouse. And those are the 4 teams who are going to be in contention. Obviously, Fnatic get the game against EG that they have to convert.
And Bit's going to end things right there and then. Simple, can't believe his luck. 2 clicks of the mouse is all they need. Na'Vi do pass the test of EG, and Group C still has Na'Vi contending for that top 3 spot.
Still grinding, Chad?
Yeah, I'm working on it, man.
Can you remember the score?
3-0.
To me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it a tournament if I've already lost?
Technically, maybe, but I think you need all the practice you can get.
All right, let's get back into it.
All right, game on.
Game 4, as you mentioned, control point again, Paradise Plaza. I'm playing for Pride. You've technically already won the series.
Technically, but I plan to rub the salt in your wounds.
All right, let's go.
3, 2, 1, go. Get out of my way.
There's no way the shield just tanked all of that.
Sponge
now I
down.
need to die.
Oh, I help. Okay, well I can capture it at least. Sponge, behind you.
No. What? That was nowhere near me.
That was nowhere near you.
Wait, how am I meant to track the jump?
That's the plan. Go!
No!
You are running out of robots.
I'm running out of robots.
Oh, and there you are. Oh, what a shot! Yeah, run away. Yeah, you better run. Oh, you better run.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Chad. Imagine if you got cocky.
How could I choke
Imagine
this?
if you got cocky and lost a 4-game run. So close.
What are you aiming at?
I wasn't aiming. I was capping.
No!
Oh, dear!
That's the game.
I think it has to be. I need to capture A. Oh, no, you've got a bot. You've got a bot.
Yeah, but you've already overtaken in points.
Oh, we have. We actually have one.
Now I'm spectating a bot.
That's so fun. That's funny.
Oh, no.
That is funny. And here comes the...
You got the 100 points.
Yeah, he's just going to walk it in. One-handed victory from Machini to you.
Oh, no.
But we talked about you getting cocky, bro. We talked about it in the 2v2. You're even MVP. How have you pulled that one off?
I'm so sad.
50% of team damage.
That's 4-0.
That's 4-0.
That's 4-0.
Good game.
That's 4-0. I'm sad.
We talked about it.
I'm going to come back stronger.
Yeah.
In the next game.
Okay. See you then.
Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come. You're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, but back your back now. Keep your feet on the ground and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out.
Simple, out here having his way. Bit, out here having his way. Just like Na'Vi, of course, picking up this series, kind of like we all expect, a little bit closer on paper of a first map series. But then obviously the second map right there on Nuke goes the way of Na'Vi. They make it look pretty good. I see conviction, and moreover, I'm not sweating yesterday's performance from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think it wasn't even a fact, you know, oh, yesterday was a wake-up call for them. Not as much, really. They're just a much better team at the moment than EG is. Unfortunately, you could see how EG had some of their chances of Inferno, right? If a couple of rounds went their way, they could have won that map. But here on Nuke, you see what happens when you don't get that early good start, when you don't win either of the pistols. That's just too much for you to come back from, really, against a team like Navi. As you said, they just had their way with them.
Yeah, having their way. And sort of like the coach over there at Navi, they're doing it his way so that he can provide and show the way. Blade, are you with us?
Hello. Yes, guys. Hi.
Hey, Blade, I was going to ask you about your up dog, but that one's never landed. So how are you?
Good. Thank you. We're trying to find our shape.
Yeah. So not a lot of shape shifting to have been done here against the Evil Geniuses. But talk to me about your match yesterday against Big.
I think we are not in a perfect shape at the moment, and they did a really good preparation. We couldn't react properly as a team with good team play and communication, because there were a lot of extraordinary and not standard setups that we didn't usually meet in the game. And so we just need to play more official matches at the moment, and then we will get used to stressful situations, to mid-round calls, and so on and so on. So we have knowledge, but we need to update it and to get in shape, I think. Because we won 2 games, 2 matches, like versus Mouse and Fnatic, but I still feel that we are not that Navi that we're in Cologne.
All right, so just a quick question in regards to that. Where do you feel you are now, you know, percentage-wise? 70, 80%?
I think in terms of understanding what the opponent is doing and in terms of reacting properly, it's 50% max, I think, because it is how long we communicate, how long we can understand what is going on, like how long can we set the puzzle in our heads and what the opponent is doing. And that was our strength. We always were good in analyzing during the round, not before the end of the match, during the round, and to react properly. And I think at the moment it's not that good.
Yeah, is it fair to say though that you were surprised yesterday about how Big approached their game? It felt like, you know, they didn't play their own game, so to speak. They just had a plan strictly for you guys. Is it something that you didn't expect, or?
Yeah, we didn't expect it at all. They were like five meat on Dust 2, for example, like 2 meat, 3 shorts. They were trying to kill as much as possible, then kill all lurkers and make a proper and quality retake on aim. And I think we didn't expect that.
Cool. I think though, you know, it's a tough game to lose, but at least now, you know, next time someone tries something similar, you guys already have a lot to learn from that game.
Of course, yeah. You know, I think we a little bit underestimated Big in terms of their preparation. We thought they will play like just the usual game with a new player, but they were like very ambitious about yesterday's match.
Mm-hmm.
So one final kind of look here. We're going to just take a quick look at you know, how the group's standing and how it all kind of comes together right now. Between Navi, FaZe, and Big, you guys are sitting way pretty up there. Navi obviously at 3-1 now. But FaZe have Big next. So in your mind, who takes that match? Who wins between Big and FaZe next? Or
we just go to that game, Trace.
Or we just go to that game. My goodness, Das Vidania, I reckon. Good grief. I assume that... Oh, you're still there.
Oh, всё хорошо.
Are you there? Nope.
We don't hear him.
We can't... Hey, just wave goodbye, man. That's about all we can
do. No. I hear. Sorry.
This one's all over the place.
And first, FaZe and Big are playing right now, right?
Yeah, they're about to play.
I think I need to know the maps first, because not all maps, I think, practice for BIG. But I think Big in a good shape right now, but FaZe, they need to do better on T side. And if Big will do the same preparation for us, it will be really hard for FaZe.
Interesting. All right, man. We'll get you out of here before any more awkward moments happen where we're all quiet and stuff. Thanks, Blade. We'll see you around.
Thank
you, guys.
Yeah. And so that was Blade, the coach of Navi. If you've been living under a rock, he's the one that's kind of came in and made the system an actual system rather than a bunch of people yelling at each other constantly. Yanko, I'd say he's done a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think Navi is a well-oiled machine now. They're not just relying on individual heroics. There's a system in place. Everyone has their role within that system, and they're playing some solid CS right now.
Yep, and that's just about all that you can hope for the Navi side. We're going to go to a break because when we come back, it'll be that FaZe big matchup, and it's a big one to say the very least, especially when you consider where they sit in the groups. When we return at an undisclosed amount of time that will appear on your screen at some point, Big versus the FaZe clan.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Hey Future Pros, back to Inferno today with a pretty useful Molotov. This molly will force back an AWP playing close to porch. To execute this, use your KZ skills to get onto the corner of this railing. Aim below the wooden rafter and at the bottom of the cracked paint on the wall. Then jump and throw. This will force any AWP playing porch side to move back onto the site, or play more aggressive, so watch out for that too. Good luck! Hey Future Pros! Having a good A exec on Dust 2 can make your life so much easier. So today I'll show you the Navi A exec, which they pulled off perfectly on a force buy. To do this exec, you'll need 4 Future Pros, 4 smokes, 3 flashes, and a molly. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the Xbox smoke to help your team get short control. To throw the smoke, get into this back corner. Crouch down and aim at this shadow. Then stand up and jump throw the smoke. Now get your team to get short control, but be careful as there could be a pesky CT chillin'. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the one-way smoke, 2 flashes, and a short molly. To throw your smoke, get into this corner. Aim at the bottom right corner of this window and throw your smoke. Then put your back against the wall and aim just to the left of this part of the box while crouched. While still crouched, jump throw your 2 flashes. These flashes will destroy a close long player. Once you have thrown the flashes, quickly lob a molly back towards short as you could be getting fast flanked. Future Pro number 3. You'll be throwing a CT smoke, a sight molly, and a flash to get you down to the CT ramp. To throw your smoke, get into this doorway. Aim to the top corner of this building and throw the smoke. Then throw your molly from behind the closed smoke just to the right of the palm tree and it should molly sight. After that, underhand a flash into CT and hop down with it. Try very hard not to blind yourself or your team with this one. Then sprint towards long and get a free kill onto the long CT who is hopefully playing close. Keep advancing and take full long control as this will allow your team to plant for long if you succeed. Finally, Future Pro number 4, or FP4 as I like to call it. You'll be throwing the closed short smoke along with the flash for sight. To throw your smoke, aim just in between these 2 boxes above the barrels. Then get close to the box and underhand throw the smoke. It looks like a moving throw, but I assure you it's not. You can throw this smoke more safely, but if Bit lives on the edge, then you should too. Throw your flash off this wall, which shouldn't blind your teammates, but will flash a CT trying to advance on the smokes, and then take the site. Give this one a crack offline, but I'm sure all you future pros will be able to nail it down after at most 20 attempts. Future Pros. Today I wanted to show you a setup Heroic used to get a free cheesy kill on a CT playing towards B short boost spot. Overpass has a lot of double and triple nade possibilities, but let's start with this one. For this pro tip, you'll need 3 Future Pros, 3 HEs, and 1 molly. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the short molly to stop any CTs from pushing and 1 of the HEs. To throw your molly, you will need to stand on the edge of this shadowy area. Aim at the bottom center of the B, then jump throw the molly. Next, make your way to the surf ramp. Look for this dark line and stand in front of it. Aim to the right of this grate along this line. Then simply running jump throw the nade and you are set. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the other HE. Head to the same surf wall and position yourself between these 2 white cracks. Aim along this line of the grate halfway to the right side. Then running jump throw the HE. Future Pro number 3. Guess what you'll also be throwing? A HE. To throw yours, head to the surf wall with your other Future Pros. Stand over the bottom corner of this red smudge. Aim along the second line of the grate close to the center. Then running jump throw the HE. If anyone is close to the boost, they will take some hefty damage. If they are unlucky enough to be boosting, well, you probably get 2 free kills. Happy nading. Hey Future Pros, back with a more complex pro tip today which will help you establish presence at long on Dust 2. For this execute you will need 2 Future Pros. The utility required will be 2 smokes and 1 optional flash for this take. Future Pro number 1. To throw your smoke, you will need to line up with this metal bracket. Then find this corner and aim your crosshair so it lines up with the satellite antenna. Then throw. Future Pro number 2. You will need to line yourself up with this dark spot in the shadow of the car. Aim upwards and find the gap in the palm trees. Then position your crosshair so you're aiming just above that gap and throw. Optional Future Pro number 3. If you want to feel like a part of the team, you can stand at the back of the car and line up this flash towards the top of the doors, which will help your teammates get out of long. If the smokes have been thrown correctly, this will help you segment long and fully take control of pit.
to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna cry about a soul. I'ma say it from the jump. Mama ain't raised a chump. Mama raised me to persevere if I'm ever here in a slum. Cause nobody starts at the top. You do your part and you better buy. Working hard each and every day, even though some days it get hard to watch. But you gotta trust the process. Grind hard, don't you ever quit. It's a must, you see the progress. Got a ball till you get a hit. They can never do what I could do, cause they on the same stuff. If you doubt me, then I'm coming to show them what I'm made of. Yeah, always showing your integrity. Yeah, if you want it, I'ma let them see. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, that's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, that's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
Wake up, put the work in, that's the only way it's gonna work out. Hard work and dedication, no time for procrastination. Takes a lot of time, a lot of patience, a lot of heart mixed with motivation. On the days that you feeling down, look in the mirror for your inspiration. Like, woo, just notice, never stop, never quit. People wanna see you doing good, but never better than them. Gotta push yourself to the limits. You cannot lose if you are not in it. You gotta lose sometimes just to win it. Don't get discouraged, it's just the beginning. Yeah, turn up. Don't end up a Timmy Turner. Don't get caught up in the streets. Don't get caught up with a burner. Don't be a slow learner. Oh no, you only get one shot, one chance. Talking March Madness at the big dance. Talking big man on campus. Like
no guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, that's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. No guts, no glory, not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy, that's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory, there's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win.
It's so high from here. You can see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Set aside your subdivide. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The many is the one. You build your walls of faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Yeah! Face your destiny, slay your enemy, raise a legacy. No more apologies, trust your abilities, gather the energies. Pull yourself back together, been staying off track forever. Child of the nation, will seek redemption, time for salvation. Today is meant to be day of victory, time for history. Rebirth's a tendency, fight the entropy, channel your rivalry. You're praying for fortune to come, you're hearing the sound of the drums. It's too late to backtrack, go back, you're back now. Keep your feet on the road and stand up. You've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Go save your team, be a hero. Take home the cup, be a star. They're waiting for you, take aim, shoot your arrow. It's your time to shine, show them who you are. Stronger, gotta go faster, gotta get better, gotta work harder. It's fight or flight now, get out now. Go where you move, go for the goal, lead up the stadium, you know how it's done. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you back out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back. Don't stop until you black out, out, out. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle. Stand up, you've got what it takes to fight back, back. Don't stop until you black out, out. Give all you got, show them how to make a miracle.
Stones in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming
Hey Future Pros, welcome back to Overpass. Today we have a quick little pop flash for you to learn. It is a CT flash for inside connector. To do the flash, drop into this corner. Aim at the intersection of these lines. Then underhand throw the flash. This should give you an easy kill to anyone creeping up connector. Hey Future Pros, you know what I hate? T's taking top banana control. Let's solve that with this smoke and incendiary combo. To do this retake nade set, hop up onto the close first orange boxes. Look down and line up your crosshair with this section of the hinge of the barrel. Then aim at the point where the roof meets the wall of the distant building. Then throw the smoke. The smoke will land at the half wall at the top of banana. Then pull out your incendiary. Aim at this section of the cracked pane, then instantly running throw. This molly will land just in front of your smoke. This combo will push back any T's lingering around the top of banana, but also possibly isolate a player away from their team, so be ready for a close fight. I hope this helps you Inferno B players out there, as it can get pretty rough sometimes.
But they don't
Well, it's almost September, so, well, does it end for somebody? Do they wake up eventually? Will it be big in FaZe? No, because they've been woke. They stay woke. So woke that they're in pretty good position, pole position even, to go through within the group itself. Jason, talk to me about the polls.
Yeah, that's just a whole lot of word vomit.
You know what else is vomit, Jason?
That drawing, whatever you got colored in there.
Listen, if you had 45 minutes to do just about anything you wanted, I chose to draw. So, here we go.
You chose to color.
I colored. I don't know, maybe we get a little closer. Now, I'm willing to put this up for sale, Jason. I'm willing to part ways with this. It's probably not going to be worth as much as an NFT, but I guarantee you it'll be up there somewhere.
It's not an NFT. I don't want it. The signature is going to take that price value down, too. You should
you're right.
definitely not do that.
Sorry, man.
That's
so,
horrible.
well, let's bring it down a peg from there and go to big FaZe, because obviously our fun's over, Jason. So talk to me a little bit about the matchup we have on hand. We know both these teams showing a little bit of rite of passage here. They'd like to claim, of course, a loss to Fnatic from FaZe. Might have been inevitable. Fnatic looking pretty good until earlier today, of course, but big. Now, this is a good one for FaZe. Why?
Well, I mean, I actually think this is going to be a pretty tricky matchup for them. Big has some players playing very, very well at the moment and looking good as a team. I have them kind of pegged as one of my teams that I had like making it out of this group. But I mean, Gade coming in seems to be a very solid acquisition, doing good things for the team. tabseN is absolutely insane. searsin's playing well also. So this team is pretty... sneakily very, very good. And I mean, a very strong 2-0 win over Na'Vi, ending a huge winning streak that Na'Vi had brought into this group stage. And I just got the feeling that Big at the moment is playing much, much better than FaZe. Much more consistent as well.
Yeah, and, you know, for Big to have taken down Na'Vi, that really kind of opens the group up a little bit more, right?
Yes.
It gives a little bit of wiggle room on both sides, and that was pretty handedly as well.
But the bounce back from Mousesports is looking like that's going to make this group real weird down the stretch. The fact that they're coming back into it and they're kind of in the running as well for a playoff spot. So the group's still very much wide open. And yeah, this is a testament to their accomplishment. Most of the year has been spent with Na'Vi not losing to anyone outside of the CIS region. Essentially, not losing to anyone except for Gambit.
Yeah, there you go. I think that's what you were trying to say. But
I was just reading the quote the way it was written and then interpreting it in my own way.
Nice. Cool. So was that before or after Google Translate? Anyway, tabseN, obviously a force to be reckoned with for the big side of things, and he's going to be a big contender as we go forward. tabseN over on, a big, really showing everything. He's putting it all out there, and it's kind of working out.
Dude, tabseN has had such a funny career to me because I feel like he's just gone through huge stretches where he gets like kind of underrated and kind of like a little bit forgotten about it. He's not like one of the superstars that's always got the attention on him and the eyeballs on him. And then when we get to events, he just reminds everyone how good he has been for how long. And like you see these like breakout tournaments where he just goes absolutely crazy. And then we kind of go back to sleeping on him a little bit, perhaps because we don't really consider Big to be, some ultra contender, event in and event out. But tabseN's always just going to come back and let you know and remind you that he's a star player in the scene and he's incredibly talented.
Yeah, he creates the space for himself and then he capitalized on it. You can't really ask much more from one guy now, can you?
Yeah.
So for tabseN, he's someone to look out for. searsin also showing some impact there as well. I think between those two, there's a pretty big plate in front of whoever they play against.
Yeah, those two have a lot of power, and I think that's why it's always kind of fun watching Big pick up players over the years, because I always feel like for the most part they're recruiting players that they think are going to fit within this team. They're not always trying to go out and grab that like flashy superstar, not trying to go out and just grab the mechanically gifted player. They're looking for people who are going to fit into this system because they know they've got the engine of tabseN. Now they have searsin performing very well. So yeah, some dangerous pieces in this squad.
It's definitely not Sleepy Joe tabseN. We know that much, right, Jason?
Exactly.
Exactly. So, no more sleeping on the job. Wake up over there. Can you guys hear me or what, Harry and Hugo?
Hey, Trace, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, we're not doing so bad. Just wondering what's up with the disguise you're wearing today, but go on.
What do you mean, dude? This is the fanciest outfit I own.
Yeah, we have business casual, and then we just have casual.
Full casual.
Yeah, we like to represent everyone, Trace.
I'm feeling really, really good though for this game, Hugo. I'm really looking forward to it, man. I love watching this FaZe squad. There's something about them. I haven't really got to see too much of Big with Gaden yet, so I think that's going to be a treat as well. tabseN's having a phenomenal time of things right now, right? Yeah, but like for real, this guy
always been popping off lately. Hugo, how are you feeling?
Yeah, same, right? Obviously, we haven't really got to see much of Big ourselves, so it's a true test phase. It's been shaky, you know. I kind of wonder where they're going to be today in this series. Their wins have been very close, giving away a lot of comebacks. Their losses have been dominant 2-0 to Fnatica. You know, I really don't know who's coming out on top today. Big has surprised me. I didn't even think this team would be going through the group, considering how competitive Group C is. And hell, they're 2-1 up right now. Why not?
Well, Trace, what do you think?
I think a lot of different things, but mostly I think you guys should keep on keeping on. You know what I'm saying? Stay calm and carry on. Thank you very much, Harry. Hugo.
Those two are like a mullet. It's like Hugo's like the business up front, Harry's the party in the back.
Nice. Yeah, that's about the typical Harry way of doing it. So I get it. For Big and FaZe, there's a party to be had in the server. We still need to decide what the venue looks like, and by that, what the map vetoes are, Jason. What maps are we going to see these two teams pick?
Well, you got Dust 2 coming out here for
nice,
Big.
Jason.
Yeah, you like that? I really sauntered right into that one. So that'll be that's going to be a nice opening map, pretty standard that we all know about. Big win percentage for Big. I've done it again. Inferno coming out for FaZe. Yeah, I mean, this is opening up just pretty standard. That's a 50-50 for both teams. Obviously going to be pretty comfortable. I don't think there's going to be any huge curveballs in this veto.
Oh, normie maps are back.
Yeah, we got them. The normie trio.
God, normie duo even. I'm talking about Harry and Hugo, not us.
Oh, yeah, naturally.
Naturally. So we got our first map, and that's going to be that of Dust 2, it seems. So, Jason, right out of the gate, we know what Big are capable of on this map. What can Kerrigan bring to the table in terms of countering that?
Well, I think the fun thing that I like about Kerrigan is like he can actually come in with those like X factor, like change of pace strategies. He quite likes those. I expect at some point after some kind of establishment of how they're going to play this T side, Kerrigan's one of those in-game leaders that's not afraid to like bust out like a very fast mid split. Like just get down mid as fast as you can. We're going to throw one pop flash and we're going to turn that into a mid to B split like really, really quick. I like those kind of change ups. I like those kind of strategies mixed in. And that's something I have always kind of identified Kerrigan as being good at. And he's got the players to do it as well. I think the last time we saw them play Dust 2, was that against, I can't remember who it was against, but I remember Twist leading the way in doing just that. I believe it was 2 matches ago against EG. He was the one kind of leading the way out middle for the team. So, yeah, Kerrigan's got a lot of options on Dust 2.
Yeah, especially a lot of tools in his arsenal as well. You think about some of the strengths and some of the weaknesses there of FaZe Clan. What will Big dive into?
Well, I mean, I think if you talked about Big, you're going to look at the space that there is on the map and the ability for someone like Tabson to just kind of run around and get a little bit crazy. Look, someone like Searson with the AWP can be very mobile, moving position to position and just dominating whichever fashion he likes. So, I mean, both these teams have some pretty dangerous elements, but at the moment, with the way Tabson's performing, with the way Searson's performing, I lean towards that pairing over on the Big side of things.
Really, the Tabson-Searson side, as your game changers, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, FaZe has a couple too, right? Like, we obviously know Twist is in there. We know Brokey can do good things with the off. We know one of the other three is probably going to step up. But at the moment, it feels to me like Big is playing better.
Yes, indeed. That is Jason Moses O'Toole. Of course, commentary you can pay for. And, of course, commentary you might not have even asked for. We got Harry and Hugo ready to go right here to pick up the first map between FaZe and Big. Do it, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, boys. Yeah, you know, I was going to wreck him, but I think his throw wrecked himself.
Yeah, it was almost good. It was almost a reckoning, but then he called us Giles, and so, you know, Keto dead at long.
Yeah, great segment from that stunner, and Trace as well. He's always there, trying to do something.
That's funny.
FaZe on the T side now, and, well, it's Big, rather. Moving up catwalk.
Nice, Hugo, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at the odds at the top.
Maybe Trace was right,
The sides
actually.
are swapped. Yeah, you didn't ask for us, you got us anyway. Complain, cry, it's free, and shots are to Kerrigan. Quick tap to Tizian, and here they come. Flashes in, Kerrigan
nice.
Back for more. And Brokey's here to level the playing field. Tabson, 6 health, surely no chance in this clutch, even with that headshot. It's just too much. Bomb goes tumbling down, and so does the round for Big.
I like that little hand motion from Kerrigan, pumping himself up, cooling himself down, maybe. Good start to this one from the IGL of FaZe as he takes out 3 to win them that pistol. It would be a lot of credit to FaZe, I think, if they're able to take down a Big that looked this good at this tournament, right? We've seen kind of, you know, I feel like we've seen 2 sides of FaZe so far.
Yeah.
And it always just feels like on the day, you know, you never really know what version you're going to get. We'll never forget the Fnatic game.
Yeah, right.
That much is certain.
A dominant 12-3.
11-1 at one point in time, 12-3 hard.
Dropping the ball and then getting absolutely smoked on the second map. And even when FaZe have win, I mentioned this when we were just on cam, like it's been kind of scary, right? It's been, you know, oh, they're looking unbeatable, then they drop a map suddenly, and oh no, the series is super close on the third, but they do win it. You know, it's not good for the heart, I'll tell you that much. Big, on the other hand, have come in and impressed a lot with a new player, with Gade. We've seen, you know, different roster changes, maybe hold teams back, you could say. Not this one. So, not a lot of time for Big, but the results are there. They're looking for more in this round. That's the bomb for Tamsin. They've got to go get it, and Rain will not give it up too for him. Twist moving in, and it should be a clean anti-force for FaZe. Yeah, I mean, bomb just kind of sells you down the river there. There's no cancelling your play or plan once FaZe have it dropped, and so it's a flawless round as they take a 2-0. Tamsin calls a tech, and we wait.
It's kind of interesting because both the Danes in this server also speak German.
That's a good point.
Carrigan on the other side,
okay,
yeah. So
Danes are smart, man.
Dude, Danes are smart to the point where like it's almost offensive, you know? Like, why aren't British people this smart, man?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. That's like a Forrest Gump voice.
I may not be smart, but I know what Counter-Strike is. And even then, yeah, no, smart. I didn't even know Gade spoke German until I saw the big announcement. And I was like, oh, I thought, well, Xantares was learning German, and now they're just going to go back to English? Oh, no, Gade speaks German. All right, cool. That makes a lot of sense. And it's good to see Gade back in the server. He was always, you know, Gade, good for two. Mr. Good for two. Is that what we called him? Something along those lines when he was...
Yeah, Gade was always good for two. Yeah. That was the thing about this guy. Gade always good for two. Gadeson.
Yeah, exactly. On his passport. But he's not come in to be this star rifler, this big fragger. He's just
no, he did join to be a big fragger.
Yeah, big fragger. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. No, he's just been solid. He's been a role player, so that's fun. But
have you ever role played, Hugo? Have you?
I have. Not in Counter-Strike, no. I just bait.
If I ever bought you a costume, Hugo, what would you want to roleplay as?
You've already bought me costumes, Harry. Remember that, what we wore in the studio last year with the mullet?
Yeah, but that wasn't roleplaying.
Move away from this metaphor.
All right. All right, Hugo.
Save it for the bedroom. Keto won't. Dirty Deagle onto Twists. Olaf trades. And that's that one Deagle just getting passed around. Gade's now going to have a go. And so these Glocks may as well live until Gade dies, and then they can just keep shuffling that over, try to bait shots out of Rain, get his attention diverted. Gade moving through middle now. Or could have been a big one. Instead, he goes back to Cat with his team.
Yeah, this should be, you know, a pretty decisive round from this point onwards. I doubt you're looking at this one and rubbing your hands together if you're big. But hell, anything you can get is a pretty much nil investment from you. So let's see if they can survive the FAMAS. Carrigan doesn't hang around. He's going to get flashed back in by Brokey, but isn't peeking on the back of it. Gade now dead. That is the one Deagle removed, and so the rest of the Glocks are just dealt with in a pretty, you know, pretty decisive fashion there. But now we got the guns coming through for Big. Now we got the big guns. Right?
Yeah, that's technically true, yeah.
Because they're big.
Nice. Tamsin, no AK for him. He goes right in with a Krieg. All righty. I'm not against it. I'm not against anything Tamsin decides to do. Searson's got his AWP. Running right down middle to start. He's going to try and scope up. FaZe have already crossed 3B. Thinking it's a rush. It is not. Brokey with his AWP on car. Push through the B tunnels. Oh, where's this? This is going over the top for the skylight. It's not going to work for Gade, but maybe it blinds certain positions in the tunnels. That's a nice idea there for FaZe. And forget the flash. Olaf comes up with the goods.
Yeah, that's a really cool idea. I hope we see like the intended purpose behind it, right? As you mentioned, Gade was not blinded in his position, but I can't imagine that's what it's designed for. I imagine it's for someone, you know, holding near the mouth of the tunnel.
Yeah.
because all tunnels got mouths, and right now, Brokey's the guy looking to chow down. Searson with this AWP, trying to get across into the pit. Now, can he do it? Flash goes over, Brokey dodges it, and he's not even needed. That was a wonderful bit of spray from Rain there. Just traced him through the sky, down into the pit. This is a good-looking phase round if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Carrigan just heard the steps. Both his teammates on A just dropped into spawn. Oh my god, this is wild. Carrigan with a backstab dink on the second. This is perfect. You may as well go through the smoke. Try and find that right timing as FaZe try and peek from the B site as well. Rain tagged up. All the molly might do it for him. Rain goes over the top, and that's why we see the double mid to B smoke often, not in this round. And it's come back to bite big as Rain has a beautiful round on this CT side. Loves a bit of dust, does Rain. And finds a fourth for FaZe. What a perfect call as well for Carrigan. Hearing everything down middle, all of FaZe were able to divert their attention in that round. Big with a pause. It's not going to plan, is it?
No, not the start they wanted. That much is for certain. I am excited, like I say, by the prospect of FaZe looking this good out of the gate, but...
I was excited when they were against Fnatic,
I know, Hugo.
And that's never going to leave the back of your mind, is it?
Look, the way it works for FaZe is it's all going great till it really goes wrong, right?
Yeah.
And normally it doesn't take much for the really going wrong part to kick in, but as long as they're winning, I'm feeling good. Obviously.
Giving me mixed messages there.
Yeah, well, you know...
It's always good till it's not, till it's awful.
Well, no, yeah, but it's like my old saying, right? Like, free-for-all DM servers are always full till the exact moment they're empty, you know? Like, the moment one person leaves, everybody leaves, bro. But other than that, you can't get in.
This is where, if you pay Harry enough money, he'll shout out your warm-up server IP. He'll just read the numbers out.
Yeah, like the log me in Hamachi days, like getting your mates on Minecraft.
Wow, that's a throwback.
Yeah, wow, yeah, I'm full of them today. So look, it's just a pistol round now. Little lower tunnels control out of big while they wait around in top middle. They've got the hinge smoke and they're going to look to go up, but Olaf watching for it. I just want to be careful. He's going to trade out with Brokey and the AWP chiming in with that opener. Already a good start for FaZe. That kill's pretty much untradeable for big. They might look to deal with this AWP, but they might just try the avoidance tactic altogether. Gate tagged through the doors by both Olaf and Brokey. And now Carrigan's trying to get a mow down Momo. Here he is up at the front. Wop, wop, double kill. And just Tabson left to beat. Brokey's going to steal that one away. And FaZe are up 5-0.
Yeah, and with 5 alive, it's feeling fine to be a FaZe Clan fan. For now, like we say, for now. There's always time for things to go wrong. Big, looking to just get on the board. That was an eco again. You can't expect too much. Tabson goes back to the Creek. 1 and 5 to begin this day. But I'm not a Tabson naysayer. Still plenty of room. Right now, FaZe, yeah, commanding this CT side. They're all over the place. They're making good reads. They're making info plays. Now a long take for Big. That's going to force some respect finally, but not from Carrigan. He pushes right up. Oh my god, he beats the AWP. Searson, missed flick. It's a slow day in the office right now for Big, and FaZe are coming in feeling fancy. Brokey double scope. That jump just gave him the info. He might have died otherwise. Now he gets a chance to go back for more. Brokey doesn't give it up.
It's lights out from Brokey right now. Him and Carrigan at this A bomb site have been a force of nature, mate. And Brokey's waiting for flashes. Now trying to peek around this smoke. Look at how many bodies are on the other side here. And Brokey anymore, finally taking it just one step too far, but the flashes keep raining in, and so does the namesake. He doubles up to close it. FaZe 6-0. And I get the feeling, right, that after yesterday, you could tell they were all pretty dejected, right? You know, there were some tweets from the FaZe guys as well. They knew that, ooh, that turned into a very ugly series. But sometimes that's what it takes with these guys, you know, to light the fire underneath them, to pump them up a little bit. We are getting a thick and pumped FaZe Clan right now. That much is for sure.
Exactly, yeah. Bulging, and that's good news for FaZe. Right now, this is Big's map pick. Keep that in mind. Inferno coming up, Mirage to close, and so... yeah, flat map night, that's fine.
Flat map night with the boys.
Yeah, get the brews in.
Monday is a flat map night.
That is true.
It is Monday, right?
Yeah, everyone hates Mondays.
It's Mondays, my dudes.
Okay, another eco. How can you really get anything done here if you're big? They still have the boot camp going. That's always nice to see. But what are they going to be showing us here? Lots of grenades, and so you'd imagine the Tabson has cooked up a master plan. The master chef. So Xbox smoke straight away in, FaZe again lean at long.
I want to know what kind of a game Twists is having right now. Like, everyone else is just wrecking, you know, like, can't see the center foot wrong. Twist has seen 4 people and 3 of them have killed him.
Yeah.
That's the extent of his game so far.
He's got a double orb now, so going to be able to anchor down B. FaZe seem to think bigger coming their way.
I was about to say, right, yeah, you got this heavy B lean, and the little utility that Gade's throwing in is only selling that even further. But big, if they'd committed to this A bomb site push, yeah, you had to get past Brokey's orb, but go into B, that's going to put you right in this 3-man stack.
Yeah,
Twists, he needs the power on the no-scope here. He's good for 2. Now that orb's been retrieved on Tizian.
What?
Oh my god, Olaf isn't looking. Now they weren't ready for rain, but he's suddenly got to hold on to a B bomb site that's hanging in the balance. That's a series of weird events there.
That's a swap doors for Olaf, not aware, maybe, right? Not thinking. Spent too much time with the inverse. Oh, I've got you, yeah, I'm covering, don't worry. Well, not really. Flash over the top, here they come. Gade gonna dodge the first, not the second. Searson hits his shot, and Brokey has to decide, is this really worth it? We've got money. I could, I should, and maybe I will. Oh, Searson's out of the round, and now Gade, who has yet to poke his head up. Brokey doesn't know he can read all he wants, but Gade hits the shot, and big. That was an eco win, half bought. They get on the board.
Yeah, that's a real shame, man. You had the triple B set up, you know, you had all your pieces in the right place. Twists opens up with this double in mid. This was great from Tizzy to spam the smoke and then, like, just gets given that kill entirely for free. I almost wonder if, like, you know, the cool is, oh yeah, I'm looking at door, I'm looking, don't worry. But like, there are angles where you, as we just learned.
We do see a lot of players still get caught off a little bit by that, you know. Not aware what you're open to. Oh, Keto legged there, Twists. He's now kind of trapped, right? But are they going to keep on the pressure? They haven't got a mid to B smoke. There it is, late. Big keep doing this and keep throwing the hallway smokes left and right of middle. You never know where they're going to go. There's that other smoke as well. We saw Rain jump on the box before, so Big know they need to get that in if they want to be going for mid to Bs. And while it denies the info for Rain, Olaf might have heard those steps in tunnels. They're jumping on wood. Now they've got to line up util and Exploders 5. Olaf, easy peasy, takes down the low HP Keto and tucks in. Twist is blind, he can't help out. Olaf's dead. Twist just finds the angle in time. 15 health though, they're already in the bomb site and Rain's tagged down low as well.
Oh, Rain might be screwed. Yeah, the molly's gonna burn him out. He had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Tabson cracks open this B site. Now they look to get across. Carrigan dead in the window, trying to peek ahead of that bomb plant.
Very fortunate that Big both jumped over Twist's angle. He had a gap. If you cross safe, like, he would have hit that for sure. So Big actually, he never knew they were even in the bomb site. He never had that information until the plant came in. And it's just audio that tells you that. It's a shame for FaZe, but Big have figured out the weakness.
That's what I was about to say. Little nerve-wracking now, right? Because up until this point, you had a lot of these A plays come in. You know, look at even the kill feed, mate. Like, you know, the guys on A are having a great game right now. You know, Brokey Zorp has been tearing it up. Carrigan's looked really, really good on these A holds where he's just the only guy having a hold down cat. And so, you know, they win that round on the Eco B play, they go back to it, and this B hold's starting to get a little bit worrisome, right? Olaf gets one and done. The Flash is really, really good at disrupting the entire game plan there, to be fair, out of Big. Right, the idea was Olaf never was meant to re-peek into that.
Yeah,
Twists was going to watch the run-up, and, you know, while Olaf is drawing the attention, and Twist was meant to nail them, but instead, he gets blinded off the angle, smoked out. Olaf is basically a dead man then in a 4-on-1 inside of that B bomb site.
Yeah, I think Carrigan's crashed here, so a quick wait while we get FaZe Clan back in the seats, strap them in, and launch them into orbit. Not the time you want for a break either if you're FaZe, right? Big have just started to taste victory again, 2 rounds in a row, both on that B bomb site.
All right, Hugo, here's the question. You can either go to space with Jeff Bezos or Richard Branson. Who are you choosing?
I thought you were going to say Richard Lewis. I definitely would have gone with
No, obviously you would go with Richard Lewis, but he don't have space program money, sadly.
Wait, which Hitman is going to pay me the most?
Hitman? Why'd you say it like that? Like Spider-Man?
Yeah. I don't know. Batman. I don't know. Whose spaceship is better?
I don't know. I don't think we ever figured that out.
Probably Branson's,
because they both went up and down just fine. They did that part.
They made it, I guess. Woo! Well done, guys.
Dude, I shed a tear when when Jeff
made it back safely.
managed to reach the orbit of our world. I shed a tear, man. It was everyone remembers where they were on the day Jeff Bezos made it to space.
Oh yeah, of course.
So emotional, man.
Wow, good for him. Very proud of you. You're a big boy now.
Honestly, the original moon landing has nothing on it. Nothing.
Yeah, Neil, eat your arm out.
I would rather go with the Branston fella.
Branston,
yeah. The inventor of Branston Pickle, I think.
Why Richard?
I don't know. I don't really know.
Jeff is an alien, right? So maybe he would be.
He's got the contacts up there.
Yeah, exactly. He'd be more informed. He'd be more used to it. Is Richard Branson more likable? I don't know. I don't know the guy.
Maybe they're. Yeah. I don't know personally.
You've asked me a question and really there's no actual answer. There's no good answer.
I just thought maybe you'd have
Neither, really. Could I go alone? Could I take a friend? Or do I have to go with a billionaire?
That's the thing. It's very expensive. You do have to go with a billionaire.
Damn it.
Someone has to pay. And you can't. Not yet. But once that NFT money comes through, damn, dog.
Yeah, all right. I'll wait that out. No, if I got the offer, I definitely would go to space. That would be fun.
See, I wouldn't.
No?
No, and I know that's like a very, everyone's going to be, oh, you wouldn't go to space. What? Get a load of this guy.
It's easy for me to say that knowing I never will get the offer.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't it?
Whoa, I feel like we're in space right now. Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, I tried to follow that with my head the whole way round in motion. Now I think
wow,
you're
sick. Like a vertical owl. That's nice.
Vertical owl, yeah.
Instead of a horizontal.
Dogs can't look up.
Wow, poor guys.
They're dogs.
They don't know what they're missing.
Oh, look, we're back in. Carrigan's back. Nice. All right, let's go. 6-2. Hope you all enjoyed that. You know, who would you rather go to space with?
Fast out long. Tizian. Oh, everyone's hopping. Everyone's jumping. Everyone is blind. And Carrigan trying to get him under the blue bin. The nade comes in. Tizian expected a Molotov, and it's after. It burns him out. He already used his smoke, leaving a lot of room, a big gap for the Flames to find him. He was only 10 health. Big, I mean, they've been going for these B plays, right? So that was always the game plan. They were just taking long to keep up the attention of FaZe. Now they've done that, giving only 2 CTs on B. Twists, though, he's got this AWP from back plat. Re-Molotov as well, really stalling this play out and buying time for Rain to rotate out middle. He's yet to do so. Twist is just dropping every bit of utility he's got. Finally, the push going to come in. No time for the smoke. And so he'll smoke them instead. One, Olaf helps out. The flashes, again, are good for Big, but they come too late. 2 kills before the first flash even pops.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a real sigh of relief for FaZe, right? They're finally able to put a stop to one of these B rounds. No longer are they going to get disrespected here so much. Also, you know, Twist's taking heads off even while he's done in the AWP. It's impressive.
Yeah. How does he do it?
And so this is a very, very long save here out of Big. Their options are out the window. But at least on the back of keeping these guys alive, you're going to have a buy in the next. You've still got something to fight back up against this 7-2 scoreline. And FaZe probably aren't too keen on hunting yet either. They want to build up some of their own money.
Yeah, they just lost 2 in a row. You take the win. You don't complain. See, it says CSGO on the ball. You like that? See, that's a piece of trivia for you. The reason it says that is because that ball is in Counter-Strike Global Offensive, which is what CSGO stands for. It's a fun fact. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
The kind you might find in a Christmas cracker. Yeah, this was weird. I think Tizzy was just expecting the molly to come in first, and so that's why he used the smoke already. And you can see there's massive room, but it was actually a nade, and that did so much damage, and he just already had no smoke to use. Only option would have been to run into the smoke, and they would have sprayed it. So dead man regardless. Searson sits in a Molotov as well, but no peek is given over. FaZe do a good job of avoiding death there. If Rain even went for a wiggle, he's likely gone. Util coming up cat side. They're going to flash their way into this A site. Bigger done with B. They want to do something else.
Yeah, they've thrown these corridor smokes out in middle again. Actually, this time, they don't have the CT one down. They do have, like, the CT smoke for an A play. I'm a little nervous because Tabson was, like, just out on an island with the bomb at short, but it's all good. Tizian's opened up. The flash going to get Brokey off the angle, but only for a moment. Now, there is another guy coming out late long, but right now, Brokey's having a hell count up in A. Tabson will remove him, and Rain, wrapped by the late Gade out through long doors, shot in the back of the head. This is a big round all day long.
Oh, it felt like Quito was about to get the angle twist, though. Able to save his gun at the last second, catch those CT players moving through, and lovely long timing hit from Tizian. He just walks a smoke. That's infuriating. That's really what wins the round there for Big, getting the long control, forcing Brokey's attention back, and even though he wins his fight, he was put to 2 health, couldn't stop Tabson from crossing. And so Tizian, the real MVP of that round. Big find a third, and this is competitive, yeah? The score may be pretty one-sided, but Big, you can see them starting to pick up steam and figure out that it's not just B that's free. We can get it done with these A splits as well. Building into their T side of their map pick. And FaZe just trying to hold on to their money.
Oh, and Searson's trying to get fancy with it. He's rushing down middle. Lot of balls to go for this, but he's going to make it work, not getting peeked. There is Brokey's AWP on short, and both AWPs miss their first chance at opening up in this round. Searson, very, very mobile, was just spotted getting up on the Xbox after running down mid. Now he's already posted back up over here in top middle, holding for a crossing player. The smoke in the long doors is well timed for Carrigan. It's going to deny Big this map control. These corridor smokes go out again in middle. These must be very frustrating if you're FaZe.
Yeah. Especially considering Big have used them for something different every single time, and sometimes they just throw them and they don't even move with them. So it's just FaZe constantly trying to keep that rotate player looking for info. Brokey's got info, he's got a kill as well. Carrigan scared of the long smoke. Searson seen him, and Carrigan jiggles out. If he waited, they may not have cleared that corner. Now it's up to Brokey, being collapsed upon from long. That other A player trapped in spawn thanks to the smoke. So now FaZe have lost the A site. Both Carrigan and Brokey fall without anything to do, and the flank is dead as well. That's a round, really. FaZe should accept the consequences. Big do a great job of baiting them into middle there. And you've got to wonder, a couple of, missed shots come through for FaZe, missed timings, but it's all by design for Big. Starting to see them warm into this T side after all.
Oh, I'm getting nervous for Rain. Like, it should all be fine. No one should come through these long doors. And so I imagine he's going to get away scot-free. With a guy like Tizian there, you never know, man. Tizian's wild.
I've heard that.
Nah, it's all fine. It's all safe. And now FaZe are in a bit of a weird spot. Big are right where they want to be to make this little mini comeback happen. They're still in with a chance of winning this first half out on their map pick, and considering, it's a pretty dominant start to the day for FaZe here. This is a nice spot to find yourself in now. Finally starting to feel like you're regaining some control in this matchup.
Yeah, this is where it gets easier as well. Although you've got 2 guns, we've certainly seen FaZe win rounds like this already in the Pro League. This should not be one on Dust 2. Big gonna move out long, and there's no one here to stop him. You definitely want to check out Pit before you commit, though. It's always in the back of your mind. Players hiding in the dark corner at the bottom. Boost up. Did they send the pistol up? Yeah, there's only pistols here. The rifles are on Cat's side. Twist dropping that simple smoke. Rain could even go up on top as well, and he's going to play behind this smoke, so I like this. Trying to stop a bomb plant instead of getting into the site.
Oh my god,
the boost meets boost, and the bomb goes flying through the smoke. This is weird. Olof's got a shot as well. I don't know what's going on. The pistols are doing it. Bomb secured, but Rain's ready to win the round.
Oh, well, he does fall off, but he's going to correct it. It's all on Searson now, and a 1v4. Yeah, he's going to get rushed down. 2 tapped out by Brokey with the USP. And yeah, you know, Twist and Rain did great with their guns, but let's talk Olof for a moment. While all the attention's being pulled elsewhere, Olof's just jiggling with a P250, and he's making it look easy.
Yeah, there's just so much attention being drawn, right? Not just the boost, but bigger thinking about the bomb with the smokes down, the getting spammed through it. Twist takes the opener.
Also,
it's just so many things to focus on.
Gross that Twist is holding for the boost,
Yeah,
like
that
over
is
the
grimy.
top of that smoke.
Very grimy. And now FaZe, that was an eco, that was 2 guns saved. Again, the whole...
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Everyone's blind and Tizian converts the spray. I don't know how he does it. Oh, he might not make it out as well. 10 health off the nade. Brokey in the bomb site. Long's lost. He's got to worry about everything right now. Taking down the first and the second as the flash comes in.
Yes, Brokey, give us more. Make it happen.
Tabson saw the P250. He wants his revenge.
Yeah, but will he get it? Searson dead through the wall. It's only the tag. That would send me over the edge. Tabson has retrieved the AWP. We know he used to love the AWP. Is he going to love it so much now? Facing off against Brokey. No, he's not. Brokey's on for the ace. Last guy's in pit. Come on. You know Tizian was here. Him and Carrigan had that horrible fight right at the beginning. Come on, Brokey. Give us all 5. It's not easy, right? This pit angle, especially when you're this low, this could just be feeding. But there ever was a time to feed the beast. It's when you yourself have a full tummy. Here we go. Big Brokey. There it is. All 5 in the round. You love to see it. And that is how FaZe Clan find their 9th. Brokey, take a bow.
He's having a game. 19-5 right now. No putting a stop to this guy. Oh my goodness. Lights out and literally flashed on this kill as well. And I don't know how he lives against Tabson when he gets the AWP. That wallbang something, but then Tabson even takes a shot. He has a chance. Brokey's just dancing on the bomb site and even patiently waits for Tizian to leave the pit, knowing he has to eventually come to him.
I feel like next rifle round, you're going to try and lead into a B play.
Yeah.
I think you stay
and I'm
away
sure FaZe
from
have wrote that as well.
I bet that's what they're thinking as well.
Even in this round, Rain's gone down lower out of spawn. No one was playing top mid
but look,
spawn.
man, he's cleared all of this now, and so these B players go lol. And so they just start to rotate over towards A.
Yeah, that's how the comms sound. I've watched Carrigan's voice video.
Yeah, no.
Oh, flashes are interesting as the kills come through. Oh, look, gets deeged in Keto with 2. Okay.
Don't give it to the German Deegs. We always talk about them.
Yeah, he's not ready for T-spawn, though. The longer FaZe live, the more room Rain has. Uh-oh. Oh, no.
German Deagle round. German Deagle round. Everyone watch out. Push the German Deagle alarm. Keto, now a 1v2. This was a 1-on-5. He's got 3 out of 5. 2 left. An ace D clutch, maybe. Keto and his pistols, mate. Oh, why did they peek him? Why did they give him the chance, Hugo? Have they not seen the dual Beretta video? Have they not seen what this guy can do? And they're both aggroing long as well.
They won't even know. When he plants, they might even think it's B. That would be the obvious move here, to go into that B bomb site. I wonder at what point do FaZe realize this is an A play? Do they always know? Oh, no.
Oh, they're going to be.
No.
Oh, boys,
FaZe.
you've been sailed down the river on this one. The German Deegs. Oh, the German Deeg, just one of them looking to do it. Keto. Come on, baby. Give us something impressive. Brokey, he might have stolen one away with an ace.
Don't jump.
This is Keto's time to shine. This is Keto's round, baby. Up in the bomb site, they're trying to peek them together, and Carrigan will lay him to rest. It is a damn good try out of just one guy for Big. You can't be too disappointed with the outcome of that one. It's 10 on the board for FaZe. They still get the round. We're all thinking about what could have been.
Yeah, 4 for Carrigan. He at least holds on to that one. That was terrifying, man. Look at these shots. Even doesn't get the reload off in time for Rain. Gets spotted. Still hits that while being aim punched. I was scared Carrigan was going to get shot mid-air as well. Pre-fire, USP tap to close, and that keeps FaZe in it. Yeah, Keto, you know, it hurts. You wanted the round. You felt the round, but sometimes it's just taken away. Good shot from Searson on the cross.
Look,
he's been fairly quiet in this T side.
Remember when we said about how, you know, you might anticipate a B play? We do have a triple B lean early on for FaZe once again.
It's kind of odd, right? So Big want to at least try and sell that they're not doing this, and Carrigan comes to them. Oh, it's not pretty. That's given Big a way back in. They might even still tempt them into B and into 2. Twist's second orb, which is tagged, of course. Otherwise, you're going into life gamer Brokey.
You don't want to mess with Brokey when he's having a life game. Oh, lovely from Rain, and he's out of there. I mean, really, he's actually still kind of hanging around. Will he get punished for this? Brokey's got his back. He's holding down long, but Rain will fall. Brokey's got to do it all. Out on the barrels, out on an island. He knows about this AWP at short, but that is the extent of it. He's trying to go for this peak. Now spotted by the long player. Tabson's Krieg taps him out. Olaf Meister at the cross. They've seen him. They know about him. They don't even have to commit. They've still got time here, but Searson will nail the shot. Okay. And it's Twist's AWP now asked to step up in a 1-on-3. He was tagged right at the start of the round, crossing to B. And so now Searson's just got to finish the job. The AWPs will clash on short. And I'm pretty sure he would have heard the scope in. Searson doesn't miss these. Twists around the corner, and actually headshot to Searson. Now up onto an AK. Tabson's still there to deliver the goods, put the round up. 5 for Big. Is that going to be enough on their map pick? We need to see a monumental CT side out of them if they want to pull this back.
Hi, good to see you, Mike. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Perfect. And we're all set here. Should we kick things off?
Live in 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the ESL studios, actually, and we're here to learn a little bit about observing today. I'm joined by none other than Alexander Rush. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, it's my pleasure.
So tell me, observing, it's the new craze. What's it all about?
Yeah, it's you know, observers, they like work in tandem with the production team and the casters.
The production the casters. Now the casters, they are the top dogs around here, aren't they? So well known in the area, and someone like yourself who's perhaps a little, you know, unknown, they're giving you a chance to shine out there, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm actually...
Don't worry. Take your time. Just try and explain a little bit about the role, and we'll get there.
Explain about observers. You know, you like work, well, they work with production.
Don't worry. Let's run it back a little bit. In terms of the production, what do you actually do?
Well, me...
Hi, I'm Rush. I have a 12:30 with you.
Rush?
Yeah.
Well, who's this then?
This guy? Someone irrelevant.
Get him out. Security.
No,
you got it, boss.
Please, someone must know who I am. I'm here every day. Every day.
Wait. Get him out. Look at the camera. Look at the camera for a moment.
Oh my God.
Here.
Not a part of my story. I'm going hard for that trophy. It's why they all been on me. No guts, no glory. There's no need to go begin. I don't comprehend and I do not pretend, cause when I'm coming is to win. You either got it or you don't. You either bought it or you won't. You either wanna give it everything or you wanna.
All guts, no glory. Fizz going hard for that trophy, and it's 10-5 after the
That's
first
brilliant.
half of Dust
You
2.
nailed that, Hugo. I really
much.
didn't think you'd throw yourself into it, but you did. And I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier as well because of the game we got on our hands right now, Hugo. Right, big behind with 5-10 on the board for FaZe.
Yep.
By the way, that
15.
song, I always think it's Alex Machine Richardson singing in that.
Until it gets a little bit of American, and then you go, okay, it's not. But first time I heard it, I was a bit shocked. Either way, man's got bars. 10-5, Big gonna need the same on this comeback. It's their CT side, it's their map pick, and FaZe are set up for success. tabseN trying to make plays happen, and they chase him. Carrigan with a yump, taking him down. Now it's Tizian with a grenade. They're already up and past it. 2 HEs ready. He drops, they hear it. And they might save it for the bomb instead. Oh my God, they're coming to you.
Oh my God, that was
Little
almost
legs.
a double, yeah. Tizian shooting feet. Oh, that's a nice nade as well.
Where's Gades? Long way away. It's just made it to spawn.
Uh-oh, Carrigan doesn't want to die, but doesn't really have a choice. Now, there is this mid-wrap on Rain. He will get one, but now they're up and past him. He's got to get back to Cat quickly, because if he wants to play around this bomb, he needs to be on the catwalk instead. Twist is going to lock in both the kills, and the round belongs to FaZe Clan. That was very, very back and forth, right? When Carrigan, falls trying to take that long control off of Keto, I start to get nervous. I start to get worried. But there's a couple of nice responses there, right? I think Brokey and Twist doing a great job up here in the site of just holding the fort. While that's happening, Rain is going on that bottom mid flank. And if you recall, actually, the other day, it let FaZe down, attempting that. It meant that, I think it was Carrigan who did it. He was like T-spawn, CT spawn wrapping, and he couldn't stop the bomb plant. But Rain, he learned from that. He fired one bullet, killed one person, straight back to Cat, so he could play around the bomb.
No, great reaction, great play. Wasn't needed anyway. Big, oh dear, B's gonna get crunched now. The smoke may buy you a few seconds, but that's all surely. Gade getting the reload in. They give him that respect. Nade follows, Gade's low. That more Deeg would be fantastic, but can't expect it of him in that position. 2-on-4, Big locked out of this round, already thinking about saving what they've got, and it's not a lot. 12-5 for FaZe, and they're gonna make matters worse. Ooh, there's a gun. But even so, FaZe are not far away from locking in Big's map pick in dominant fashion. That would be a statement, Harry.
Yeah, it really would. And, we've seen these T-sides be problematic for FaZe, right? So I'm kind of waiting with bated breath, shall we say, till the rifles come through. But at least, this time around, they find the pistol, they get the conversions. There's none of these little upsets that so often try to trip up FaZe along the way. And so they're going to be in a spot by the time that rifles come out. It will be 13-5 to FaZe Clan. And what that essentially means is they're like one rifle round victory away from stealing this map off of Big. If they go into this first rifle round, hit the ground running, pick it up, wreck the money of the Big squad, mate, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, this is not what we've seen from Big all tournament long, right? So quite a shocking game right now, but it's good to see out of FaZe. We know they've had these heights, they've had these peaks, at least in certain maps so far at the Pro League. And it's good to see them do it against Big, who really are looking for every win they can get, both teams 2-1. So this one will have big consequences when it moves to that last day, and with so many teams fighting for those 3 positions. Quito, more Deagles needed. FaZe hesitate, they wait. But 5-on-4, the pressure's not on them.
Oh, they've boosted up Tizian's Galil. Oh, but the smoke's starting to fade. Oh my God, Brokey's right there. He knocks the boost out from underneath Tizian. Tizian still takes one with him. Ooh, Carrigan in with the response. And now this cat to A play, well, they're walking into an empty bomb site. The red carpet's been rolled out for FaZe Clan, and in they come to pick up 13.
How red's your carpet?
I don't have carpet. I have a pretend wood floor. Real pretend wood.
How does that work? What's it made out of?
Just not wood, that's all I can tell you, but it's made to look like wood. Just easier for spillage, you know? It's not like the classiest material ever, but it's something.
Well, this is something all right. Something for FaZe. 13-5. We've got Inferno up next, right? This is Big's map pick with Inferno as phases. We've seen highs and lows from FaZe on that map, but regardless of that, I don't know. Don't know how you recover from this kind of scoreline.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. You know, that much is certain. But it's not impossible, mate. Like, I don't want to have to keep bringing us back to that Fnatic game and reliving the harrowing memories. And I think, you know, you are up against a better-looking FaZe right now. But as I've said, these T-sides, they have sometimes been problematic. They've sometimes slowed down and really started to slip through FaZe's fingers. And, you know, all of it for me is hinging on this rifle round right now. I think if FaZe win this, you know, it's pretty much as good as locked in. It would really be impressive to have this one turn against you.
No, you're right. FaZe, they're bringing a pace into this gun round. They won't even let these nades go out in time. Twist gets the kill the last second, but Tapson swings the smoke and trades Olaf. Gade sees them get out B and won't let them get much further. Some tags come through, but nothing of note for FaZe, and Brokey's having a great one today, looking for the 1-on-4. Gade's crept himself into the bomb site. No way Brokey knows this. And so he's a dead man. 6 rounds for Big, and they hold on. Considering that was the opening kill for FaZe, getting out middle, that goes very well for Big, who don't lose a single man past that point. 4 alive, the AWP kept as well. And maybe hope after all for Big.
Well, they're going to try and bring that pace again, this time out through the long doors, but Carrigan burns in a Molotov. That's not ideal. It wasn't just the molly that was wrecking him. He was also getting shot at, slowed down, you know, you name it. Oh, Brokey, the timing on this exit out of the tunnels is pretty brutal. He's just let them in through the top of it. And so now Big have got the info that it's not a B play. And Brokey is also at the mercy of this flank. He's still keeping it in the back of his mind, but you know how timings are in Counter-Strike. He's going to hold this for like 20 seconds. The moment he looks away, right, nothing's going to happen in tunnels. Nothing will happen. Brokey will sit there for close to an eternity, and he'll draw his attention away for a millisecond to look somewhere else, not even doing anything wrong, and then he'll get shot in the back of the head. That's just how it goes.
Crumbling cookie here, Brokey. Yeah, I mean, he was ready for it at least, but he won't be able to stop it. Spray through the smoke and rain down to 10. Gets out of dodge, out of harm's way. Quito here, though, looking to cause more harm than good. Oh, more aggro flashes, and the spam for Rain is actually what sends Tabson in. He knows he's close and he knows he's blind. Twist smokes the molly, but he can't get Sisson off the bomb site. 1v4. Olaf moving up long, and with a nice tap to start, anything is possible. However, the time is the biggest factor.
Yeah, and the bomb's on short, and there's an AWP holding the cross, and oh, yeah, Olaf, I think he knows that there just physically isn't time for this.
Gotta go. Doesn't want to, you know, live and then die after time. Maybe saving the AWP could be big.
It's going to be a tricky old save, but hey, they might let him get away with it.
Yeah, they want money as well. Goes both ways. Counter-terrorists win. Tizian's trying to stop that save, but unable to do so. All right, 7 rounds for Big there. They're making us believe.
As far as my worries go, you know, I said if FaZe won that first rifle, this dish would have just been put to bed. And that statement was true. And they didn't win it. And so now it is an open field, you know. Well,
at least it's not like we've seen FaZe lose any super one-sided games or give up a really nice match to anyone in the Pro League so far, even days ago.
Yeah, wow. I mean, so subtly put. Brokey tries to open up with the... Oh, my God. There's just Molotovs for every occasion. Oh, heartbreaking for Ray, and he dinks Tizian through the pole. And then Aid will get rid of him. But Rain's done great damage. Tizian is so nearly dead. Searson is the only guy you got to worry about over here at A. And you've still got a lot to work with in this round. The fact that Rain's Deagle does that could actually be a real difference maker here. They're going to try and go mid to B, and there's Brokey with the opener. Keto dead, now leaves all the pressure onto Gade. We used to say, Gade, always good for 2. That needs to be true now more than ever, but he's sidelined by Twists. And with that earlier damage done to Tizian and the fact they're just so far removed from this round, it's a safe call out of Big. Huge that FaZe have been able to disrupt this momentum early on.
Yeah, you will be able to rebuy, but you're running out of opportunities now. FaZe, off the back of, like you said, just Rain's Deagle, his damage on A. It means Big just can't even consider retaking this round. Plus, you needed more out of one of the anchor players there. Keto got baited so hard. That first player jiggled out middle, and then that let Brokey set up with the orb. Didn't know who to fire at, didn't really have time to choose. So 14-7. And you get a little worried, you get a bit sweaty for a couple of rounds as Big shows some form, but it is just up against such insurmountable odds. Look at this damage for Rain. Lovely Deeg shot. And then there's the jiggle on the corner with Brokey. Easy peasy. Nothing bad about that round for FaZe.
That's a similar situation we were in just rounds ago, right? Where FaZe is so close to breaking the money that this could be their route to victory. They're taking this round a lot more measured as well. Hello. Corridor smokes going down. FaZe looking to give Big a taste of their own medicine, perhaps. Probably laughing right now, saying, yeah, not so nice when those smokes are down. You never really know what the intent is. Carrigan looking like he wants to try and fake this A play. The Bomb and Olaf grouped up over in tunnels. Rain's now moving around, as is Twist. So this becomes a matter of, you know, how much attention can Carrigan keep on this A bomb site? How are they going to look to use him? He's flashing himself in for a peek. The molly further selling you on this idea that this could be a cat commitment. But Carrigan never had a smoke. That's the one downside here. He's not able to, like, really sell this in any meaningful way outside of that flash and molly. They're just going to go through, and with Gade hidden close, playing the cubby. We saw Olaf in this exact same position. Will FaZe check it? There's Gade with the first. Swinging a little too wide. Twist is going to trade him. And now with Carrigan on this late mid-lurk to try and cut off rotations, this round would be undoable for Big.
Man, that flash was so good. The Rain was blind. He was just, you know, tucking in the cubby. He was just fully in the corner. And like you said, going too wide. Well, he wanted the kill, but Twist is able to provide a bit of cover there. And that's so sad that that's how it falls apart for Gade. We say good for 2, but right now he is just getting traded on this B bomb site. And 15 for FaZe with an unfortunate save out of Big. Good fake as well, right? Even having, you know, not only Carrigan on that A site selling things on cap, but Twist was outside long earlier, spamming the doors. So Big, all it looks like there, with B being quiet, is, you know, like you say, this cat to A split with a late long player, a very default T-side round. Big don't really know. And that's funny to see Big get faked out after, you know, some of their T rounds when they confused FaZe with corridor smokes, with, you know, doing that and going into A splits and then sending players through CT into A. You know, Big had a lot of tomfoolery in the T side, and FaZe didn't fall for all of it. Well, no, it's not like Big even fell for that fake. They still had to at B, but they had no idea of knowing until the commit comes in. It's just leaving it down to FaZe, and it's a perfect round out of them. 15-7, Dust 2T, by the way.
I will have smiling. Oh, I could cry.
It's a good day in the office.
I mean,
everyone.
You know, it feels like they've been owed a nice little feel-good game.
Yeah, Brokey, he's redeemed his ticket. He's slowed down, certainly was 20-4, but or 19-4, 19-5, but no problem. It's not held FaZe back in any meaningful way, and obviously a lot of that came from Big just doing these consistent A attacks in the first half, where Brokey was always in the right place. He's not been given these opportunities. Nice shot though. No, I don't think it is. I think it was a nade.
That was a nade.
Yeah, they peaked with a nade in middle with a smoke bloom. Gate's dead. He's gone from 1-for-1s to none for nones, and now FaZe are ready to close the map.
Yeah, the bomb is late because it was on Brokey, and I don't think FaZe were expecting this much success, but as long as guys like Twists are able to hold off the rotations, there is nothing that Big can do.
Dunzo.
Bomb crossing late. Brokey spots one of these players coming through the tunnels. He hears him. Oh, Keto coming in with that Famous, but there's no way you're ready for Twists in CT, or sorry, T-Spawn. This is Grimy, and he's just wasting Searson's time and taking heads off. FaZe lock in. Big's map pick. It ends with a Twists 4K. That's looking good for FaZe. Now we have to flip the script. We have to see if Big can pick up the pieces on map number 2.
Won't give it up.
Berlin International Gaming getting dismantled. Not a wall they could possibly put up against FaZe here on Dust 2. Of course, this one's starting with FaZe off in the very right direction. A lot of highlights for us to go over, a lot of things to consume. And for Moses, where do you start your consumption?
Well, I think the first place you got to go to it is that FaZe CT side powered by Brokey. Fantastic with the op over at that A bomb site. Big was trying to head up catwalk quite a bit, and Brokey's ADP had a lot of things to say about it. He ends with 25 kills, 11 downs, 120 ADR. It was absolutely wild. Actually, just the entire level of FaZe that came in today, vastly different from yesterday. And that caught me off guard. As I was saying before this, that I thought Big was actually looking like the better team, but obviously FaZe showed up today in a massive way. And you could see here the AMI head-to-head powered by the U.S. Air Force. Brokey has quite the statistics from this map.
Yeah, and rightfully so. Brokey ending off the map on 25 and 11. You saw 120 ADR. That was not a bluff. There was nothing, incorrect or infactual about that. Wasn't fake news, Jason.
No, not at all. I mean, you could just see from these clips as well. Brokey has normally I feel like Big is one of those teams that's really good in terms of fundamentally using their utility and how they scale on offers. Brokey's had a lot of time in this bomb site to be able to take a shot, crouch down, reload, fire off another one. Hasn't felt too much pressure a lot of the time. And then you add in the fact that once you get past Brokey, Twist had a good game. Rain had a good game. Kerrigan had a good game. Olaf was quiet simply because there aren't enough frags to go around, but 4 people delivering on this FaZe clan, that's tough to beat.
Yeah, it is. Brokey, definitely one of the guys carrying the torch over there for FaZe. And actually, we'll just go and highlight Rain and Twist, too. Kerrigan doing his part, and I feel like that's also a cool thing. Olaf, as you're saying, not enough kills in the server, not enough kills per round that could possibly happen. But for Big, I want to ask you, Jason, is this hot water? Is this trouble?
Maybe for this series, and I guess the implications of that would be that the group might start being a little bit difficult going into the last day coming up tomorrow. But I think the hard part is we talked a lot about Tabson. We talked a lot about Searson. Tabson as the engine. Searson as this X-Factor player that they have. Both of them had really rough games. They had 3 players below 50 ADR. They just didn't have a lot of production individually. I don't think strategically they did anything wrong. Maybe some mistakes, maybe some small errors or a little bit sloppiness on spacing and utility usage, but that might even just be a product of individually being all not in a good place. Something cool though that Big did accomplish, Trace.
Oh, go on.
All 5 players, top to bottom, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8 kills.
Yeah, and you know what? That's it. I think we just wrap the whole show on that
ended
note.
on that.
You can't get much better than that, and I think that's very satisfying for a lot of people to see. No, but for real, Jason, I'm looking at Big, and I'm thinking, okay, they lost a lot of duels here in a different way. When you look at the statistics, when you look at the kill-death column, I think that's pretty indicative.
Yeah, this was actually a tough game for them. Like I said, I don't think they actually necessarily did anything all that wrong. I think they struggled a little bit to find some opening kills, but just individually, players not there to be able to trade kills quick enough. A lot of multi-kills coming out from FaZe, especially at the point of attack. Never felt like Big was really going to get back into this game. They were playing from behind the whole time. It was always is this comeback going to begin? And it just never really came to fruition. So even Tapson, really quiet game from what we've seen out of him so far in this group. He was 10 and 18, 48 ADR. Yeah, just a Big that I think this was an off map for them, to be quite honest.
And I think the best way to paint the picture of Dust 2 would have to be just a glimpse into the first kills, right? 17-6 across Dust 2. That's pretty telling as to how much control and how in control FaZe were across this map, and especially heading into a second map of the series. I don't know. Big's going to have to bounce back on the pick of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty brutal. We've kind of touched on the opening kills have been a large point of discussion for Kaplan and I on the desk as well, and for good reason. But I mean, when you look over at Big at the moment, if they go down a man, their win rate when they're 4v5 is 25%, which is actually the highest of the group. But it's just hard to win rounds.
Not enough. Though.
Yeah, when it's happening that frequently, it's just oh god, this is so many rounds you have to grind out 4v5 and find the solution 4v5, and it's very, very difficult.
So Jason, I want you to make me a believer, and I know you're not much of a used car salesman, or shit, maybe you are, who knows? Jason, when I look at the next map of Inferno,
yeah,
I see problems in Big's way.
Okay.
And I want you to sell that car to me.
Sell you that car. Ooh, that's a rough one. Well, come take a look at this 1985 Toyota Camry.
Toyota Camry, shout out one time to the Camry, longest lasting vehicle on earth. But in all seriousness, being down in a series, not optimal. Being down against someone that might even be challenging you for a special spot within the round of 12, that's a whole different ballgame. Yeah, this is going to help make this group get a little bit weird down the stretch, which I'm excited for. But certainly going into Inferno, those opening kills are going to be huge. Obviously, if you're going down that much, especially if let's say Big's on their T side and they're not having success in opening kills, that usually means you're losing someone in Banana, because that's usually where you're kind of putting pressure on to control that part of the map a little bit early on. Maybe you're losing someone there and you don't have control of Banana. That's an issue. That's a huge part of the map. Maybe you're trying to get up mid fast. Maybe you're trying to do some kind of timing. You're getting denied access to the brackets. You're not able to make anyone rotate. So those are some of the obstacles that Big's going to be facing. And on top of that, you want to find a game for Searson to get back into things. That AWP on the CT side can be so impactful with how mobile it can be, how effective it can be on different parts of Inferno. Tabson is obviously somebody you'd love to see switch on for this second map. I think more than anything, it's just, this is kind of like a deep breath between maps. Don't worry so much about what happened. Don't worry so much about getting into the nitty-gritty details. Individually, everyone take your 5 minutes off and let's come back to the computers and just wreck everything. Ooh. Wreck what, Jason? Yeah, you heard me. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's Inferno. We got Big and FaZe in the server. And there's actually nothing better for you to do than sit in that chair and watch this game.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.
Я не слышу нихуя.
Так, ладно, надо что-то другое сделать. We need to do something another.
Let's go. Я закупил?
Нет.
Еще где?
Левее, бай, левее. Кнопка левее, не другая.
No. I hit him or not?
No. Вниз мышку, еще. Он чуть выше теперь. Давай, прямо. Вправее чуть-чуть. Вот зашел в монстр. Идешь, монстр, фанера, столб, уперся вот в планететы.
Так, я в дефолте?
Да, ставишь, считай, под 9. Короче, чуть правее дефолта ставишь.
Понял.
Got it.
Изи.
Левее, чуть-чуть левее, чуть-чуть левее, еще чуть-чуть левее, ниже, все, стоп. Стреляй! Так, ты убил его.
Окей.
Стой, жди еще. Еще бежит. Выше, встань. Ой, ты... Шут. Найс.
Изи.
Левее прицел, левее. Еще левее. Левее, ган. Правее, иди правее, еще правее, вниз, стой. Левее. Правее, нет, вообще не туда. Правее, левее, сейчас, левее. Правее. Вниз, стой. Левее. Смотри, вот сейчас еще чуть левее, вниз. Все. Ниже. Вантапами стреляй. Вверх. Стреляй. Левее чуть. Правее чуть-чуть. Левее. Убил. Там еще один. В мост убегает, он сейвит, все. Левее. Все, найс. Поворачивай в левую мышку. Влево. Двое уже выше голову. Выше. Выше.
Так, окей, ты где? О, дигл.
О, it's hard. Я тебя убил?
Да.
I just didn't hear it.
Ты пушишь?
Я не знаю, где я.
Where is you?
We have some tactic.
Нет! Не надо!
Oh, it might be a good day to be a FaZe fan. I can tell you that much. They open this up by taking away Big's map pick of Dust 2. And now we head to the FaZe pick. It's a little bit of Inferno. FaZe are hoping for a 2-0 here. They're hoping to put this one to rest nice and quickly. Let's see if we get Big looking sharper, in better form here in the second map of this series.
Yes, indeed. FaZe, they've played this map twice in the Pro League, 1-on-1 on it right now, falling to EG, but taking a win v Mouse. And for Big, it's their first Inferno with Gade. So questions on positions and what we're going to see from Big, well, the answers are right here in front of you. Buys are in, Gade with the nades, and FaZe on the T side with plenty of util themselves. It's also worth noting if FaZe close this, that means Na'Vi are through, guaranteed into the playoffs. Any Na'Vi fans also rooting for FaZe in this game?
Yeah, I always love it when that happens. Any Na'Vi fans turned FaZe fans? Make some noise. Here we go. Little pit flash, a little smoke going over to Moto. One out here to try and get you in, but Tizian has brought you down. Olaf will trade out for a double, and there's still a guy in the site. Searson brushed aside the bomb all the way up on balcony. They're going to have to go up to go get it. Twist will begin scaling the hay cart now. This is one hell of a turnaround. Look at the move. Keto is trying to make Olaf wants no part of it. And so he removes him out of the round, leaving it all on Mr. Gade. Dead to Carrigan, and FaZe win the pistol. That went from an incredible start with Tizian doubling up on the apps push. Bear in mind you had two players over towards mid, like throw in the util in, who are arriving a little late. It is so huge that Olaf was able to double up there and keep that alive, because if he falls to Tizian as well, you know, those two guys coming up middle are essentially moving into a bomb site that they have no control over, no bomb.
Yeah.
Olaf's impact there cannot be understated enough. That is lovely.
Yeah, FaZe armed with USPs as well. Run away with that. And Tizian, we know his USP alone is amazing, right? He's the guy who can do those barrel flicks on overpass, those, you know, from the ground. I don't even know how you explain them. If you've seen them, you know what I mean. And so 2 kills, well, means nothing in the grand scheme. FaZe take the pistol, and now Big decide to force. FaZe trying to get involved in mid. Bomb is still late back down in T-spawn. Scout on the A site for Searson. 3 here, so standard setup here for Big. Both Deagles actually fighting on the short side, or both pistols rather. Taps them ready with a re-smoke. Try and stall this play out. Where did that go? That bounced. Either way, Searson Scout is gone, and FaZe, they don't care what util you throw at them. They're going to throw their bodies at you. The flash comes in, but Carrigan was up and past it, and he taps out 2 into the bomb site. Easy round, won by FaZe, and Big have to save.
Yeah, left running away again are the big boys. FaZe just look very dialed in right now. I keep seeing little smiles as well every now and again. A smiley FaZe clan is a dangerous FaZe clan. Yeah, I think quite often people overlook the mentality aspect of CSGO. If you know, are molding all the time, if you're angry, if you're sad, if you're raging, you know, these are all very negative headspaces to be in. CS should be, you know, it's a video game. We should have fun. We should laugh.
Yeah.
You know, we should smile. Because when you're enjoying it, everything just feels better.
Hard to enjoy losing, though, especially with what's on the line.
Don't make excuses for molders, Hugo. I'm not about the teams now.
Whoa,
this is more of a...
Whoa. There's a very different thing between not enjoying it and raging, Harry. Those are two very separate entities.
That's true.
You can not enjoy yourself, but you don't have to ruin your team's morale. You don't have to bring people down to your level.
That's a good point.
Just sit there in silence and cry. It's free, after all.
Well, this should be a pretty free round as well. Talking of free things. You can't spell free without re. And so that's exactly how Gade's going to be feeling here.
Oh, no.
As he walks into Olof's crosshair.
Oh, dearie me, Harry. It's a gamble. And Carrigan's got the lineup 2 out of 3. And, hey, some Deegs coming out. Keto, 1v4. Couldn't do the 1v5. This is easy by comparison.
Yeah, I think teeing it up as that is a little dangerous, but we'll see.
Maybe. Probably just going to save anyway.
He probably will just save, yeah. It's not going to, you know, I feel like you kind of made a promise that we can't keep here, Hugo. This was not an easy round. Keto is just holding on to that Galil. And, you know, Galil's basically a T-side M4 with 5 more bullets and is cheaper. So that's all well and good. He'll get out of it with this. FaZe go up 3-0. Everything started exactly how it should. We haven't had any, you know, forced by victories thrown in. I think that's quite relieving as well. I always get nervous for FaZe, especially with their T-sides. Like, I feel like sometimes they'll win the pistol, you're going, oh, boys, all right, let's see what they can do. And then just boom, forced upon, wrecked, brutal, savage.
You want a sad story? Keto's got 99 armor here, and even though he's saving his gun, he'd love to upgrade with a helmet. That's going to cost him $1,000, so... Very, very sad indeed. Very sad. Probably won't even upgrade as a result. That's one expensive helmet. And your Kevlar isn't even dusted. FaZe, 3-0 though. Still have that Mac and Galil in play, so let's see if monetary woes come back to hurt Keto. In the meantime, Citizen's got his AWP, and that's a good sign. Didn't really get going on that first map. Brokey certainly did. So that is one slight worry. FaZe setting util quick on this A-bomb side. They're mollied out in middle, though. Have to respect that for a moment. Big, this is not the round to make gambles. You've just got to hit your shots, hold your spots. FaZe are still in no hurry. Looking like a late B with his apartments control out of Rain and Olaf.
Yeah, easy does it into this first rifle round for FaZe. You know, they're really taking their time here. They've scared Big away from any semblance of banana control, and that molly has only furthered that goal. Right now, you're kind of getting paranoid. Oh, maybe they're taking banana, maybe they're moving up, and that's why we have this early rotation out of Searson. Now, you know, we will have him trading places with Gade by the looks, but this might come far too late in the round. Right now, it's just Tabson in this A-bomb site all alone. He has been the standout player for Big as of late, and he wants to show us why now, more so than ever. First man down for Tabson. Spamming the smokes, caught in the air, the clash of the IGLs, and Carrigan comes out ahead. It's a 3-on-3. This is not a bad situation for Big. They can look to give this a go. The fast short wrap might blindside Olaf, but Brokey's able to trade and keep it even. Now they've got him pinned in at the graveyard, but he doesn't have to peek. He can just wait. We're on Brokey's time now, and Carrigan's tapping them out. Bro, look at the start that Carrigan's having. 8-1 in this game. He is someone who only gets scarier the more he's feeling it. I think the less you have been worrying about his individual performance, the better. It reflects in the calls.
Yeah, he's...
Oh.
The old bubble throat, yeah, the little lizard inside of me tried to break out there. Karrigan's fighting an AWP. Yeah, push it down. Save it for later. Karrigan's fighting an AWP as well. I know it's a headshot angle. It's obviously very favorable, but you know that's You're talking about his form or he's feeling it. Going for plays like that, double facing those last two long players with FaZe, and big fell for the B fake as well. Right, they had a third man out of position. Tabson felt like he had the read, felt like he had a chance there, but Karrigan is doing all the leading and all the reading right now. Book in hand, AK in the other. Dodges the nade completely on the corner. Gade, oh dear, watch out, buddy. That kill would have sent FaZe right into B.
209 ADR, I don't know how I feel about that.
It's not going to keep up, at least. It's only 4 rounds.
No, Hugo, you naysayer.
Surely, right. Gambled on B again. FaZe are faking you hard right now if you're big. That's second round in a row they've made the wrong read. I mean, this is more of a round where you are going to make those gambles happen because you've got this AWP surrounded by pistols. You want people to pick up this gun, but it's fired off. FaZe go, ha! Orbs on B, lads. Let's go A.
Yeah, so it's going to be another save out of big. FaZe doing a phenomenal job of misdirecting them so far. Now, normally all it ever takes is like the CTs to make one right read and suddenly, right, like the kind of mental game feels like it gets reset a little bit. So hopefully we can have big break this streak soon, just so they arrive to the table nice and early. But because Karrigan is one of these guys who leads from the front lines, right, he'll always be up there fighting, you know, right at the forefront of his team. I feel like whenever he's, you know, looking really comfortable doing that, it does just scream that his reads are good because he's so willing to fight you individually. Like, he's so willing to take you on in these gunfights because he's feeling like he's got a good read on the game. As mentioned, it feels like that's reflecting in the cooling as well. He's constantly outbraining the big boys right now. I want this to be our momentum breakground. I don't want this to be one of these games where it's like a 7-0 lead for FaZe before Big even get there first. They just feel horrible, especially CT Inferno, where for the majority of players, you are left saving in rounds that get lost, right? You don't even really get a chance to play. And so far, this has been a great example of that.
Yeah, Rowan's leaning back, man. He's having a great time.
Rowan's chilling out. He's like,
keep it up, boys.
I'm just going to log off for the evening. You got this.
Yeah, it's under control. And, you know, FaZe, you talk about you don't want this to be one-sided, and you talk about the saves. And FaZe have been doing good fakes so far. Big want to take some real estate. Banana control is the name of the game. Olaf, oh, pre-fired. Tizian saw the barrel, took the shot. He's stuck in boiler. They almost line up. Rain gets it back, though, in the favor of FaZe instead. 4-on-4. Big, they did have Banana, but now they peel back. Gates solo with the utility, and Keto's on that rotate. Still got the AWP. Over on the short side, FaZe, where do they want to go this time? As things go quiet, FaZe could be anywhere. Keto decides to keep things more standard. But FaZe, you never know where they're going to go. Twist up top B, 2 in apps, and the bomb picked up at ramp. Another aggro flash to get you into Banana. Let's see, Twist can dodge it. He's up in front, and he's still dead. Good flashbang for Keto.
Oh, finally as well, Big get the info that, okay, that was the fake. We just peeked in, no one was there, we haven't seen or heard anything, and now they spot these players moving in through the short side. That's a double molly, but the smoke will extinguish it. Searson holding on, not letting them in. Can he find all three? Of course he can. Searson with the AWP, locks the round in. Beautiful scenes there, and if we can get a couple more rounds of that out of the guy, you know, you mentioned how he had a slow start back on Dust 2. It felt like he really couldn't find anything. When you compare the impact that Brokey was having to Searson, maybe it helped shed some light on why that felt like such a good game out of FaZe. You know, the AWPing power, something that Searson normally is very keen to provide, just wasn't there for Big. Now, are we going to have this be the momentum break where Big start to find their footing, start to build their way back in? You can already see that they're feeling more confident here. They're keen to take Banana away, no longer playing to the mercy of FaZe's fakes.
Yeah, this is great as well. Full orb info, Searson, he's hitting bangers right now. He's got a re-smoke. This is even more time. The FaZe just don't have any semblance of B control. And so either they have to wait out everything, which would be the right play before you make your next move, or risk walking into this quad setup on A instead. FaZe will just keep patient. Stay winning. Brokey has that B flash ready to go. Obviously, players jump through the smoke right at the end. Searson, good flash out from bottom B, and Karrigan's chasing him down.
Oh, the nades, they've slowed him down a lot, but he still gets back into the site. Luckily enough, FaZe pumped the brakes. I always get nervous, right? Like when you're getting naded on that corner, even getting slowed for a second can make all the difference. Brokey doesn't even make an effort to turn from that flash. He just tried to hit it on timing. And look, right, you've put the fear in Big so much that even seeing all of this outside of B wasn't enough to rotate guys over. Look at the size of this fake. Karrigan is all the way through spawn.
He might tell them to come B after all. Come along, guys. I might have a kill here. You're walking into the stack.
This could go really wrong, though. Like 15 seconds, and they are going into all three. They have no control at A. They had none on the build-up. There's the mow down from Gade. And Karrigan coming in late from this CT wrap. Gonna get shut down after that. It's a little bit weird, you know.
I think you're expecting that third rotate, right? You think there's a full setup of B, not only because Big have fallen for it every single time, which is hilariously the reason that Big are still double hit at 20 seconds in the round. They go, guys, just we don't know what they're doing, just play for your sight. And then, you know, at that point, Karrigan's running CTs looking for the rotate. He doesn't see it, and everyone else is committed up short. So yeah, you laugh that one off. Oh dear, oh well, they anchored down that round. That's fine. They're not mobile anymore, and you can use that to your advantage next time and just commit, you know, double down on your B play and fully execute after your defaulting. I wonder if that's where FaZe will go now.
Tizian's being ballsy right here, and yeah, it may be a little too ballsy. It's not like there was anyone here who could have helped him. He's trying to fight for this control, but gives over that opening pick. And now the pressure's really on for Big. Like, it gets really, really scary when you go a man down on the CT side. It suddenly becomes a matter of making the right gamble. No one wants their round to come down to a coin flip. Oh, well, Tabson, not learning from the lesson of Tizian, also pushes into the apartments and has given up another, attempting to trade that out late.
Uh-oh.
They're going to peek the apartments again. Oh, Gade with one, but he's getting chased down. He manages to get back into the site. I don't know how. And while this is happening, Keto is holding down the arch side. Gade won't let them in. He's always good for two. Can he get any more? Yes, a third. And just Olaf left to beat. Gade goes on a tear. And look at him. It's got that fresh org smell about him.
Nice, that's a good meme. That's a good one there. And a big round for Berlin International Gaming. They lock it in. All thanks to Gade. That was a 3-on-5 phase. They don't mind committing into a two-man hold there, but you'd think you'd get more trades off. Gade just dancing behind the boxes on default. Sick round out of him. Not traded, not chased down after that first kill onto Rain. And Big starting to believe again. That's 3 rounds in a row. That's FaZe's money broken. More Deagles. But this time, not the German Deags. They're going to get made quick work of. 2 kills. Fighting deep down middle. That's your teammate's flash. Searson's going to steal it instead. And Rain maybe catching him by surprise. That's one. Hello, turn around! Tizian is dead to Brokey. That was down bottom middle. What? That wasn't even Rain.
Yeah.
I thought he got him in apps.
I thought Rain got him too.
What is going on?
These rounds
are double wrapping them.
These rounds are so sloppy and so weird. And right now, you know, like when you're the Deagles, you're fine with sloppy and weird. It's kind of your preferred state of being.
Nice
Rain
shot.
will get caught, and now Brokey should be dead. Oh, yeah, jumping in. Jump scare from Keto.
Yeah, if you're going to drop into under, like, be ready to pre-fire, basically. Like, don't just crawl in and sneak in. Yeah, like, jump, crouch in the air and hit the landing, and yeah, you're just going to jump scare your opponent. It will feel great. Yeah, the team flash there, that was because CSM was playing for the flash. He dodged it, and he gets some nice shots with the AWP. For a second, we get scared of the Deagles, but perfect landing from Quito. And 4-5, forget FaZe's lead. This one's heating up. Oh, right down
my God.
There you go.
They're in your face. Twist! And Karrigan's past them. What? Oh my God. Okay, well, yeah.
Round's over.
Yeah, there's something to be said there. I just can't think of the words.
Mental.
Bro, I love the way Karrigan plays. Like, Twist is in the smoke fighting two different guys that, like, no one could even see each other. Twist is probably going like, oh, Finn, can you come back? I need some help here. Finn's like, no, I'm in B. I'm killing them all.
And then he kills the B guys. Right?
And like, at that point in time, the third guy in the site's got no idea that he's getting chased down. The other two dudes are still walking into folks in the smoke.
Karrigan, man.
Yeah, dude.
13-6. He takes the AWP out of B. He kills a rotate, and he can give that to Brokey if he wants as well. 6-4. Karrigan's leading the charge. Big with the pause as well. Money is fine. Sort of. Maybe. Everyone almost can buy. Maybe you have to take a hit with the nades. This is going to be a very important round for Big, though. If they fall here, that's when FaZe start to leap ahead, get out of control, and steal away a 2-0 series, or at least try to. Big. 15 seconds, boys. Better get those calculators out. What are we wielding?
With this kind of performance, in a way, Neo never even left FaZe. Mr. Anderson is still very much here. It's like a low-key Matrix reference for you all. Bit of a nade exchange. Hugo always says that when you explain the jokes,
yeah, I got it,
better.
and then you explained it.
And then it just now you're hollow.
I don't want to compliment it anymore.
Rain, you know, you can't spell grain of salt without rain, so here we are. Should have taken that app swing with a grain of salt, perhaps, as they're doubled up here.
Tenuous.
Yeah. Oh, Karrigan playing with more timings. It's not safe to get out of Boiler. You're going to have to fight your way through the apartments. The apartments are now your final hold, mate. Karrigan is in your bomb site, whether you like it or not. They're having to flash themselves in as CTs because Karrigan is here. There's the first. He keeps the second player trapped in apps. Karrigan has made this round very weird for everyone involved. Even his own teammates are struggling with what to do here. They're trying to flush him out while he's down in the pit. And finally they will. Now they get another kill. Karrigan heard at least one more player here. He knows about the guy in the site. So what's the game plan going to be for the rest of the gang? A 3-on-3. The whole round thrown into this weird limbo because of how deep Karrigan was able to get.
What a mad play for Karrigan, and it works out pretty well in spreading Big thin. Tabson's got pit, though, and I don't think that's what you're ready for. Molly comes in. Once you kill Tabson, you check the kill feed, and you wonder, where's Quito? He was the guy to get that trade in the first place. Olaf smokes the Molotov, and Brokey burns a little bit as well. It's not looking easy, but Twist has a good timing. Bomb's been needs to go down rather. It's in the site. Quito just trying to stall a few more seconds, and he's done it just enough. No plant allowed, and Gade Living gets Big the round. It's a bit weird, yeah. It's a bit wacky. FaZe are just trying to find that second player, and Quito did a great job of stalling it out. All that from Karrigan, though. I wonder if FaZe, you know, I guess it's easy in hindsight to realize B would be pretty empty at that point. Karrigan had so long in the bomb site with two players at Big trapped in apartments. They knew he was there. He knew they were there. And so it wasn't a surprise to see Big heavy rotate that round. Luckily enough, Gade does live. Not throwing himself to the wolves. And another pause for Big. They win the round, but these are not coming through clean by any means.
No, and that's always going to keep Big modest, right? Like, even when you look at the investment that's looking to pull through here, it's pretty garbage. There's really no way to sugarcoat it. Like, You're running a double scout after winning the round. That's not a nice feeling. Hang on. Oh, so they overbought. There's a spare scout in spawn.
Doesn't help, does it?
Yeah, that's also going to further the old money troubles. But a quad B stack, the order of the day, maybe? Flashing back in, here it is, Carrigan. Normally the guy to play anti-flash, but once again, he didn't have any teammates up there with him. Hopefully, the sheer amount of utility has given away this stack. Like, there was so many flashes, so many nades. And so surely, with Carrigan being the guy right up at the front, he should have been able to piece this together. Rest of FaZe are taking it slow, and this has given time for Big to move these players back into the A bomb site.
Oh, Rain, that's a lot of damage. Even through the wall, does more to Searson. Gonna get out with his life. FaZe would love the 4-on-4. Now Big know they need to care about long. Searson's called, he's been smoked off. Tabson's dispatched to do it. They're all gonna fight together, and Rain with a spray. Almost the third. Tabson moves in for the round, and he wants everyone dead. Olof's taking down Searson finally. Tabson's taking the bomb, he's chasing Brokey. Even if that kill landed, it would have been the round. Instead, Tabson's caught by surprise by Olof on the side. And now Brokey just trying to get out of there. He goes back to B. Oh my God, are you really gonna try this one? Olof's got the info, Brokey's got an open path, and Olof just needs to live. There's no way Gage will know. Yeah, bye-bye.
That's huge.
Thanks for coming. That's the round. Unless Gade works it out quickly. He has, at least. No kit, but he's going for the clutch.
Yeah, but with the bomb planted for Banana, Olof's late timing back in is great for FaZe. It means he can just play around this bomb. Now, there is a kit on Gade, so maybe, if he won that first fight, maybe there was a chance with the smoke to make things weird. But there's no need to talk about maybes, not when Brokey's nailed the shot and picked up the round for FaZe Clan.
What a spray for Rain as well. Like, the reason he doesn't get Tabson there in this one is he's still trying to spam out Searson behind the smoke, and he was behind the smoke. Tabson almost makes magic happen. Dropping the bomb would have caused some serious problems for Olof, who they already, knew about. He got an entry onto Searson. Very weird round, but big, close, won't cut it. They're running out of money. FaZe is picking up momentum. And they're not getting flustered in these weird, wacky mid-rounds either. T-side's building. Boost up. Oh, that's one way to do it.
Okay, that was really, really cool, the way that they did that. They didn't assemble the boost. Instead, they have Searson leaping onto the head of the guy boosting him so that he just takes an immediate peek. Also, Carrigan's dead here. Uh-oh, FaZe. You can feel this one slipping away from you. You don't want to admit it. But suddenly you're throwing into a 2-on-4. Now, two of these players are very, very low, and Olof is throwing guns out the map. Hasn't been able to get all of them out of there. Gade retreats with an AK, and it's pretty important right now that Tabson doesn't re-swing this, because he wants that rifle.
Yeah. These rounds can still get out of hand.
Yeah, it's not impossible for FaZe to win this, right? You might just look at the numbers, say 4-on-2, oh my God, they've butchered it. But Big don't have the info, they don't really know what's happening. They don't want to take a gamble either and risk ending up in like a post plant.
Is that what that bug was? Olaf marked the smoke, right? Maybe he pinged it and we saw it highlighted in GoTV. That's kind of cool. I don't know if that's a bug, but sometimes we see guns illuminated in GoTV. Very strange. Oh, nice boost. Rain catches Gade low. They know the AK is still here, though. Where will it be? Hiding in the corner. Rain walks into the smoke. The Molotov saves his life, and it takes out Tabson's. Olaf running out of options. The smoke is faded. He has to stay back on Banana side to win his 1v1. And midair is Tizian with the AWP. Olaf retreats, goes back to play with his teammate. They want to just take down one of these players while they've got the chance. Tizian stalling, doing the dance, and Rain's drops Searson, meaning Olaf can get out of dodge. And there we go, 2-on-4.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful from Rain and Olaf. So much experience between these two. I loved every single moment of getting to watch that. The boost to find the opener, the molly to clear out the positions in the site and force that very awkward gunfight out of Tabson. Plus, I do think as well, like, since Olaf went away, right? Like, pre-retirement Olaf was still, like, just cracked in every way, and he's really good now. But it feels like he's gotten even smarter with like how he plays rounds out, right? No longer does he like just kind of run into fights and go, I'm just the best, so I'll win them. You know, like so often he's willing to just make the call to win the round. It's not always pretty. But my God, does it put rounds on the board for FaZe Clan. Everything he did here was like a perfect example of that. You know, like he's fighting the banana guy in the 2-on-2 to slow it down. But the moment Rain gets this kill, he goes, well, the banana guy can do whatever he wants. I'll just go hide. He can't win.
Robin's not changed his stance.
Such an easy time right now.
Keep it up, boys. Another round. 10-5 maybe. Fantastic. Yeah, he's going to be having a great time, right? Karrigan's feeling it, and the calls are flowing. The 2vx's are coming in. No one's having a poor game. Twist is 3 and 8, but you wouldn't even realize. Big, ooh. Volleyed out a banana for now, and it keeps 3 here as FaZe set up util towards that A-bomb site. They're not executing. When have FaZe been in a hurry in this T side? They've often done their due diligence. And that's why it's been so hard for Big to read where to play, where to stack, where to lean. Kito's making a solo peek. This team have already left him. He sees the AWP, but he doesn't want to be bit by it. And that even keeps tabseN in position as well. Citizen's taken that 1 AWP to long, and he needs to win the round on his own.
He certainly could. Citizen's a pretty wild guy. There's the first on a Karrigan. They might give him a few more chances here. They've just gotten past, but the Deagles finding more success back in the site, and in the blink of an eye, it's all twists, baby. 1-on-4. He spots the pit player. He knows all about Gade with that USP. Taps him out, makes it look easy. Ready for tabseN. Twists. This could be remarkable, but instead it's citizenN sealing the deal on a 6th round for Big. The AWP coming in with a couple of kills. The Deagle and Tizian as well. That's just chef's kiss moment right there.
That's 2 1-on-5s in this series that have become very close, down to 1v2s. Nice try out of twists. Oh, clean headshots. Persist is so quick with the AWP, man. Catching that first, the smoke fades as well. And look at the closer. Ugh, wouldn't even get time to react. FaZe, all right. You've won the half, you're happy with that at least, but now with only pistols and a single Galil, it's Big's chance to make things fairly equal. And they won't turn their nose up at that opportunity, especially considering how dominant this game started with a 5-0. With FaZe seemingly having every read on every rotate. Twists. Caught by the AWP. citizenN was ready for him to be through the smoke, and now he looks for more.
Now, citizenN should nail this, but because I've said that, Karrigan's going to wreck him. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Wallbang will do it.
He will wallbang Karrigan out. Rain attempting to hit a timing is also a lamb to the slaughter. Olaf baited in by the promise of that molly into the double setup. And just Brokey left. It was a 1v5 when this began.
Oh, just...
And that will be a 7-8 scoreline. Split neck and neck almost as we head into this second half. Big are trying to play catch-up, trying to get this to be a 3-map series after all. But can they put a stop to a FaZe that looked lights out?
Close to me, going.
Good luck, man. I'm completely segregated.
Kablamo! Ho, with the breach, holy moly! Hey guys, how to breach. Today we're gonna show you some... Never mind. Another? I'm behind him. He's like on the coast down here. Oh, 2. Still not close enough to help you.
Okay, I'm nuts. going for? There's deep people and close.
I'll go for the deep people then.
Okay, I'll go for the close. I've whiffed, I've whiffed, I've whiffed. He has no idea. Oh!
No!
Just spiral back around. Oh, I see 2.
Nice. Did you get a gun or not?
Yeah, I got one. I just see that one now.
This guy.
Nice.
I'll go for a gun. 2.
Okay, 2 spotted. They're both like there on that ping.
Nice.
Easy.
Well, we're pretty close, all things considered. Considering this was once a 5-0 start for FaZe, Big have managed to make something of their CT half after all. Spearheaded by guys like Searson and Tizian leading the pack, Tabson down bottom of the board, something that I'm really not used to saying. If we can get a T-side recovery out of him, then maybe Big have still got some fight left in them here, heading into the second half of FaZe's map Pig.
Yeah, this can flip this script very quickly. Big double nade up top B. FaZe aren't there though. Dodging a bit of death. Karrigan has the re-aggro flash, and so Big, they're tempted into these murky waters that they think are uninhabited by FaZe Clan. They couldn't be further from the truth. Rain, oh, quick tap, another flash, but it's too late. It's for Twist instead. They need to check this corner. There's another flash ready to go. Twist just gets cleared though, and this util has done absolutely nothing for FaZe. Big, now ready to go, all in. They know Karrigan's here. Those flashes came from Coffin. He's changed spot.
Oh, nice tap, and Olaf even dealing with the mid lurk while this is happening. They're now in on the side of the Big side. They're trying to rush down Karrigan. He's all alone, but he's making it look so damn comfortable. Gade will get the better of it, but Karrigan has teed up FaZe Clan for this pistol after a one-sided start for the big boys.
He's getting weird with it.
He is getting weird with it, Gade. Oh, Raffin through CT spawn.
Bye.
All right, baby. What can he do, Hugo?
Are they going to grab the kit? It's at back quad at new box. They need to pick it up. Yeah, Olaf's running for it. I think they realized at this point, why is he not planted? He's had the site for free all round. Here we go. Open plant. Gade with his options available goes towards the pit with a Glock. Range is not in his repertoire.
Yeah, it's going to be weird because, you know, it's this very open plant, but as you say, he's got the Glock, and the USP should have the advantage at range here. So Gade going to take something impressive, going to take something gnarly. Brokey going up and over in the graveyard, and Gade is looking. He hides, but Olaf, that is fast! And that's probably just come in right after Brokey said, yeah, pit's clear. And, Olaf is still ready for it.
I think Brokey saw him. Surely not, right? Like, it didn't look like
I don't think he did, no.
Yeah, right below would have at least fired a bullet. Man, Olaf, when we have seen FaZe play both these maps against Mouse and EG, one win, one loss, one thing Olaf has been really good at, and I know it doesn't really matter in this round, but it does come through, is his timings on mid pushes. It feels like whenever T's go B, he's always pushing down mid, killing the lurker, and then flanking Banana. Obviously, it ended up on A anyway, but it's still a good play. Still set them up with a kit with the info. I've just yet to see him do that mid push at the wrong moment and die. So, always convinced by the calling of Karrigan, and with those shots at the back of B, remember them from Karrigan, a couple of kills, really loosened things up there.
Yeah, man, I mean, I knew Karrigan had something up his sleeve there. I've cast so many big moments of his from that exact position, so he's just right at home, in at back B, holding it down, put him alone there, and he really does pick it up. Now, Gade with the opener, but the responses are good. The responses are clean. Gade doubles back to the short side as a nasty surprise for Olof. But the SMG and twists. He can headshot you with whatever he's using, be it an AWP, an MP9. Arguably, the latter is the most annoying.
Yeah, still closes it with the body spray, though. But yeah, the insta-dink certainly makes that clutch unwinnable, and an AK picked up is good stuff for Twist. You know, he was quiet in the first half. He said it didn't really matter. It's not like he was losing rounds for FaZe by any means, and a couple of kills there. It's going to get the blood flowing again. Closing the round against that one AK-47. Big now have nothing to show for it. And Nade up top B is wishful thinking. Even with damage, FaZe are not going to be threatened. And this is more banana control that FaZe have had in this round than Big had in the entire first half. Think about that for a second. Big never had this. Maybe they had Sis with the AWP once or twice, peeking down, or forced FaZe late into car executes, but in terms of being tucked in this corner, something Big are not knowledgeable about. Ito doesn't care though, still hits the flick D.
It's always the way, mate. You're gonna point it out. Nah.
Bomb drop though, round's over. Right? Surely.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, there wasn't really anything in this to begin with. And Twist's nice and clean. There's just something about the way this guy peaks angles. I love it. It's so smooth. It's silky. It's luscious, just like his hair. Very on brand. But now we got the guns coming through for Big. You know, their little quiet streak since losing the pistol might have made you put them to the back of your minds, but these guys know how to tango as well. And they've got the dancing shoes on. CSM v Brokey. We even get an AWP fight. Look at Carrigan go as well.
Chill, bro. No one's even watching. He could get 2 kills if he went right now. He's got cover from Ult. Ult cover's dead. Carrigan is 2. Oh my goodness, that's all gone so wrong. If the cover comes in, if Brokey hits his shot, Carrigan doesn't get backstabbed by Tabson. He maybe doubles up, and that could have gone a whole lot better instead. Down a man, Olof tucked in Boiler. Wally's gone by him. He's going to try and catch the late man of Tizzy, and now knows they're in the bomb site, and he's going to hold off, wait for Rain.
Olof's made this round a possibility. Oh, he's going to catch another. Olof is just playing with his food right now. He's called for Rain to come and join him. Lots of damage onto Tabson. Rain, 1 bullet, the nade, anything could do it. Tabson's got to be clean, but Rain finds him. It almost gets weird with that jump timing. Olof Meister, though, mate, this guy... Oh, it's so great. It's so great having him in the server and looking so good every day.
Yeah, it was that exact same duo that won the 2v4 in Banana. If you remember, in the T side, Olof and Rain, it was them who got that 2v4 over the line. That's a 2v3 from the same couple of lads. And 12-7, when you're winning rounds like that out of nowhere, that's when things are starting to really flow for FaZe. 7 rounds for Big, yet to break the mold on this T side. Just good decision-making, most importantly, from these guys. I mean, we know Olof and Rain more than experienced in these moments, but no one overfacing, no one giving away anything. And I actually like the banana push, or sorry, the mid-push play from Carrigan with the cover from Brokey. It's just a shame that, I say shame, you know, Tabs destroyed them there, but it could have gone so much better. Like, if Brokey hits his shot, that round is over.
Mate, the gnarly thing is like, even Twist was involved in holding for that mid-swing. Like, the fact that Tabson blows them both out the water is just mind-blowing.
That's the Tabson effect, man. Even when he's having a great game, which he is, it's not enough to save Big. They just need a T-side round. It's the IGLs leading the server right now, with Olof there as well. More nades up B, Rain's alone. He's out of util. Might need Carrigan to come on back eventually, even just to get that smoke in. Buy a little bit more time here for FaZe. Carrigan running the rotate. Knows they can hear him, doesn't care. Wants them to know that this B site is not yours. We're stacked up, we're 3, please believe. Smoke down, and it was never gonna really happen. It's only a fake for Big. The bomb's up top mid. Twist is deciding to stick around, and rightly so, as Big set up with 30 to go.
Oh, Brokey has just given them room at short. Olof needs to be ready for this. They're moving in, and he's not fighting. So Brokey out on an island is pretty much doomed to fail. Olaf, there he is. Caught late from Tabson in the apartments, but still he keeps it even. He keeps it in a 2-on-2. Searson is taking a big risk here on the push, but he reaps the reward. Rain dead on the rotation. Carrigan now throwing into a clutch.
No idea.
One player already crossed the pit, and he's none the wiser. So Tabson and Searson lock that round in. And, you know, I always get nervous with those pushes through CT. We actually saw Carrigan end up, you know, having a bit of a mare doing that just the other day, where he pushes CT in a 3-on-2, gives away that kill, and suddenly, you know, spurs on his opponent for the retake. But Searson nails the shot, and the moment that came in, the round was won. That's kind of the risk of it, right?
Yeah, the reason he knows he can get away with that as well is because Big would just be throwing a full execute. So they know that you know, first rotate off of B isn't going to be super steadfast. Big only had, you know, 10 seconds in between, you know, showing on A and winning the bomb site. So Searson knows, okay, this rotates late from phase or it's coming banana. Either way, I get info or I get a kill. And he's got full faith he's winning that. Rain is just running none the wiser. And Tabson even planted for him as well. So even if that round did get weird, it's Searson in library to cut down a, you know, a defuse. Easy stuff for Big. They break the curse. They get on the board, Harry. Better late than never, but is there any more from them? Although this is a full eco for FaZe, they'll be coming right back in with guns in the follow-up.
Four USPs in top mid, and Rain alone B with the Deagle. I kind of, you know, out of all the ways to play this kind of buyout, I like it. You know, you're oh my God, they're pushing middle, and they're hitting a really good timing. There's no one watching for this. Searson's seen it, and the turnaround's in, but the USPs have done a great deal.
3K.
Yeah, Olaf, 3K, including his teammate. But still, a 2-on-2 in a round like this, you came into this having bought a Deagle, and that was the extent of it.
Yeah, imagine if he didn't kill his teammate. They would be up right now. They'd be favored to win this round. Instead, it's still in hot water. Searson's finally bringing the bomb, taking his sweet time to run this rotate. Tizian's about to cut one off, and there's a free kill. Now Brokey has the info. Tizian's already run back, but Brokey might catch him getting into apps. Oh, he comes back for the kill. Brokey's got the headshot, 1v1. Fakes the death cam. Searson confirms it. Full nade. Searson doesn't want to swap off the AWP, though. Might just run round the app side. Bomb is at the back of the, front of default, rather.
Yeah, Searson's reposition should have just won them the round. Like, it's really, really hard for Brokey now. He'd have to get given this fight, and Searson will not give it over. With no kit, there's just not enough time. But you can do a lot of damage here, at least. That's what Brokey's looking for. Perfect. And the damage has been done. All 5 kills for FaZe on a USP round. They get out with an AWP. Yeah, Big win the round. But FaZe now coming in with an investment. Oof, they are right where they want to be.
Yeah, like they were absolutely fine giving that up. A lot of teams would have even forced in that round as well to, you know, to stop Big from building into the half. But FaZe don't want to let them build, Harry. They tear down this tower, and Big's money now gone. They buy here, and that's it. FaZe, they win this round. It's not GG, but it's as close as you're going to get before the 16th is found. Big on eco against 30, not fun. FaZe, they've got to be laughing right now after that eco. Great work.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you still need to find the success on the back of it, right? You can't be getting ahead of yourself here. They're fighting for this top banana control tabs, and there's a big gap in that smoke. But he's not able to use it against Rain. Flash is getting lined up by Carrigan. It's going to pop just behind Rain there. And that's if they do try to challenge for banana, which they're not. Brokey missed shot on the opener, had a chance, but he does still have Twists here, who tries to send them back. It's gotten a little bit weird. It's Olaf to actually break the silence first. Now they know about him up here on the balcony. Twists is flashed off. Olaf needs to help him, and it's getting a little bit messy, but Olaf Meister locking it down. Oh, he even drops into the pit, and USP's the final guy. Olaf He's hopped in the time machine. He's rolling back the years. What a round.
Yeah, I mean, we saw his USP got warmed up in that eco, didn't it? And now it's finally pulled into a gun run. See, some full whites everyone, by the way. Absolutely everyone. That kill feed is not a lie. Keto and Tizian coming up short could not see Olaf. He got the first kill of the round. They knew he was there. And still, everyone runs looking at apps and they get blinded by Searson. It's not what you wanted for Big. And it might be the beginning of the end. Brokey even peeking down middle. He's had enough. He doesn't care. And he knows that FaZe are as close as it gets to closing this series.
It must be such a liberating feeling as well, knowing that you've got guys like Olaf playing like this. Like, you can be a little more loose if you're Brokey. Especially because, like, you know, when you look at this FaZe squad, there's so much clutch potential. It's terrifying. You know, in the early days, Brokey was very much the guy we would look to for clutches. But, you know, now when you go down this list, I think especially with guys like Olaf, Rain, as these like very tenured, grizzled veterans, they'll win it out smartly. Then you got Brokey, this explosive young talent who, you know, will give you a really flashy clutch.
And then you throw in not only Carrigan, who on the T side was having a lights-out start. Like, he's kept it up. He was like 13-6. Now he's 19-14. He was entering rounds. He was just winning rounds single-handedly. And Twist, who we were saying, oh, this guy's having a quiet game, 3-8. Doesn't matter, though. FaZe are fine. Well, now he's stepped up in a big way. He's back to being positive. He's third on the team. There is not a bad sign, a bad omen for FaZe and for Big. Oh, got a feel for them. They've met FaZe at all their glory right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we said, like, there's kind of two faces to FaZe. There's the FaZe that's feeling it, and there's the FaZe that looks ugly.
Yeah, which phase are FaZe in?
And right now, mate, they are in that, like, prime time gaming phase, man. This is the worst iteration of the team to me. It's terrifying.
FaZe is set to max. There's the X. Came a word too early.
Yeah. FaZe sex. What's good? CSGO
Not what I said.
Out into top middle, and Brokey's holding for him.
Yeah, he's seen the barrel. He knows what's up. Waiting for the kill to come. Oh, dear. Oh, it's so close, but almost a double. Instead, nothing. No one, nowhere. And now they jump out of apps. Brokey's back in the bomb site. Twist is drawing them in, and Olaf's ready to knock them down.
Oh my God, Brokey!
Chill.
Unreal, a wrist-breaking flick, and he's still hungry for more. They don't even know about Olaf yet. Keto can't win his fight, and Olaf takes out another. He's chasing you down, Searson. He's running, he's gunning, and he's looking for big kills. Now up onto 15. Spearheaded by Olaf, rolling back the years. Wonderful shot from Brokey. Yeah. Everyone in their stride right now.
This is the replay I want to see. Yeah. Oh. Keep that cam on all damn day. 15-9. And yeah, not a bad sight here for FaZe, not at all. Pistols out with a Galil and a Scout. Big. They've got to figure it out. We've got FaZe. Oh, they want to take apps fights. They want to peek into ult middle. They're going to do so. He saw something there. Flashed out. Tizian knows that they've got him locked in. Molotov even down ult mid. There is no getting away from FaZe. There is no hidey hole you can tuck your head into. Carrigan, he's reading the jump up. Tabson's gone. 3 on 5. And FaZe, it's a formality at this point.
Yeah, they're so content with this now. That flash is good, but Carrigan, even while blinded, still takes one with him. Olaf is here to put the nail in the coffin. And every Gravedigger dies, but FaZe Clan are burying Big today. They take him down 2-0. Big stuff from the FaZe boys, and if they can keep this up, oh, we're in for one hell of a group.
Hey Future Pros, back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the T's a bit further back if they were planning on doing something fast in mid, and will also block some smoke setups the T's like to use. If you have a spare HE, you can use the cover of the smoke to get some really deep nades down mid. This one is too easy, so I don't think you Future Pros need any luck here.
Well, I'd say generally stand by, but that's just not the case now, is it? Of course, a lot of question marks coming out from the big side and a W coming out for the FaZe side. FaZe up, Jason. What do you say about that?
That was a nice series from FaZe. This was a very solid win. I actually didn't expect it. I actually would have thought that Big would have won this match, especially considering yesterday, FaZe looked a little bit flat. Like, tactically looked a little bit flat, individually looked a little bit flat, and they couldn't overcome that kind of tactical deficiency. Today, dude, all guns blazing. Everyone was lighting it up.
Yeah, it seemed like a cohesion, like a level of comfort, I should say, from the side of FaZe. And I think that's something they should probably run with, right, Jason?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I think actually this team, FaZe, especially with Kerrigan at the helm, has been a team that's really good at running with momentum, and I think we kind of saw a little bit of that on both maps. Like, they kind of snowball into a good position, but obviously here on Inferno, snowball or not, like, doesn't even matter when Olaf goes 30 and 11. He was a monster. He anchored the A bomb site so well. Like, what are you going to do? Kerrigan had a great game as well, 22 and 15. Both of them over 100 ADR. So a couple players really delivering in critical moments and in critical ways, and then just playing solid Counter-Strike.
Yeah, absolutely what you're looking for if you're a FaZe Clan fan. Of course, FaZe Clan led by one guy. And I can tell you, this guy, he's a real gem. Not only did he have a girlfriend first before everyone, it's Kerrigan. Kerrigan, I was trying to bring you in like some sort of surprising manner.
I know.
I'm sorry,
Kerrigan,
guys. Jason. Hey, Kerrigan.
Must be a long day of work for Jason here on the desk with you. With all
well, I'd
those
say,
jokes.
well, you can't really see it, but there's a lot of green around here. I think it's starting to mess with my brain. Hey, Kerrigan, congratulations, bud. You guys are looking hot to trot right now, obviously sitting where you want to within the group itself. Kerrigan, talk to me about some of the scarier things you've dealt with during this group as a whole.
I think when I saw the group coming out, definitely in my like every team says, right, it's always the toughest group. But a lot of question marks of all the teams coming into this group stage. Like there's Mouseballs who did really well in the AMR and kind of didn't hit their form in Cologne. So they can play really great tiers. Navi the best team in the world, and then you have these question marks like Big and Fnatic, right? Who has really surprised and played really well against Navi, for example. So I think after I also see Mouse beat Fnatic today, this group is just wide open. But I think a 2-0 result was really important for us in case we go to a tie with Big, for example, on the last day.
I got a question for you. I'm just curious, like, what are your thoughts on this? What's it like working? Your entire history in FaZe, when you've been in the lineup in the past, and the FaZe organization has always had like an established superstar as the center point to their lineups. And this is kind of a little bit of a change in the sense that you have Twist coming in to pick up that role. You have Olaf and Rain, guys who have previously been kind of superstar players, transitioning and like a little bit more passive, a little bit more supportive. So what's it been like as an in-game leader who's been part of some of those superstar lineups of FaZe to now have to like kind of train up a new star instead of having the established star already?
I mean,
that makes
obviously
sense.
it's tough. Yeah, it makes sense. It was a long question, but
yeah, it really was.
I think,
Jesus Christ.
I think obviously Twist is, in my eyes, a future star player. Like he has the potential, has the mindset, he has the mentality.
Yeah.
But I think there's always things he can work on. It's like in big games, he needs to take the situation in hand and say, Finn, drop an AK or something. He has to show sometimes also to his teammates that he is the star of the team.
Right.
That's tough. Like Russell is a really nice guy. As a teammate, thinks about everybody in the team, right? So I think for future, he's molding into this kind of superstar player we want him to be. And we just have to give him room, right? And I also think it's important that when we look at our lineup, it's not like Olaf can't have a good game or Rain can't have a good game. Yeah, that has been the issue so far. This lineup is that we don't have that one consistent fragger who drops 30 bombs every map. So that's something we need to try to improve on. Or we just have to play better as team, set everybody up, get easier frags than having one guy doing highlights. So I think that has been the main focus in Cologne, where we played really good around Twist and Broke, who had really good performances.
There are a lot of questions about what games you guys have left. Obviously, you have Navi, I think, right in front of you, right? That sounds right.
Great work there.
Yeah, which is going to be one of the harder matches. Hey, I want to ask you a little something about the team play itself, Kerrigan.
Get him, Kerrigan.
Yeah,
you know what,
come on.
Kerrigan, I'm sorry about my friend Jason. He just happens to be here. It's just, it is what it is. So, Kerrigan, my real question is this, right? So, you look at the FaZe lineup, you've come back to FaZe, and my real question has to go around with, like, who do you depend on the most in the most crazy of situations? And, like, who do you look at and say, like, okay, we're going to pull this out. This is what I need from you.
I think there's two options. I think it's Trist and Brokey. They can turn around under the head. But also when you see Rain and Olaf in a clutch, I have this feeling it's one. Like they are speaking Swedish together. And
North Swedish. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. Not Danish at least. But they, for example, the 2-4 they win today, it's so calm and collected, isolate the fights, be on the same page, play very calm. And this is just what you need from those guys, right? They are not going to drop you 30 bombs, besides today, obviously, Olaf. But when they do, it's high impact. And I think that's the way the team is set up, right? Broken and Russell can have this really powerful performances, but we others need to get those easy frags to help the team.
What's the what are you doing now? How do you guys like look at it when I watched you guys play yesterday? It felt like a little flat. Yesterday was obviously an off day, and you guys are still a relatively new team, so like those kind of off days are to be expected. But as an in-game leader, how do you make sure that you try and get those guys as consistent as possible day in, day out?
I mean, it's very tough, right? I had a really rough day yesterday. I don't know why, but I didn't get in the zone. I wasn't the motivation leader cheering up everyone. There was something going wrong on that T-side overpass. And when you're in the game, you think it's way worse than you actually watch the demos. So when you watch the demos after with the guys, I'm like, yeah, I don't know why I got so frustrated about small stuff that can happen in a game. So I take kind of blame for that. Because as a leader, if you kind of go a little down in your communication and the motivation, like doing the game because you're too frustrated and can't reset, then it kind of puts out on the other players, right? But we talked about as a team, and I told the guys it's gonna be not the same Kerrigan coming tomorrow on the server, and I also think I showed that to the guys today.
Yeah, you delivered.
Yeah,
that's sick.
Talk about standing up and delivering. Hey, Kerrigan, we'll get you out of here. I imagine you got a lot of plans for tonight.
You don't, I think.
No, can you tell?
Oh.
Like, just kinda, no plans, no friends,
no job.
Anyway, yeah, no
soon.
Yeah.
Christ,
hey,
if you need some backup, you can call me. I can come down.
Yeah, get your ass
come
on the
down
desk,
here.
bro.
Kerrigan, I was just going to say, I thought, Kerrigan, I thought you threw the best birthday parties I've ever been to. I can tell you that.
That was a nice birthday party. I forgot we went to that. That was
top
great.
10, one of the best birthday parties I've been to. I ain't been a lot. I don't know.
You don't get invited that often, do you?
Invited or whatever it might be. No, but real question. I want you to tell us real quick. Is FaZe going to beat Na'Vi tomorrow?
You're putting me on the line here.
You did it to me, buddy. Right back at you.
I can tell you that we're going to show up more than we did in Cologne. Cologne was not us. It was one of those days, like you talked about from Fnatic yesterday. There was no energy. So Na'Vi is the best team in the world, and we're going to try to challenge them and do our best, right? That's the only thing we can hope for. And we have seen they have lost a game in the group, right? So it is 100% possible to beat them, but you're going to have respect for what they have achieved the last 2-3 months.
Excellent.
I like that.
Hey, you know what? I'll take that as sort of like we might win, but also we might not. Thank you, Kerrigan. We'll see you around, buddy.
Have a good one, Kerrigan. Congrats, brother.
See ya.
He's a Finn, but there's no negating. This guy can swim his way through a lot of situations, Jason.
Yeah, he can. He does a good job.
Why you smile at me so much? It makes me like happy, but also in like a weird sort of way. Kind of cool, man. I like it.
I just didn't expect the transition, from Finn. I thought you were going to go Finnish versus Danish. You went for swimming and water aquatic animals.
What?
I just didn't expect it. I think this is cool. I think this is a phase now that at the beginning of the group when we talked to some of the players after their wins, they said, that performance in Cologne gave them the confidence to come back online where they'd been atrocious prior to Cologne and now start to deliver. And I'm glad that they're, kind of living up to that promise, to that kind of an idea of where they built up some confidence. They built up a little bit of faith in each other and trust in each other at a good performance in Cologne, and now it's converting to online play, and they're obviously making this group very, very interesting, and they're in a good position as well.
Competitive, to say the least. I'm just trying to sell my NFT here, Jason. So,
dude, that thing's not going to sell. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm willing to sell this.
You got to have some good artwork on that thing to get there.
I didn't draw the deagle, but it kind of drew itself. Shout out to laser printers one time. Anyway, we're looking at what was the results of the day, but quite frankly, Jason, this group actually took a turn for like the weirdest. I think is probably the easiest way to look at this in a transitional effect.
Yeah, which I like. Obviously, Na'Vi and FaZe sitting at 3-1, Big and Mouse Sports sitting at 2-2. So even Fnatic at 2-2. EG's out. They're gone.
Bye.
And I think actually with this win today, FaZe over Big, Na'Vi has booked a spot in the playoffs. Seeding is still up for grabs, but they're definitely in the playoffs. So you're kind of fighting for 2 and 3. And I think the way the group's gone, you would kind of look at FaZe and probably Big to make it. Mouse Sports and Fnatic, depending on the day.
It's so close right there, isn't it?
Yeah, like Mouse Sports has come back these past 2 wins to dig out of that 0-2 hole, powered a lot by Frozen. But still, like that, you still kind of question if Mouse Sports can actually do it. Same with Fnatic with this new lineup. They're putting up a good fight. But there's going to be a lot of opportunities tomorrow to settle this group in a good fashion for those teams. But still, I think you got to look at Na'Vi, FaZe, and kind of Big as your 3 favorites. And maybe Mouse Sports or Fnatic can cause an upset.
To be those ones that grab that weird sort of like into the road round.
Yeah, there's going to be some odd stuff tomorrow. So, I mean, if you're sitting at home tomorrow, it's the day to watch because you're going to see all the action, all the circus action.
Yeah, because everybody sits at home on a Tuesday with nothing better to do, right, Jason? Just kidding. Don't answer that. Let's talk about the schedule. Happens to be right there in front of you. And it actually happens to tell you that FaZe and Na'Vi might be the marquee matchup. We don't exactly know what's going to be right here on the A stream, but I can assure you that tomorrow we settle the scores here for Group C at ESL Pro League Season 14. I want to thank you all for watching. And moreover, I want to tell you, spend time with your loved ones. I'm going to spend time with Jason, so take that however you will.
Peace.
I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters. And the best servers around, all with 128 tick rate. ESEA, the best way to play CSGO.